In an alternate universe. The universe of the legendary assassin Hit was just erased during the Tournament of Power. In the final moments as Hit was waiting for himself and his universe known as the Sixth Universe was about to get erased from existence, he thought to himself, if only I could have done more and been able to defeat Jiren, then this wouldn't have happened. And thus was he gone from existence, or so he was led to believe. It turns out that the OMNI Kings sent Hit's soul to another reality altogether rather than simply erasing him. The OMNI Kings liked how much they enjoyed seeing the legendary assassin fight, so they gave him another chance at life, but in another universe. On an alternate Earth. I opened my eyes completely surprised that I was alive and still existing, but I felt different and my body felt strange. I find myself in a room that looks like it's meant for a small child. I get up from the bed that I am currently on and look in front of a mirror to see my reflection, but I have a different face and voice. It was at that moment that the Grand Priest arrived to inform me about what was going on. Hello Hit, or I should say hello Izuku Midoriya, because that is who you reincarnated as per the wish of the OMNI Kings, said the Grand Priest. What? Replied Hit. You see, the OMNI Kings enjoyed watching you fight so much that they decided that instead of erasing you along with the rest of the Sixth Universe, they would reincarnate you into this new reality where you can continue to live as you have always done, but with a few new surprises. First things first, I need to tell you that this Earth has humans with powers that they refer to as quirks. Although not all humans have these quirks, only about 20% don't and the rest do, but that won't be a problem for someone as great as you, but you will still need to work on training the human body that you're currently in and gain back your physical might. Plus, in this world, humans can't use their quirks without a hero license, so you should be aware of that fact. And one last thing, your memories of the person that you are now will be automatically put into your mind, so you're all caught up. The current date and time and the physiology of your old body has been added to your human body, and thus your training should go smoothly as it did in your old life. Well, that's everything that I needed to inform you about. Have a nice new life, Izuku Midoriya, said the Grand Priest as he left. It's POV. Okay, based on what the Grand Priest told me, I still possess all my prior knowledge, powers, and abilities, but all I need to do is train my weak human body to be able to handle my power, otherwise I could seriously injure myself. It doesn't matter if I have to retrain my body or, in this case, train my new human body. I will become stronger, and this time I won't fail my job. But wait, this world is already supposed to have heroes or protectors or whatever, so why am I even here? I guess the OMNI Kings just like to be entertained, and it's not like I can stop them. My memories seem to be filled with fear for some reason. It seems like I was afraid before regaining my memories from my previous life. It doesn't matter. I will just adjust to my current circumstance and begin training this body. It shouldn't take too long after all. Having accumulated knowledge for over 1,000 years tends to come in handy when dealing with unexpected events. 8 a.m. same day. The door to my room opens and a woman comes in with the same type of features as my new self. Thus I surmise that this is my mother. However, having the memories before this time also helped me out, and I began to see that this woman was kind and a hardworking person. Izuku honey, it's time for us to go to the quirk doctor and to see what quirk you will be getting, said Inko Midoriya. The appointment is at 10:30 a.m., so we better get going. Okay, honey? Okay, Mom, said Izuku, Hit, with a little bit of hesitation because he hadn't gotten used to the idea that this woman known as Inko Midoriya was his mother, so he was at a loss of how he should act because he was a 1,000-year-old man before being reincarnated. 10:30 a.m. at the doctor's office. Hello, Ms. Inko Midoriya, and this young boy must be your son Izuku Midoriya, correct? Yes, Inko replied. Hello Izuku, can you please come with me and we can get started to determine what quirk you will be having, said the quirk doctor. Very well, responded Izuku, Hit, in a well-mannered voice and tone that was surprising for a young child. Both Inko and the quirk doctor expected him to act out with more of an energetic response. Moving on to the tests that were done rather quickly, the quirk doctor told both Inko and Izuku that he doesn't know for sure if he does have a quirk because his body is different than a normal person's, such as having a higher pain tolerance, durability, density, etc. However, it is unlikely that Izuku will develop a quirk because looking at his x-ray he has an extra joint in his toe, and those individuals with quirks have no use for this extra joint, so he should give up on any dreams of becoming a hero. 1:30 p.m. at the doctor's office. In Izuku's mind, This has been a rather interesting turn of events. First I lost the battle against Jiren, lost my universe, got reincarnated by the OMNI kings, and now I'm human with a new mother in another universe. This can't get any stranger. Hello, Izuku said Inko repeatedly. Sorry, what? I didn't listen. I was deep in thought, said Izuku. Son, it seems that you won't be getting a quirk and are quirkless. Are you going to be okay with this? After all, it's your dream to become a hero like All Might. Isn't it? Asked Inko with sadness in her voice and a frown on her face. Yeah, but it's fine. Besides, that just means that I have to work harder than everyone else, so I won't let this discourage me, replied Izuku. Also, if I want to become stronger, I don't have the luxury of cutting corners by relying on a quirk, so I just have to do it the old-fashioned way by improving. Inko and the quirk doctor were taken aback by the way Izuku was acting, but then brushed it off as him dealing with the fact that he is quirkless and won't show that he's disappointed. 2:30 p.m. back home. Inko and Izuku arrive back home, and Izuku says that he will be in his room doing some warm-up exercises. He explains to his mother that if he is going to do his best job at being a hero in the future, he will need to get into fighting shape. Inko thinks to herself, Izuku sure is acting differently than he was yesterday. Maybe he's trying to act calm and not try to worry me? Oh well, if my son wants to do this, then I will support him 100%. Okay, Izuku, you go and do your warm-up exercises, and Izuku will start preparing the food for dinner because exercise makes you hungry, said Inko. Yes, mother. Thank you for your aid in my quest to become a hero. 4:45 p.m. in Izuku's room. I am Izuku Midoriya now, but I am still the legendary assassin hit of the 6th universe, even if my former universe is gone from existence. I'll start by doing basic stretches as to prepare my muscles and not strain them. Next, doing push-ups, sit-ups, side-to-side crunches, squats, and so on. These exercises were just the beginning. Following the training of my human body, I needed to get my Ki under my control again, thus meditation was a necessary part of my training to remaster my powers and abilities. Plus, I want to be able to use my time skip technique as soon as possible with this human body. It will present a challenge, but then again, being an assassin always had its fair share of challenges. Back with Inko. Izuku seems to have put much time and effort into what he wants to become, but as his mother, I should do everything that I can to help him. Maybe I should make him foods that are both nutritious and healthy. A good diet is key to helping a young boy grow to be strong. 7:30 p.m. in the living room. Inko calls out for Izuku and says that lunch is ready and that she made tuna fish sandwiches, buffalo shrimp lettuce wraps, tempeh and broccoli rabareciette, and his favorite food katsudan and freshly squeezed orange juice, or if he wants he can just have some water. Now take your pick, anything you choose is fine. Izuku goes down to where his mother is and happily eats a little of each of these foods and drinks and gives his mother a thank you and a hug because it's always polite to do so with your family. After finishing his food, Inko smelled Izuku and said that by the smell of your clothes, you should take a bath, and since he is 4, she bathes him, which made Izuku very uncomfortable. So once that was finished, the rest of the day went by as normal until the next day at school came. The next day in school. Everyone at school was waiting to ask what quirk Izuku got from his parents. Once they asked him, he simply said that he doesn't have one and that he is quirkless, like he really didn't care in the slightest. With his friend Katsuki Bakugo, or as Izuku calls him, Kaken, replies with that, so basically you're useless and won't become a hero. Izuku simply said, I don't think that having a quirk means that because I am still going to become a hero in the future. Hearing this statement made the whole class laugh at Izuku, and he didn't care or understand what is it they all thought was funny because of how serious he was. As the day went by, the class went on to lunchtime, and Bakugo was showing off his explosion quirk that he was so proud of and began using it on a bunch of rocks, and then he began using it on a defenseless kid, which did not go unnoticed by Izuku. I made my way over to help my fellow classmate and told Bakugo that using your quirk on another person, especially without a hero license, is not allowed, and that if you continue to do so, then I will stop you. I told Bakugo with a hint of anger in my voice. Bakugo and his goons just started to laugh and shouted that, Deku, you're less than useless than this kid because you don't have a quirk, so get out of my way or we'll use you as my punching bag. And when Bakugo said that, the next moment he realized he was on the ground with Izuku holding him down, stating, Don't say that I didn't warn you, and knock out Bakugo. Meanwhile, the two goons that he was with said, I thought you didn't have a quirk," with nervousness in their voices. That was just a normal speed and a technique of mine. Now I recommend you stop bullying this kid and take Bakugo back to the nurse," said Izuku with a cold and calm voice that made the two goons scared. The two left with Bakugo, and the rest of the day went on about how Izuku stopped Bakugo without a quirk. Once Bakugo woke up and remembered that he was going to keep picking on the weak kid from his class with a lame quirk, Deku showed up, then everything went blank. Deku must have used a dirty trick, that's the only explanation. Back in the class, everyone was talking about what happened between Izuku and Bakugo and couldn't believe what had happened. Not even the teachers could believe it, and even though Izuku was lying about being quirkless, the school called Inko, and she confirmed with the school that he was quirkless. Izuku explained that he was protecting a fellow classmate from Bakugo, that he wouldn't listen to him when he said that using his quirk on someone with a hero license was not allowed, thus I had no choice but to stop him. The teachers and my mother looked at me like I had done something weird, but to me, it was something that needed to be done. The teachers got all the details from me, and they had called Bakugo's parents to have a serious talk about using his quirk on someone else was not going to fly well. However, I heard that he was let off with a warning and that I would receive a detention for what I did. The teachers only see students with powerful quirks as someone to protect, and they saw me as someone that needed to learn a lesson. Not that I cared either way, because I had done the right thing. Inko looked at her son, proud that he defended someone, but didn't like the fact that her son was the one punished even though Bakugo was the one that did the bullying. Small time skip. At Aldera Middle School, as the years went on, I have continued my training and am now able to use the full range of my powers and abilities with little to no effort, but I continue to train in order to make sure that I won't be defeated like I did against Jiren. It was the final year of my middle school life, but nothing else had changed much from Bakugo trying to attack me daily, but those attempts failed as he couldn't even touch me thanks to my time-skipping technique, which I can use again. Every time he tried to do anything to me or others, I would always stop him before he could even realize what was happening. Plus, nobody can see me when I time-skip. I was never the center of attention, thus I was left alone and was avoided because my classmates saw me as the quirkless kid that nobody wanted to interact with because they were afraid of Bakugo bullying them. Our teacher shows up to the classroom and tells us that we need to think about what we want to be in the future, but then he throws all the career aptitude tests and says, "Who am I kidding? I know you all want to be heroes." And the class starts using their quirks in class except for me because I am quirkless and I'm not a show-off like someone I know. "Hey teach, don't lump me in with these losers, they will be lucky if they can be sidekicks to some busted-up D-lister hero," Bakugo shouted with his cocky attitude. Everyone else said, "Screw you Bakugo, we're just as good as you." And Bakugo yelled, "Bring it on, I'll take you all on at once." Oh yes, Katsuki Bakugo, you had a high score in the mock tests and did very well in all subjects. And with that quirk of yours you're sure in to get into UA high school. Wait, but doesn't UA have a 0.2 acceptance rate? Said one of the students. Yeah, and that's why I am the only one from this crappy school to get into UA and become the future #1 hero that surpasses All Might and become the richest hero of all time, and it all starts with UA High. Oh yes, Midoriya, you also applied to UA, with Izuku just nodding his while reading a book. Bakugo yelled, "What, you think you can compete with me, Deku? You're worse than these rejects. Your quirk, less you'll die in the exams. It doesn't matter how smart or buff you are, because without a quirk you'll never make it in." I reply saying that it's my choice to do so, Bakugo, and you can't tell me otherwise because you don't control my life or my decisions. At the end of the day, I was getting ready to leave and continue training back home. It was just then I spotted Bakugo coming over to my desk, so with time skip, I left without any confrontation because I was not in the mood for any of his nonsense. Bakugo POV. I'll show that bastard Deku that he doesn't deserve to go to UA and that I am the best. I'm going over to yell at the damn nerd only to see that he's already gone. What the hell? Where did you go, DKU? Come face me like a man and take a beating from me. Back with Izuku. He's so loud. Whatever, it doesn't matter what he thinks of me, I'll just keep doing my job and train my body to get my full power back and even surpass it. As I was making my way home, I sensed that something was approaching me, and Corky moved out of the way of some sort of create made from what I can observe as mud, or more accurately sludge. I saw that he was having a panic attack while at the same time trying to catch me. Sludge villain. "Hey kid, I need your body to escape. I didn't know that the freak was in town," said the villain as he... Whatever. was attempting to acquire what I heard about its disgusting mouth and that it wanted my body. Being left with no alternative options, I saw that this creature's eyes were the only thing that would be solid, and thus I launched an attack into its eyes, both blinding it as well as incapacitating it from moving due to it being in tremendous pain, and finally I knock it out with the force of my fist. Once that was accomplished, I made my way out of the vicinity as an unknown presence was fast approaching my current location. Thus, I swiftly vacated only to see the number 1 hero, All Might, arrive. He looked confused to see the creature that I disabled on the ground and wondered who may have been responsible for this unexpected event. However, he brushed it off as dumb luck and left with the creature by placing it in what looked like liquid containers. So this is All Might? I must confess his Ki is strong, but he seems to be slowly degrading as time moves forward. I am puzzled as to why that is, but it wouldn't change anything or benefit me in any way, so it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Sludge Villain Incident. As All Might was leaving for the police station, he was completely been unaware that he dropped the water bottles that he had placed the villain in, only to have him escape and continue his rampage with a hostage being as a shield, so the heroes at the scene can't engage with harming the hostage. Damn, we don't have the right quirks for this job, said in frustration by Death Arms. I can't help without causing more damage, said Mount Lady. I have my hands full with these flames, replied Backdraft. I'm no good in this situation because my Arbor Quirk's weakness is fire, said Kamui Woods. A few moments age with Bakugo. Hey Bakugo, don't you think that you should stop trying to fight with Midoriya? I mean, you guys used to be friends, right? Plus you are stronger than him, right? So why try to pick a fight? Asked Bakugo's goons. What do you think, that DKU is better than me? No, we just think that it's a waste of time for you, so why bother him? That piece of shit thinks that he's better than me just because he's smart and has higher grades than me, but doesn't mean crap without a quirk. Someone needs to let that nerd know the truth. That he is useless and will never become a hero or go to UA High. Looking at a bottle on the ground, Bakugo kicks it out of frustration, and with that kick, the sludge villain emerges, taking him as a hostage. Back in present time, Izuku's POV. I see that a large crowd of people are viewing something that seems to be causing some sort of commotion. Out of curiosity, I make my over to the front with my time skip, only to be confused as why the creature that attempted to control my body was suddenly in this public area. It seems that fool All Might didn't finish his job to send this thing into custody. Whatever, I'll deal with this. With time skip, I stop time for everyone except for me. I grab that nitwit Bakugo and bring him towards the heroes, and with a concentrated Ki blast, I send the creature into a state of suspended animation, leaving it unable to move. Once that was done, I seize my time skip, allowing time to move again. Everyone in the vicinity is at a loss of words as to what just happened. One moment the villain was rampaging, the next he wasn't moving, and the hostage was just fine. Who? What? When? How? Sighs of relief were heard when they thought maybe it doesn't matter, it was over now, right? All Might thought to himself the same thing and was glad that his mistake was resolved. In another part of Mizudafu City. Yes, hello? Yes, I am on my way to the target. This won't take too long, I'll report back soon. Thank you for your patience, and you know me, but now I never let a target get away. Walking into an unknown facility, I make my way over to the top floor of this location to fulfill my assigned duty for the day. In the elevator, things have gotten interesting today, but I wouldn't overlook anything as an accident. Guard 1. Hey, are we expecting any visitors at this hour? Guard 2. No, not that I have heard of. With the guards prepared to kill whoever is riding the elevator, opens up and the guards see no one. Hey, there's no body in here. Keep looking, they couldn't have gotten far. Boss villain, whoever it is, it doesn't matter, they can't stop all of us. Ding! I am here to kill you. Huh? And who the hell are you supposed to be, kid? If you must know, I'm Hit. Wait, did you say Hit? The legendary assassin. What are you fools waiting for? Kill this guy. It's no use, time has stopped for everyone except for you and I. Damn, here, take this. Out came an air attack which I dodge easily. Your resistance is pointless, said Hit with a cold tone. Look, I got loads of money, how much do you want? Heck, you can have my whole fortune, I'll even throw in this tower. What do you say? The boss villain panicked. Not a chance, Hit said. Without hesitation I blast him with my phantom fist. I deal ever an instant kill to the boss villain, then leave completing my job. Guard 1 and 2. Hey, what just happened? Did you see anything? No, but that doesn't matter. Hey boss, wake up, boss. Hello, this is Hit, the job is done. I'm heading back now. Good job, Hit. Man, ever since we recruited you, kid, you've made our jobs a lot easier to do. Yeah, I know, but you shouldn't over-relay on any single assassin. I mean, USTLL have your other top assassin, and sure, she has been meaning to some work herself. Yeah, anyway, see you when you come home, Hit. Yeah, Hit, over and out. Flashback. Izuku, age 10. I am currently walking with my other to the store and purchase groceries for dinner tonight. My mother said that she was going to prepare my favorite food katsudan, and I must admit the food was surprisingly good, so I was looking forward to this. Our trip to the store was cut short when villain with what looks like a gun quirk and his crew made their way rob the place. One civilian had already called the heroes and police to apprehend these villains, but they would take about 15 minutes to arrive, which gave this guy lots of time to wreak havoc. I informed my mother that we should make our way outside and throw the back of the store. She agreed and started moving with me, but as soon as the gunquirk villain saw movement, he grabbed my mother and said to everyone that if they don't want to see this woman killed, then to do what he says. The villain threatening my mother is something I will never forgive. I use my incomplete time skip to safely grab my mother, pulling her away from these villains. Wait, what happened? Said the villains, confused. I walk up to them and with my speed knock out all the villains, successfully saving everyone in the store and preventing any further damage to the environment around me. The police and heroes arrive and arrest the villain group. Then they get everyone's statement with them all saying the same thing, that a kid saved them all and took down the villains. They were going to scold me for my actions and charge me for illegal quirk usage, but I explained to them that I am quirkless, and with the detective Naomasa Tsukachi quirk allowed him to see that I was telling the truth, so I wasn't able to be charged with anything. However, they still said that I should have waited for the heroes and police for help. I told them coldly that they threatened my mother, and that is something that I won't let slide. I was then allowed to leave home with my mother, but before we left, the store owner said they wanted to give us some free groceries as a thank you, which we humbly accepted. Later that day, we had a knock at our door with a group of people wearing black suits asking to be allowed inside for a talk. Having no room for disagreeing, my mother let the people inside, asking if they wanted anything to drink, which they politely declined. They asked my mother if they could also talk to me. Izuku, can you come down here, sweetie? There are some people that would like to speak to both of us. Hearing my mother's voice, I make way to the living room, unfazed by the fact that people are in my home regarding my actions earlier today. Hello, young man, we would first like to say thank you for your good work at the store. Your actions and the way in which you moved was like a professional martial artist. By any chance, do you have a master that taught you these moves? No, I am self-taught in everything that I do, Izuku said with a calm voice that made these government suits have chills run down their spines. Well, this brings us to our next question. What quirk do you have? I am quirkless. Wait, but then how do you move so fast? I train a lot in order to gain more power. That's all. Okay, but we would like to confirm this later, which brings us to our final question. Would you allow us to financially support you as you go about your school life and growth to become a hero in the future? Our organization is called the Hero Public Safety Commission, or the HPSC for short. After witnessing your skills, we came to the conclusion that we can make you into a great hero. And if you work with us, we can guarantee that both you and your mother will benefit from this, but there are a few conditions. Okay, and what are these conditions? Asked Inko with a worried look of her face. We would monitor your son's skills and abilities in our training facility. He will take on jobs which we will assign for him, and he will provide updates for each of these assignments. I don't know about this, Inko said with worry in her voice. Please excuse us for a moment, mother, come with me. What is it, Izuku? I think we should accept this offer that has been granted to us. What? Izuku, I don't think. Mother, I know that times have gotten exceedingly burdensome since father left you, having to raise me all on your own because of my lack of a quirk, but if these people can lessen your load, then I strongly believe it would be in our best interest to take them up on this offer. Think it over a few minutes, and looking into Izuku's eyes, I can see that he is determined to do this. Sighing, okay, but just be careful, Izuku. Smiling at his mother, Izuku thanks her and gives her a hug. Well, we accept this, but under a few conditions of my own. Huh? Fine, name them. 1. You will not lie to me under any circumstance. 2. I will handle these jobs given to me alone, and in any way I see fit, and 3. You will never bring harm to my mother, that's all. Very well, we can agree to this, but only because we see a lot of potential in you. As a show of good faith, we will give you this. Taking out a white letter, we open it to see a check for 1 million, then we shall keep in touch and see you sometime soon. End of flashback. Hero Public Safety Commission HQ. Welcome back, Hit. I see that you have completed another job for us, said the president. Yes, I have done what you asked of me, replied Hit. Well, we have a new assignment for you. And what would this new job require of me? Well, is nothing too big for someone of your level of skills and power. As you know that you are going to be attending UA High, but we want you to do 2 things while attending. The first is keep tabs on All Might to see why is going to be a teacher there, and the other is be a bodyguard for 1 Momo Yaoyorozu as a special request from her father, as he wants her to be looked after in UA. So basically keep a watchful eye on All Might and safely protect Momo Yaoyorozu. As that he gist of it? Yes, right down to the point, as always, Hit. Well, that will be all, you may go. No. Then please excuse me, said Hit. UA High, here we are at last. Well, my job begins now and I won't fail. HPSC HQ. With Hit? I can't believe it has been 5 years since I accepted to work with the Hero Public Safety Commission as their best assassin and future hero. Not to mention resolving that issue they had with Lady Nagant. Flashback. Inko Midoriya nervously clutched her purse as she followed her son, Izuku Midoriya, through the towering gates of the Hero Public Safety Commission's facility. It was an extraordinary opportunity for Izuku, as they had invited him to assess his powers and abilities, despite not having a quirk like most aspiring heroes. Inko couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation as she wondered what lay ahead for her son. As they entered the testing site, a team of scientists and professionals welcomed them. One of the researchers, Dr. Yamada, approached them with a warm smile. Welcome, Midoriya-san, Izuku-kun. We are thrilled to have you here today. We have devised a series of tests to determine the extent of your abilities. Please follow me. Izuku nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with determination. Thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Yamada. I'm excited to see what I can do. They led the pair into a large testing chamber filled with high-tech equipment. The room was equipped with sensors, holographic projectors, and computer consoles that monitored every aspect of the tests. Dr. Yamada explained the first test to Izuku and Inko. For the initial test, Izuku-kun, we will measure your physical strength and speed. Please step onto the pressure-sensitive platform in the center. Izuku complied, stepping onto the platform with a sense of anticipation. As he flexed his muscles, the platform emitted a faint hum, activating a series of hidden cameras and motion sensors. Begin, Dr. Yamada announced, and instantly Izuku moved. His body blurred as he executed a series of rapid punches and kicks, causing shockwaves to ripple through the air. The scientists watched in awe as the sensors registered extraordinary levels of strength and agility. Inko gasped, unable to tear her eyes away from her son's incredible display. Izuku, I had no idea. Dr. Yamada nodded in agreement, his eyes wide with amazement. Indeed, Midoriya-san, Izuku-kun possesses power and skill that surpasses what we have seen before. It's truly remarkable. As the testing continued, Izuku showcased various techniques he had developed through intense training. The scientists monitored his energy projection, durability, and reflexes, struggling to keep up with his astonishing abilities. Every result displayed on the monitors seemed to break previous records. At one point, Dr. Yamada turned to Inko, his voice filled with astonishment. Midoriya-san, this is unprecedented. Izuku-kun's potential is off the charts. The computers couldn't keep up calculating his results and were overloaded. We've never witnessed anything like this before. Inko's heart swelled with pride and concern for her son's future. She turned to Dr. Yamada, a mix of emotions in her voice. What does this mean for Izuku? Can he become a hero even without a quirk? Dr. Yamada smiled warmly. Absolutely, Midoriya-san. In fact, we wish to offer Izuku-kun an immediate position within the Hero Public Safety Commission. His extraordinary abilities make him an invaluable asset to the hero community. We believe he can achieve greatness. Inko's eyes filled with tears of joy and relief. She hugged her son tightly, whispering words of encouragement. Izuku, my dear, you've come so far. I'm so proud of you. Izuku beamed, his dreams finally within reach. Thank you, Mom. I won't let you down. I'll become the greatest hero the world has ever seen. And so, with the Hero Public Safety Commission overwhelmed by Izuku Midoriya's exceptional powers and abilities, a new chapter began in his heroic journey. The story of a young boy who, despite not possessing a quirk, was destined to become a symbol of hope and inspiration for heroes everywhere, and not just in the shadows. The atmosphere within the Hero Public Safety Commission's control room suddenly turned tense as an urgent alert blared across the monitors. The top hero and renowned assassin working for the commission had turned against them, assassinating the chairman and threatening to expose the organization's hidden operations. Panic filled the room as they realized the gravity of the situation. Dr. Yamada's face displayed a mix of shock and concern as he relayed the information to Izuku and Inko. Midoriya-san, Izuku-kun, this is a dire situation. Our top hero has betrayed us, and she's a force to be reckoned with. We need immediate assistance, but most of our heroes are unavailable. Time is of the essence. Izuku's expression hardened, his resolve unwavering. I can help. You've seen what I'm capable of. Let me handle this. I'll confront her and try to resolve the situation peacefully. If that fails, I'll accept whatever consequences come my way. Inko's eyes widened with concern, her voice laced with worry. Izuku, are you sure about this? It sounds dangerous, and I don't want you to get hurt. Izuku placed a comforting hand on his mother's shoulder, giving her a reassuring smile. I understand your concern, Mom, but if I can prevent any more bloodshed and protect everyone involved, it's worth the risk. Please trust me on this. The room fell silent as the members of the Hero Public Safety Commission exchanged glances, weighing the options before them. After a moment, Director Okamoto spoke up, his voice steady but filled with urgency. We're running out of time, and we need someone who can match Lady Nagant's skill and power. Midoriya, we will grant you the authority to handle this situation your way. However, be aware that the consequences may be severe. Izuku nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you for placing your trust in me. I'll do everything I can to resolve this without further harm. Dr. Yamada stepped forward, his voice filled with concern. Izuku-kun, we've witnessed your incredible abilities, but Lady Nagant is a formidable opponent. Do you have a plan? Izuku's determination solidified, his gaze focused. I have an idea. Lady Nagant once fought for justice, so there must be something within her that still believes in it. I'll appeal to that part of her and try to find a peaceful resolution. But if it comes down to a confrontation, I'll do whatever it takes to protect innocent lives. Director Okamoto nodded, his voice firm. We understand, Midoriya. You have our full support. Just remember, the outcome of this situation will determine your path within the hero community. Good luck. With their acceptance, Izuku knew the weight of the responsibility that rested on his shoulders. As he prepared to face Lady Nagant, he held onto the hope that he could bring about a resolution that avoided tragedy, exposure, and imprisonment. The battle between Izuku Midoriya, now known as Hit, and Lady Nagant loomed ahead, a clash that would test his resolve and reveal the true power he possessed. Within the high-tech control room of the Hero Public Safety Commission, the monitors flickered with real-time data and surveillance feeds. The search for Lady Nagant was in full swing, and the tension in the room was palpable. Dr. Yamada, accompanied by Director Okamoto, approached Hit, who stood at the center, ready to receive crucial information. It puzzles me as to why Lady Nagant killed the chairman, said Izuku with a voice that genuinely wanted to know the reason behind Lady Nagant's actions. Also, when I am on a job, please refer to me as Hit, as a way to make myself discreet," asked Izuku, with them agreeing to it. Within the secure confines of the Hero Public Safety Commission's control room, Dr. Yamada sifted through a trove of classified information, his eyes widening with each revelation. He quickly called Director Okamoto over to share the startling discovery. "Director Okamoto, I've uncovered something crucial," Dr. Yamada began, his voice filled with a mix of astonishment and concern. "It appears that the former chairman had become corrupted with power, leading to a severe deterioration of his mental state." Director Okamoto's brow furrowed as he absorbed the shocking information. "Corrupted? Are you saying that Lady Nagant's actions were a response to the chairman's decline?" Dr. Yamada nodded solemnly. "Yes, Director. The chairman's lust for power drove him to make unethical decisions, harming innocent lives and subverting the very principles the Hero Public Safety Commission stands for." The room fell silent as the magnitude of their realization sunk in. The Hero Public Safety Commission had unwittingly become entangled in a web of corruption, and Lady Nagant's actions, while extreme, were a desperate attempt to bring justice to a system gone awry. Director Okamoto sighed heavily, his voice tinged with a mix of remorse and determination. "We cannot ignore the truth any longer. Lady Nagant's actions, though extreme, were rooted in a desire to protect the integrity of heroism. We have failed in our duty to recognize the signs of corruption." Dr. Yamada stepped forward, his expression filled with resolve. "Director, what shall we do now? How can we address this situation and move forward?" Director Okamoto straightened his posture, his voice steady. "First and foremost, we need to acknowledge our mistakes and rectify them. We will publicly expose the truth about the former chairman's corruption and apologize to the public for our failure to prevent it. We must regain their trust." Dr. Yamada nodded in agreement. "Additionally, we should extend an olive branch to Lady Nagant. She, too, has suffered under the chairman's regime. We must offer her understanding and a chance to work towards a better future." Director Okamoto's gaze turned towards the monitors displaying HIT's mission in progress. "And HIT, we must commend him for his role in uncovering the truth and navigating this delicate situation. His actions have brought us closer to the path of justice." As the Hero Public Safety Commission resolved to face the consequences of their past mistakes and strive for a brighter future, the weight of accountability rested upon their shoulders. They were prepared to make amends and work towards a system of heroism that would restore faith and uphold the principles they were entrusted to protect. HIT was moving toward Lady Nagant's location within a few moments. The sudden arrival of an unknown person makes Lady Nagant move to a higher ground level for her to gain an advantage. Lady Nagant finds herself on a rooftop, surveying the battlefield with her sniper rifle in hand. She knows that engaging an unknown enemy without knowing their quirk would be suicide, especially in close combat would be risky, so she plans to keep her distance and rely on her marksmanship skills. She focuses on aiming at HIT, calculating the trajectory and speed needed to land a shot. Meanwhile, HIT stands calmly in the middle of the battlefield, analyzing his opponent. He's aware of Lady Nagant's reputation as a sniper and knows that he needs to close the gap quickly to neutralize her advantage. With a confident smirk, he prepares himself for the upcoming battle. Lady Nagant takes a deep breath, steadying her aim. She pulls the trigger, launching a bullet towards HIT. However, before the bullet reaches him, HIT activates his time stop ability, freezing the world around him. He calmly sidesteps the bullet, observing Lady Nagant's strategy. As time resumes, Lady Nagant adjusts her plan. She noticed that her bullet seemingly missed. Adapting to the situation, we assume HIT has a speed quirk but wonders why doesn't he just run and grab her. She decides to use her quirk creatively, curving her bullets mid-air to catch HIT off guard. She anticipates his movements, aiming for where he will be when time starts moving again. HIT continues to dodge Lady Nagant's shots effortlessly, impressed by her adaptability. He studies her patterns, analyzing her timing and bullet trajectories. He strategizes his approach, planning to exploit the moment when her quirk is on cooldown or when she's vulnerable while reloading. Lady Nagant, realizing that her conventional tactics are not working, decides to create distractions. She uses her quirk to fire bullets at different angles, causing explosions and creating smoke screens. Her goal is to disrupt Hit's vision and force him to reveal his location. Hit remains calm, his senses sharp. He activates his time skip ability, momentarily accelerating his speed. In a blur of motion, he closes the distance between them, launching a flurry of precise strikes at Lady Nagant. She attempts to dodge and counter, but Hit's speed and precision make it challenging for her to land a hit. Lady Nagant, struggling to keep up, uses her mobility to retreat to a safer distance. She takes a moment to analyze Hit's movements. With a plan in mind, Lady Nagant switches her strategy. She fires a bullet towards Hit but intentionally misses, curving it to hit a nearby structure. The ricocheting bullet creates a chaotic path of deflections and unpredictable angles, forcing Hit to continuously readjust his movements. Hit, momentarily caught off guard by the unpredictable ricochets, finds himself slightly off balance. Lady Nagant seizes this opportunity, launching a carefully aimed shot toward his vulnerable moment. Her bullet grazes Hit's arm, causing him to wince in pain. The tide of the battle shifts as Lady Nagant gains confidence. She continues to exploit Hit's momentary vulnerabilities, utilizing her quirk to curve bullets and keep him on his toes. She maintains her distance, ensuring that Hit cannot get too close. However, Hit, determined not to be outdone, analyzes Lady Nagant's patterns and counters her attacks with calculated precision. He adapts his movements, timing his evasions and strikes to minimize her chances of landing a hit. The battle rages on, a clash of wits, skills, and strategies. Lady Nagant uses her marksmanship and quirk creatively, while Hit showcases his mastery of time manipulation and combat expertise. Both fighters push their limits, their thoughts focused on anticipating and countering the other's moves. However, as time goes on, Lady Nagant slowly gets overwhelmed by Hit's power and falls to the ground on her knees. Witnessing the battle in the HPSC facility monitoring room, everyone was shocked by this battle. The tension in the air crackled as Hit, Izuku's alternate persona, faced off against Lady Nagant in a desolate urban landscape. His piercing gaze locked onto her, analyzing every movement and calculating his next move. Lady Nagant's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the sight of a 10-year-old boy standing before her, ready for battle. Confusion mixed with a hint of amusement crossed her face. The Hero Public Safety Commission sends a child to apprehend me? How amusing. Have they run out of capable heroes? Hit's voice was calm and measured as he responded, his words carrying an air of confidence. I am Hit, and I've been given the authority to handle this situation. I offer you a chance to work with me rather than against me, Lady Nagant. Together, we can shape a world where justice prevails without unnecessary sacrifices. A mix of surprise and intrigue flickered across Lady Nagant's face. Work with you? And what would that entail, Hit? I have my principles, and I won't compromise them easily. Hit's eyes narrowed as he considered his approach. He knew that appealing to her sense of justice was crucial. I understand your principles, Lady Nagant. I acknowledge that the chairman had become corrupted, and your actions were a response to his betrayal. The Hero Public Safety Commission now understands the truth and has given me the authority to handle this situation in my own way. They are open to change, to a new era of heroism. Lady Nagant's expression shifted, a glimmer of hope mingling with her skepticism. And what is this new era you speak of, Hit? How can we ensure justice without compromising our ideals? Hit stepped forward, his voice steady. Together, we can create a system where you no longer have to be a lone assassin. We will target only the leaders of villainous organizations, sparing innocent lives. You can be the symbol of true heroism, unburdened by the shadows of your past. Lady Nagant pondered his words, her eyes searching his face for sincerity. Slowly, she nodded, a newfound determination filling her gaze. Very well, Hit. I'll accept your offer. But know this, I will not tolerate any betrayal or deviation from our agreement. Hit extended a hand towards her, a sign of trust. Agreed, Lady Nagant. From this day forward, we will work together to bring true justice to the world. As their alliance formed, the Hero Public Safety Commission watched the events unfold with a mix of relief and awe. The members marveled at Hit's ability to negotiate a peaceful resolution with such a formidable adversary. Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, stood among them, her emotions overwhelming. Tears streamed down her face as she witnessed her son's incredible triumph. Pride swelled within her, accompanied by a profound sense of relief. Her voice quivered with emotion as she turned to Dr. Yamada. "He did it. My Izuku, he truly became a hero today." Dr. Yamada nodded, his voice filled with admiration. "Indeed, Midoriya-san, he has surpassed all expectations. Izuku, or rather, Hit, has shown us what it means to be a hero, even in the face of darkness." And so, a new era began, where Hit and Lady Nagant worked together to reshape the world of heroism. Their alliance, born from mutual understanding and a shared desire for justice, brought hope to a society plagued by corruption. Izuku Midoriya, once a boy without a quirk, had now become an agent of change, forging a path toward a brighter future. Flashback over. Back to the present. A lot did happen that day, but that's all behind me now, and many things will continue to change. Though Izuku, moving on, the next 10 months will be spent on Izuku doing nothing but training and performing his assassin duties for the HPSC. 10 months of training. Month 1 to 2. Izuku begins his training by focusing on building a strong physical foundation despite his quirkless status. He dedicates himself to rigorous physical workouts, including running, strength training, and agility exercises. His goal is to enhance his speed, strength, and endurance. He also studies hero techniques and strategies, learning from past battles and analyzing ways to maximize his abilities. Izuku's thoughts: "I am determined to overcome my quirkless status by harnessing my powers from my previous life, as well as push myself to the limit, envisioning how my abilities will aid me in the UA entrance exam." Month 3 to 5. With his physical fitness improved, Izuku begins to tap into his powers and abilities. He focuses on mastering his time manipulation abilities, honing his control over time skipping and precise movement. He practices freezing and manipulating time in short bursts, aiming to optimize his reflexes and reaction time. Additionally, he studies various martial arts techniques to integrate them seamlessly with his time manipulation abilities, creating a unique combat style. Izuku's thoughts: "I realize that the mastery of my time manipulation powers will be crucial in the UA entrance exam. I'm immersed in understanding the nuances of manipulating time, visualizing myself flawlessly freezing and manipulating time to gain an advantage over opponents." Month 6 to 8. During this phase, Izuku focuses on mental training to optimize his decision-making abilities. He practices rapid assessment of situations, analyzing opponents' strengths and weaknesses, and devising strategies accordingly. He engages in simulated battles against multiple opponents, using his time-skipping ability to predict and counter their attacks. Additionally, he studies hero history and famous battles, expanding his knowledge of heroics and drawing inspiration for his own strategies. Izuku's thoughts: "I understand the importance of quick thinking and adaptability in the UA entrance exam. I envision myself making split-second decisions, exploiting opponents' vulnerabilities, and emerging victorious through strategic planning and execution." Month 9 to 10. In the final months leading up to the exam, Izuku integrates all aspects of his training. He combines his physical conditioning, time manipulation abilities, and strategic thinking to engage in practical exercises. He participates in mock exams and battles against fellow aspiring heroes, utilizing his powers and abilities to their fullest potential. He analyzes his performance, identifies areas for improvement, and adapts his techniques accordingly. Izuku's thoughts: "As the UA entrance exam approaches, I'm experiencing a mix of excitement and determination. I know since I was reincarnated, I still possess immense potential and visualize myself excelling in the exam. using my unique blend of physical prowess, time manipulation, and strategic thinking to overcome any challenge and prove my worth as a hero. And thus 10 months have gone by, and it is now time for the UA entrance exam. Day before the UA entrance exam. Izuku spent the day before the UA entrance exams in the warm embrace of his mother, Inko. They decided to spend the day together, creating cherished memories and enjoying each other's company. Inko couldn't help but feel overwhelming pride for her son, seeing how far he had come in life despite not having a quirk like everyone else. She admired his unwavering determination and the way he never let his limitations define him. As they sat together, Inko expressed her deep admiration for Izuku. She acknowledged the darkness and cruelty that his path as an assassin entailed, but understood the noble purpose behind his actions. She saw that he only took lives to protect innocent people and ensure that hope in the hero society they both believed in remained intact. Inko's love for her son was boundless, and she cherished the moments they shared, knowing the challenges they both faced. In their conversation, they reflected on how their lives had unfolded. Izuku shared his gratitude for having Inko as his mother, even though he carried the memories and feelings of both Izuku and Hit within him. Despite the complexity of his existence, he expressed his love for Inko, appreciating her support and understanding. Both of them looked forward to the future, embracing the uncertainty with a sense of hope and determination. They knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they had each other's unwavering support and love to rely on. UA entrance exam. On the day of the UA entrance exam, Izuku made his way towards the UA gate, his heart pounding with excitement and admiration at looking at the UA entrance. As he approached, he unexpectedly found himself face to face with his former friend, Katsuki Bakugo. The air grew tense, memories of their complicated past flashing through Izuku's mind, but that didn't stop his resolve to move forward. Katsuki glared at Izuku, a mixture of surprise and anger evident in his eyes. Well, if IT isn't the useless DKU, what are you doing here? Trying to make a fool of yourself again. Izuku's expression remained calm but determined, his voice steady as he replied, Bakugo, it's been a long time. Bakugo scoffed, his tone filled with arrogance. That's all you have to say? Don't make me laugh. You're still as quirkless as ever. You don't belong here, DKU. You never did. Izuku's eyes met Bakugo's, a resolute determination shining through. You may think my lack of a quirk is a weakness, but I've embraced the power I possess now. I have the strength and skills to succeed, just in a different way. I'm not here to compete with you, Bakugo. I'm here to become the hero I've always aspired to be. Bakugo's expression twisted, a mix of frustration and disbelief. You really think you can surpass me? That's ridiculous. I'll show you once and for all who's better. Izuku's gaze softened, his words sincere. Bakugo, this isn't about being better than each other. It's about fulfilling our own potential and protecting those in need. I hope one day we can understand and support each other's journeys. Bakugo's anger seemed to waver for a moment, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his eyes. Don't think I'll go easy on you, DKU. But if you think you can prove yourself, well, I guess I'll have to see it for myself. As the two former friends parted ways, a mixture of tension and a sliver of hope hung in the air. Izuku understood that his path would not be an easy one. Yet, he remained resolute, knowing that the UA entrance exam would be the first step towards realizing his dreams and beginning his job for the Hero Public Safety Commission. UA exam room. During the UA entrance exam, Present Mike was in the middle of explaining the 1, 2, and 3-pointer robots, and just before he was about to explain the 0-point robots to the gathered students when a boy with bluish-black hair wearing glasses called Tenya Ida abruptly interrupted him. The room fell into a momentary silence as all eyes turned towards Tenya, including Izuku, who sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in deep concentration. Tenya's voice cut through the hush as he addressed Izuku directly. If you're not going to take this exam seriously, then perhaps you should leave. We are all here to prove ourselves, and your lack of focus is disrespectful. Izuku remained seated, his eyes still closed, but a small smile played on his lips. Tenya Ida, was it? Just because my eyes are closed doesn't mean I'm not listening. You interrupted Present Mike before he had a chance to finish explaining. Didn't you? Tenya's brows furrowed in surprise at Izuku/Hit's calm response. Well, yes, but… Interrupting Tenya, Izuku continued, his voice unwavering. The zero-pointer robot, as the name suggests, is worth 0 points. It's an obstacle to be avoided. You should be cautious, but it's not worth wasting your time and energy on. Isn't that right, Present Mike? Present Mike, slightly taken aback by the interruption, nodded with a slight grin. You got it, young listener. The zero-pointer may look intimidating, but remember, it won't contribute to your score. Tenya Ida paused, seemingly considering Izuku's words. The room was filled with murmurs as other students started to realize the truth in Izuku/Hit's statement. Tenya's expression softened, and he took a step back. I apologize for the interruption, Izuku. It seems I jumped to conclusions. Let us all continue with the exam. Izuku opened his eyes, a gleam of determination shining within them. Of course, Tenya, we're all here to give it our best. The tension diffused, and the room returned to the excitement and anticipation that had filled it before. Izuku's words had not only defused the situation but had also gained him respect from his fellow students. As the exam commenced, Izuku remained focused, ready to face the challenges ahead, proving that he was more than just his closed eyes. As Izuku finished the written exam, he double-checked his answers and felt confident in his performance. He walked up to present Mike, handing over his exam with a small smile. Here you go, Present Mike, Izuku said. I've finished the exam. Present Mike glanced at the clock and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Already? Did you finish in just half an hour? Are you sure you don't want to look over your work? Make sure you haven't missed anything? Izuku nodded, his voice filled with assurance. I appreciate your concern, Present Mike, but I'm confident in my answers. I've put a lot of effort into preparing for this exam, and I trust my knowledge and instincts. Present Mike chuckled, impressed by Izuku's confidence. Well, you certainly know how to trust yourself, Midoriya. That's a valuable quality for a hero. All right then, I'll take your exam. Just hang tight until the exam concludes. With that, Izuku found a quiet corner of the exam room. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing, and began to enter a meditative state. Deep within himself, he tapped into his inner reservoir of Ki, harnessing his energy and aligning his mind and body. As time ticked away, Izuku remained still, his focus unwavering. He visualized the upcoming practical exam, the robots he would face, and the strategies he had devised. With each breath, he cultivated a sense of calm and determination, readying himself for the challenges that awaited him. Present Mike, observing Izuku's serene demeanor, approached him with curiosity. Young listener, what are you doing? The practical exam will begin soon. Izuku opened his eyes, a determined spark shining within them. I'm channeling my Ki, Present Mike. It helps me find balance and clarity. I want to be fully prepared for the practical exam. What is Ki? Asked Present Mike, confused. Izuku began to explain what Ki is and how it works. Ki is also known as latent energy or fighting power, which directly translates as life force. This force is a tangible energy inside every living being, with its major focus being in the center of the body. By drawing it out, an individual is able to manipulate it and use it outside the body. Present Mike was shocked about what he was just told, but he thought that Izuku was referring to his quirk's abilities, so he paid it no mind. Present Mike nodded, newfound respect evident in his expression. You've got quite the focus, Midoriya. Keep it up. I have a feeling you'll leave a lasting impression during the practical exam. As the remaining exam time dwindled, Izuku continued to gather his energy and maintain his meditative state. He knew that his preparation and focus would be crucial for the challenges that lay ahead. With his mind sharpened and his Ki flowing, Izuku was ready to face the practical exam head-on and showcase his potential as a hero. In the final 10 minutes before the practical exam, Izuku concluded his meditation and ceased gathering his ki. He calmly made his way toward the designated exam area, determined and focused. As he walked, he changed into his chosen attire, a black long-sleeved sports shirt and black sports pants, ensuring maximum flexibility and comfort for the upcoming challenges. As Izuku arrived at his assigned area, he couldn't help but notice the curious gazes of the girls nearby. Their eyes were drawn to his toned physique, accentuated by the fitted sportswear. While he acknowledged their attention, his mind remained fixed on the task at hand. Standing in the center of the exam area, Izuku felt a surge of adrenaline. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the robots positioned for the exam. His determination intensified, knowing that this was the moment to showcase his abilities. Inner dialogue echoed in Izuku's mind. This is it, Izuku, your chance to prove yourself. All the training and all the preparations have led up to this moment. Show them what you're capable of. Remember your strengths, your techniques, and trust in yourself. As the final seconds ticked away, Izuku's anticipation grew. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. His mind was clear, his body primed, and his spirit unwavering. He was ready to face the practical exam head-on, to adapt, strategize, and demonstrate his skills as the reincarnation of Hit. However, he sometimes forgets that he is talking to himself in the third person when he is in fact both Izuku Midoriya and the legendary assassin Hit. With an air of confidence, Izuku's focus remained unyielding. He knew that success in the exam would not come without challenges, but he embraced them eagerly. The time had come to unleash his full potential and seize the opportunity to prove that he was capable of standing among the aspiring heroes of UA. As the applicants prepared for the practical part of the UA exam, a mix of excitement and nerves filled the air. Izuku stood among them, his demeanor composed and confident. Sensing the tension, he spoke up, his voice carrying a calming tone yet brimming with assurance. Everyone, there's no need to fear. Fear itself can hold us back from achieving our true potential. Instead, let us focus on what we want to achieve, on the goals we've set for ourselves. Embrace this challenge and let your determination guide you. His words resonated with the other applicants, their expressions transforming from apprehension to a renewed sense of purpose. Izuku's words offered a gentle reminder that success required a positive mindset and a clear vision of what they wished to accomplish. UA Monitor Room. The UA teachers, including Ectoplasm, Cementos, Power Loader, 13, Snipe, Vlad King, Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, All Might, and Principal Nizu, watched the scene unfold from the monitor room. They were impressed by the impact Izuku had on the applicants and his ability to inspire and uplift them. Ectoplasm observed with intrigue. This young man has an extraordinary presence. He possesses the ability to instill courage and determination in his peers even before the exam has begun. Cementos nodded in agreement. Indeed, he understands the power of words and motivation. It's commendable to see such leadership qualities in someone so young. Power Loader chimed in. He has a natural talent for guiding others toward their true potential. I'm curious to see how his own abilities will fare in the practical exam. The teachers were captivated by the impact Izuku had on the applicants. They recognized the profound effect his words had, fostering a sense of unity and purpose among the young heroes in training. Back to the exam area. With the practical exam about to commence, the applicants stood tall, and their earlier anxieties transformed into a shared determination. They were ready to confront the 1, 2, 3, and 0-point robots, each harboring their own aspirations and dreams of becoming heroes. At that moment, Izuku's words had sown the seeds of hope and courage, setting the stage for an extraordinary display of resilience and growth. As the exam began, they would face the challenges ahead with newfound strength, fully embracing the opportunity to prove themselves and soar to new heights under the watchful guidance of the UA teachers. As the time for the practical exam approached, anticipation filled the air. The applicants stood at the ready, preparing for the familiar countdown that would signal the start. However, before the expected countdown could be heard, a blur of motion caught everyone by surprise. Izuku had already taken off, speed blitzing past the startled candidates. One of the applicants called out, expressing concern. "Wait! We should wait for the countdown. If you start early, you'll be disqualified." Suddenly, Present Mic's booming voice echoed through the exam grounds, capturing everyone's attention. "What are you waiting for? Follow that guy's lead. In a real fight, there are no countdowns. If you don't hurry up, that guy will end up with all the exam points." His words sparked a mix of excitement and determination among the applicants. The realization that this was a real-life test, where quick thinking and initiative were paramount, electrified the atmosphere. The candidates hesitated no longer, racing after Izuku, their competitive spirits ignited. In the midst of the commotion, thoughts raced through the applicants' minds. Some were filled with adrenaline-fueled enthusiasm, eager to prove their mettle and claim their own share of exam points. Others felt a sense of urgency, not wanting to be left behind, driven by the desire to showcase their abilities. Izuku, feeling the rush of wind against his face, maintained his focus. He understood that this practical exam demanded his utmost speed, agility, and strategic thinking. Every move he made was calculated, his instincts honed by the experiences of his previous life as hit. Though he moved swiftly, he remained mindful of his surroundings, ready to adapt to any obstacle or opponent that crossed his path. As the candidates pursued Izuku, their determination grew stronger with each step. They realized that success would not be handed to them. They had to seize the opportunity and prove their worth. The practical exam had transformed into a fierce race, where every second counted. At that intense moment, the UA practical exam took on a new dimension. The absence of a countdown had stripped away any hesitation, forcing the applicants to trust their instincts and make split-second decisions. They pushed their limits, vying to make their mark and secure their place among the aspiring heroes. With Present Mic's voice still ringing in their ears, the candidates poured all their efforts into the pursuit, ready to face any challenge that awaited them on the path to becoming true heroes. Within the first minute of the practical exam, Izuku astonished everyone as he swiftly accumulated 30 points. The other applicants watched in awe, marveling at his exceptional abilities. Whispers spread through the crowd as they speculated about the nature of his quirk. Meanwhile, in the monitor room, the UA teachers couldn't help but express their curiosity. Nizu, the principal, was requested to pull up Izuku's file to uncover the truth. As the information appeared on the screen, the teachers were taken aback. Izuku was listed as quirkless, leaving them perplexed and eager to understand how he exhibited such remarkable skills. Ectoplasm, observing the monitor, voiced his astonishment. "Incredible! How is he doing all of this without a quirk? His speed, strength, and precision are extraordinary." Cementos chimed in, his expression a mix of intrigue and admiration. "And his control. He's attacking with pinpoint accuracy, avoiding collateral damage. It's as if he possesses years of training and experience." 13, her eyes fixed on the screen, added her thoughts. "His movements are so fluid and graceful. It's clear that every action is intentional, executed with the utmost precision." As the exam continued, Izuku demonstrated not only his formidable fighting skills, but also his discernment in aiding his fellow applicants. He strategically offered assistance when he deemed it necessary, recognizing their capabilities and assessing the situation accurately. Power Loader watched in awe, his voice filled with wonder. "Look at how he assesses the situation and provides support to others. It's like he has an innate sense of when to step in and lend a hand." Vlad King, his eyes fixed on Izuku's display, nodded in approval. "He's truly a remarkable individual. It's rare to witness such control and power, especially from someone without a quirk." As the practical exam progressed, the teachers remained captivated by Izuku's exceptional skills and his ability to surpass the expectations placed upon him. They marveled at his precise control, his unwavering focus, and his innate understanding of heroism. In the midst of the excitement, Izuku remained driven, drawing upon the vast experience and wisdom inherited from his previous life as Hit. Though he lacked a quirk, he had honed his abilities to an extraordinary level, utilizing his superhuman speed, strength, agility, and energy blasts with remarkable precision. As whispers and questions continued to circulate, Izuku pressed on, displaying his unwavering dedication to the path of heroism. He fought with a sense of purpose and a commitment to protect, exemplifying the qualities that made him stand out among the aspiring heroes of UA. Other exam grounds. In various sections of the UA practical exam grounds, the other applicants showcased their impressive abilities, adding to the excitement and intensity of the event. Among them, an ash-blonde individual with explosive power exhibited exceptional combat skills, their prowess evident as they unleashed their quirk. Another participant, a girl with blush marks on her cheeks, utilized her zero-gravity quirk to effortlessly hurl robots from the sky. Meanwhile, Tenya Ida, known for his interruption during the written exam, showcased his remarkable speed quirk, utilizing the engines in his calves to dart across the battlefield with agility and precision. These remarkable displays of power and skill caught the attention of the UA teachers. Watching the candidates in action, the teachers exchanged comments and observations. Ectoplasm, his eyes scanning the monitors, remarked, "We have a good number of talented first years this time around. Their abilities are quite impressive." Cementos nodded in agreement, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the potential of this new generation is promising. It will be interesting to see what else they have in store for us this semester. 13. Observing the applicants with a keen eye, joined in the conversation. These individuals are already demonstrating remarkable control and understanding of their quirks. I anticipate great things from them. Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, couldn't help but express his mild annoyance amidst the excitement. We have quite a diverse group this year. I just hope they don't give me too much trouble during the semester. As the practical exam continued, the grounds were filled with the sounds of battling robots and the determined shouts of the participants. The combined efforts and impressive skills of the applicants showcased the immense potential within UA's student body. Amidst the fierce competition, a sense of camaraderie began to emerge. The applicants admired one another's talents and pushed themselves to new heights. The practical exam served not only as a demonstration of individual prowess but also as a testament to the collective strength and unity among the aspiring heroes. The teachers closely monitored the participants, eagerly anticipating the developments that would unfold during the semester. They recognized the incredible abilities and determination displayed by the first-year students, foreseeing a promising future for heroics at UA. Back with Izuku. The UA entrance exam battleground was filled with chaos as Izuku Midoriya, brimming with newfound confidence, darted through the throngs of 1, 2, and 3-pointer robots. With each movement, he showcased his remarkable speed and strength, leaving a trail of stunned onlookers in his wake. Izuku's muscles rippled as he effortlessly evaded the robotic assailants. His reflexes honed to perfection, he weaved through their attacks with uncanny precision. With a burst of power, he delivered devastating blows, sending robots flying in every direction. As Izuku continued his relentless assault, he unleashed his KI blasts, forming them with a mastery that belied his age. The explosive energy tore through the robotic adversaries, reducing them to twisted metal and sparking circuits. But Izuku's heroism didn't end there. Amidst the chaos, he found himself aiding other UA applicants who struggled against the onslaught of robots. He zipped through the battlefield, providing support and encouragement to those in need. He extended a hand to a fellow applicant cornered by a group of 2-pointers, swiftly dispatching the assailants with a flurry of punches and kicks. With his guidance and assistance, they were able to regroup and continue the fight. Izuku's presence alone became a beacon of hope for the aspiring heroes. His unwavering determination and unwavering belief in the potential of others inspired those around him to push beyond their limits. Throughout the battle, onlookers marveled at Izuku's extraordinary display of power, agility, and leadership. Whispers of his prowess spread like wildfire, earning him respect and admiration from both peers and instructors. Within the first 10 minutes of the practical exam, Izuku amassed an impressive total of 150 points. He seamlessly maneuvered through all the robots, aiding his fellow UA applicants while ensuring the integrity of the simulated city remained intact. Unbeknownst to anyone, Izuku utilized his time skip technique, reducing his reaction time by more than half and maximizing his abilities to their fullest potential. However, the remarkable display of his skills and the quirkless designation in Izuku's file raised concerns in the mind of All Might. A nagging thought surfaced. Was there a possibility that this remarkable student was somehow connected to All for One? Could this kid be a descendant or even someone who had made a deal with the notorious villain to possess multiple quirks? If true, it would imply that All for One might still be alive. All Might shares his suspicions with Principal Nizu, who agreed to address the matter and have a conversation with Izuku upon his entry to UA as a first-year student. As Izuku felt satisfied with his accumulated points, he used the remaining time to observe the others, ready to assist wherever his help was needed. Even if the exam is 2 hours long, he didn't need much time to pass it all. As the exam progressed, Principal Nizu decided it was time to introduce the 0-point robots into the exam grounds. With a push of a red button, Power Loader activated the 0-pointers, challenging the applicants to demonstrate their true character in the face of fear and stress. As the 0-pointers began their menacing advance, panic gripped the remaining participants, causing them to scatter in fear. However, Izuku remained calm, his expression unwavering. His gaze caught sight of a girl with brown hair and blush cheeks trapped amidst the rubble, right where the 0-pointers were approaching. Swiftly, Izuku used his Ki to leap toward the girl, offering his assistance. "Are you okay? What's your name?" he asked. She replied, "Achiko Uraraka." Izuku assured her that he would save her, and in an instant, they seemingly teleported away from the imminent danger of the 0-pointers. He entrusted Tenya Ida, who happened to be nearby, with watching over Achiko, to which Tenya responded with a determined look and a resolute affirmation. As Izuku reappeared in front of the advancing 0-pointers, his determination burning bright, he unleashed a super-concentrated Ki blast, obliterating the robots into debris with incredible precision. The display of his power left everyone in awe, their faces filled with astonishment and curiosity about the mysterious individual and his extraordinary strength. Thanks to that, Izuku earned another 50 points, gathering 200 points total. In that pivotal moment, the truth of Izuku's abilities began to unfold, leaving both the UA teachers and the applicants captivated by the unparalleled potential he possessed. The questions and wonderings lingered in the minds of everyone present, eager to learn more about this enigmatic newcomer and the depths of his strength. Thus, the end of the exam came, and everyone was told to go to Recovery Girl to heal up or may change clothes to go home and wait for the results to be calculated. Later in the day, Izuku, dressed in his middle school uniform, returned home with a mixture of excitement and confidence bubbling within him. He found his mother, Inko Midoriya, in the living room, anxiously awaiting his arrival. As he entered, his face lit up with a wide grin. "Mom, guess what? I made it. I passed the UA entrance exams," Izuku exclaimed, with a smile containing his enthusiasm. Inko's eyes widened with joy and pride, her voice trembling with excitement. "Izuku, that's incredible. I knew you could do it. Tell me everything. How did it go?" Izuku's excitement overflowed as he recounted the events of the entrance exams, from the written test to the practical examination. He described how he faced the 0-point robots and, in the final moments, unleashed his incredible power, reducing them to mere debris. "And then, Mom, I used my abilities to completely destroy the 0-point robots. They couldn't even stand a chance against me?" Izuku exclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence and pride. Inko's eyes widened in astonishment, pride washing over her. She could hardly believe the tremendous growth her son had achieved. Izuku, you've become so strong. I'm amazed and proud of how far you've come. With a sparkle in his eyes, Izuku continued, his voice filled with conviction. And that's not all, Mom. I contacted the Hero Public Safety Commission to inform them about my performance. They were impressed, and I assured them that I am guaranteed a place at UA High School without any problems. Inko's face glowed with a mixture of joy and relief. Izuku, my dear, this is wonderful news. I'm so proud of you. Your determination and hard work have paid off. As Izuku's achievements sank in, Inko couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude and pride for her son. She embraced him tightly, tears of happiness streaming down her face. You've become an incredible young man, Izuku. Your dreams are within reach, and I will always be here to support you, Inko whispered, her voice filled with love and admiration. Well, I do still have my job as an assassin and have been basically doing my own brand of hero work for a while now, but thank you for all your support, Mom, Izuku said with a small smile on his face. Inko just laughs a little because of his humor. With his acceptance into UA High School secured and the unwavering support of his mother, Izuku's journey as a hero continues. The Hero Public Safety Commission recognized his potential, and the world eagerly awaited the emergence of a new symbol of hope and inspiration. Izuku Midoriya, armed with his powers and unwavering determination, was ready to embark on a path that would shape the future of heroism. Early morning. As the morning sun began to peek over the horizon, casting its gentle rays through the curtains, Izuku Midoriya, also known as Hit, stirred in his bed. The alarm clock read 3:30 a.m., signaling the start of another rigorous day. With a determined resolve, Hit swung his legs off the side of the bed, ready to face the challenges ahead. The room was bathed in a soft glow as Hit began his morning exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and side-to-side crunches, each repetition pushing his body to its limits. The rhythmic thud of his movements filled the room, echoing his unwavering determination. Next came the weightlifting, bench presses, and deadlifts, the clinking of metal plates mingling with the sound of Hit's steady breathing. He pushed his muscles to their thresholds, honing his physical prowess. In the spacious gym provided by the Hero Public Safety Commission, Hit laced up his running shoes. He set off with disciplined strides, his feet pounding against the treadmill, each step a testament to his unwavering dedication. The minutes ticked by as he tested the limits of his endurance, pushing himself to achieve greater speeds. Stepping into the pristine pool, Hit immersed himself in the cool water. Stroke by stroke, he propelled himself forward, the rhythmic splash soothing his mind as he embraced the meditative rhythm of swimming. With each lap, his muscles worked in perfect harmony, further refining his physique. Exiting the pool, Hit's gaze turned to the open skies above. He harnessed his Ki and activated his ability to fly, his body enveloped in an aura of Ki. Ascending into the air, he soared with grace and precision, executing intricate flight patterns. Each twist and turn was calculated, his mind working in perfect synchrony with his ever-evolving powers. With the clock ticking closer to 6:30 a.m., Hit wrapped up his morning routine and headed towards the showers. 10 minutes later, he emerged, his body refreshed and invigorated. Not a trace of sweat remained as he dressed swiftly, a testament to his meticulous nature. Entering the kitchen, Izuku was greeted by the aroma of pancakes and sizzling bacon. His mother, Inko, beamed with pride as she set the table. The sound of their conversation filled the air as they shared their morning meal, laughter and love weaving through their every word. Inko's eyes glistened with a mixture of pride and bittersweet emotions. My dear Izuku, you've come so far. I'm proud of you for making it into UA and achieving the highest score. All Might himself would be impressed. Izuku's smile radiated warmth as he embraced his mother. Thank you, Mom. Your unwavering support has been the driving force behind my journey. I love you, and I promise to make you proud. After bidding Inko farewell, Izuku stepped into the waiting limo, a symbol of his new path. The vehicle glided through the waking city, carrying him toward UA High School. Within the limo, a video phone message awaited him, reminding him of his mission at UA, to keep a watchful eye on All Might and act as a bodyguard for Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku's mind buzzed with anticipation and curiosity as he pondered the significance of his role. He knew that UA held countless challenges and opportunities, and he was ready to face them head-on. As the limo approached the gates of UA High School, Izuku's resolve solidified. The weight of his responsibilities sat firmly upon his shoulders, but he felt ready. With unwavering determination and the support of the Hero Public Safety Commission, Izuku stepped out of the vehicle and onto the path that would lead him toward a destiny he was determined to shape. At UA High School. As the clock struck 7:30 a.m., Izuku made his way through the bustling halls of UA High School towards Class 1A. The distant sound of yelling reached his ears, and he recognized it as Bakugu's explosive temper. Approaching the oversized classroom door, Izuku prepared himself for what lay beyond. Pushing the door open, Izuku was met with a scene of chaos. Bakugu's voice reverberated through the room, his anger echoing against the walls. Izuku observed his classmates, some seemingly unfazed by the commotion, while others exchanged worried glances. Amidst the noise, Izuku's gaze landed on a curled up in a sleeping bag near the back of the instructor's desk. It was none other than the underground hero, Eraserhead, the enigmatic teacher known for his disheveled appearance and no-nonsense attitude. Izuku marveled at how effortlessly Mr. Aizawa blended into the chaos, his presence seemingly unnoticed by the rest of the class. Izuku's mind raced as he considered the situation. Rather than adding to the cacophony, he chose to observe silently, recognizing that speaking up would only escalate the tension. He understood the value of timing and strategic action. As his eyes met Mr. Aizawa's, a flicker of surprise crossed the teacher's face. He watched as Izuku seamlessly integrated himself into the classroom dynamic, his silent observation standing out amidst the chaos. Impressed by Izuku's composure and perceptiveness, Mr. Aizawa nodded approvingly. The atmosphere in Class 1A was tense as Katsuki Bakugu stormed the classroom after his heated argument with Tenya Ida. His anger was palpable, and everyone could feel the tension in the air. As Bakugu's gaze scanned the room, his eyes landed on Izuku, who had been sitting quietly at his desk since arriving and avoiding Bakugu's argument with Ida. The sight of his former childhood friend only fueled Bakugu's resentment. "What the hell are you doing here, DKU?" Bakugu sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Izuku looked up calmly, meeting Bakugu's intense gaze. "I'm here because I earned my place at UA, just like everyone else," he replied firmly. Bakugu's fists clenched, his anger bubbling to the surface. "Yeah, right. Like I'm supposed to believe that you, a quirkless loser, somehow managed to get into this school." He spat, his tone mocking. "That's enough, Bakugu," Tenya Ida interjected, standing up for Izuku. "We all passed the entrance exam fair and square. There's no need for baseless accusations." The rest of the class watched the confrontation unfold, divided in their opinions. Some sympathized with Izuku/Hit, while others remained wary due to his exceptional performance during the tests. Izuku, undeterred by Bakugu's hostility, remained composed. "I worked hard and gave it my all. Accusing me of cheating is unfair and not what a true hero would do," he stated firmly. Bakugu's face twisted with rage. "Who cares about you wanting to be a hero? I'm gonna be the best hero, and you're just in my way," he bellowed, lunging at Izuku. With an agility that surprised the class, Izuku dodged Bakugu's attack effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. The other students gasped in astonishment at his speed and skill. "Dude, did you see that? He dodged that guy's attack like it was nothing." A boy with a lighting blot in his blonde hair, known as Denki Kaminari, exclaimed in disbelief. Momo Yaoyorozu watched the scene unfold with a mix of concern and curiosity. "He's definitely not just a regular student. There's something different about him. As the tension in the room mounted, the rest of the class remained unaware of Mr. Aizawa's presence until he chose to reveal himself. With a swift motion, he emerged from his sleeping bag, capturing the attention of the unruly students. The room fell silent as Mr. Aizawa's stern gaze swept over the room. Observing this interaction, Izuku felt a strong sense of respect and anticipation. He understood that Mr. Aizawa's presence commanded respect, a stark contrast to the volatile energy surrounding Bakugo. As the classroom settled down, Mr. Aizawa began to address the students, his voice firm and unwavering. Izuku listened intently, absorbing every word, aware that this was a crucial moment to understand the dynamics of his new classmates. It took you all of 5 minutes to shut up, quiet down, and notice me. That's no good. Although the only one that I won't be reprimanding is Midoriya because he knew that I was in the classroom the whole time and only spoke when he needed to, said Mr. Aizawa with a neutral expression. Taking out some PE uniforms, Mr. Aizawa tells the class, "Go to the changing room and meet me outside on the field. We are going to be doing a quirk apprehension test." "But sir, what about orientation? We are going to miss it if we don't show up," said Achiko Uraraka with a confused expression. "We only have 3 years to make you into decent heroes. If you want to waste time on pointless ceremonies, then you should have gone to a normal school," said Mr. Aizawa with a cold tone. Without saying a word, Izuku walks up to the front, grabs a PE uniform, and makes his way over to the changing room. "You should follow Midoriya's lead. At this rate, he will be the only student worth teaching in Class 1A, stated Mr. Aizawa with a creepy smile that gave the class chills down their spines, having heard that everyone began to make their way over to change into the PE uniforms and catch up with Izuku. UA changing room. As Izuku moved at a fast speed to the UA changing room, he quickly changes, and with his observation of the room, he noticed a small hole in the wall leading to the girls' changing. Thus, he takes it upon himself to seal it with a bit of his Ki, melting it shut, and then seemingly teleporting to the quirk field before anyone can arrive. UA quirk field. Making his way over to the quirk field, Mr. Aizawa is surprised that there is someone already waiting even before he does. Thought to himself, this kid is different from all the other students. He thinks before taking action. He doesn't speak until he decides to, and he is rather calm. Too calm. I'll have to see how he reacts to what I'll say about the quirk apprehension test." Back at the UA changing room. In the UA changing room, the guys noticed that Izuku wasn't there, and they all thought it was strange because they just saw him enter but didn't see him change or leave until they made their way outside where he was waiting with Mr. Aizawa. Back with the quirk field. One by one, the students showed up, and this annoyed Mr. Aizawa as he exclaimed, "It all of you 15 minutes to arrive, and that's no good. Time is precious, and we can't have you using so much of it. Pro heroes need to be able to take action as soon as possible and with very little time. If it took almost all of you this long, then we will have a hard time teaching you anything." After listening to this, one student with purple balls on his head said, "Hey, wait, what about the guy with messy dark green curly hair? He's not here. Why should you exclude him for not showing up at all?" "If you're referring to me, I have been here right from the start," said Izuku, leaning on the wall right behind all of them with a calm, cool tone in his voice. This shocked the whole class because they didn't even notice him, but Izuku simply explained that he can erase his presence by emptying his mind. Moving on, Mr. Aizawa asked Midoriya, "What was the fastest time on your softball throw during middle school?" Izuku said, "It was about 85 meters. Tossing a softball over to Izuku, Mr. Aizawa stated for him to throw the ball hard as he can, but this time use his quirk and don't leave the circle, but anything goes. And since he got both the top score and the highest score in the exam, he gets to go first." This statement made. A hushed anticipation settled over the class. As Izuku stepped up to the plate, he held the softball in his hand, his dark purple Ki subtly enveloping it. With a quick motion, he released the ball into the air. It soared into the sky, faster and higher than anyone could track, until it disappeared from sight. The class watched in stunned silence as the softball left the atmosphere, a trail of energy left in its wake. The scoreboard blinked, unable to comprehend the distance it had reached, displaying the score as 10,000 meters. Wide eyes turned to Izuku, disbelief etched on their faces. Hachiko Uraraka's jaw dropped. Did he just? Bakugo, however, was the first to react, his rage fueling his actions. Damn it, DKU. Trying to outdo me, are you? Tell me how you did that or you're dead. He ignited his explosion quirk, launching himself at Izuku. But in a split second, Izuku's eyes flashed, and his body seemed to blur. Bakugo's attack hit nothing but air, and he crashed into the ground face first, leaving a trail of debris. Mr. Aizawa, swift to respond, was there in an instant. Bakugo, do something like that again, and I won't hesitate to expel you from the hero course, got it? Said with a cold tone that sent him into both anger and frustration. Yes, sir, said Bakugo with rage present in his response. Just wait, Deku, I will kill you and show everyone who's the strongest in the class and become the future #1 hero. Thought Bakugo. Wow, that was crazy. And we get to use our quirks as much as we want. This is going to be fun, said a pink-skinned girl with horns on her head. So you think it's going to be all fun and games during your time here? Then how's this for fun? The person in last place will be expelled from the hero course and be deemed to not have any potential, said Mr. Aizawa with a cold but serious tone. Most of the class aside from Izuku, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Bakugo said, What, but that's not fair, we all worked really hard to get here, you can't just expel us if we do badly on one test. It's not fair. How can we just be expelled from one test you give us? Mina Ashido exclaimed, her frustration evident. Hantasiro, a boy with a tape quirk, shook his head, disbelief in his eyes. Yeah, we're supposed to be training to become heroes, not just getting rid of people who aren't strong enough yet. Izuku's expression remained calm, but his words carried weight as he spoke up. Is it fair that villains attack without warning? Are natural disasters fair? Is it fair when innocent people die or get killed? The class fell silent, his words sinking in. Izuku continued, his voice steady and resolute. The world is filled with many things, but fairness isn't always one of them. We can't control everything that happens, but we can control how we respond and what we do to make a difference. Focus on what you can do and keep moving forward. As his words hung in the air, the class's initial protest transformed into contemplation. They exchanged glances, their perspectives shifting as they considered Izuku's words. It was a reminder that the path to becoming heroes was filled with challenges and uncertainties, but their determination and actions were what truly mattered. Amid the thoughtful silence, Izuku's message resonated, a beacon of wisdom in a world that often defied fairness. The class's resolve only grew stronger, and they were reminded that their journey was about more than just competition. It was about becoming heroes who could make a meaningful impact, no matter the circumstances. The students of Class 1A gathered with a mix of excitement and nerves. After witnessing Izuku's power and listening to his words of wisdom, they wanted to know more about him. The air buzzed with anticipation as they prepared to showcase their abilities. As the tests commenced, all eyes were on Izuku. Immediately caught everyone's attention. Class 1A each had their turns for the softball throw, with Ochako Uraraka's performance being impressive, her gravity manipulation providing her with a score of infinity. The 50-meter dash kicked off the competition, and the students raced with determination. Bakugo's explosive speed left an impressive trail of sparks, while Ida's Ingenium legacy propelled him forward with precision. In the 50-meter dash, Izuku's speed was unmatched. He effortlessly surged ahead, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Whoa! Did you see that? Midoriya just zoomed past like a bullet, Tsuyu Azui exclaimed, her eyes widening in amazement. Mina Ashido chimed in, Yeah, he's like a real-life superhero. Next, the grip strength test put their physical prowess to the test. Kirishima's hardened fists gripped the device, showcasing his unyielding determination. Sato's sugar-infused strength was a force to be reckoned with, and Ojiro's agile tail displayed his precise control. As they moved on the test, Izuku effortlessly crushed the device in his hand, garnering awed gasps from his classmates. That's insane. How is he so strong? Ijiro Kirishima marveled. Bakugo, on the other hand, grew increasingly infuriated as he struggled to achieve the same level of strength. "This is ridiculous. I won't be outdone by that quirkless weakling," he growled. In the standing long jump, Toru Hagakure's invisible determination launched her forward, while Shiro's tape-enhanced leap was met with cheers from his classmates. The standing long jump came next for Izuku soared through the air with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. His agility and precision were unmatched, leading to yet another first-place victory. "His control and precision are on a whole different level," Masahiro Ojiro observed in awe. Fumikage Tokoyami added, "Indeed, his movements are as smooth as the darkness that surrounds him." The repeated sidesteps saw Mina Ishido's agility shine, while Denki Kaminari's quick movements showcased his quirk's potential for speed. Next came the repeated sidesteps, which were executed flawlessly by Izuku, his movements precise and calculated. Classmates marveled at his control, wondering how he managed to maintain such precision. The distance run proved no different, with Izuku displaying an uncanny level of endurance and stamina. "How does he keep going like that?" Tenya Ida wondered, impressed. In the seated toe touch and sit UPS, Jiro's core strength and determination were evident, and the class watched with awe as each student gave their all. As the evaluations continued with the seated toe touch and sit UPS, Izuku continued to dominate, leaving a trail of bewildered and impressed classmates behind him. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, and Fumikage Tokoyami praised Izuku's abilities, recognizing his skill and dedication. Throughout the tests, Izuku's classmates couldn't help but marvel at his prowess, attributing his performance to some undiscovered quirk. "I bet he's hiding some amazing power. He's got to be," Shiro hypothesized. Yet, despite the accolades, Midoriya remained resolute in his claim of being quirkless. "I believe him," Shoto Todoroki said, his gaze fixed on Midoriya. "There's a sense of truth in his words." As the evaluations concluded, Mr. Aizawa acknowledged that Izuku's abilities were indeed extraordinary, yet he found himself unable to erase them. "I've never seen anything like this," he muttered under his breath. Izuku's sincerity and composure, coupled with the evidence of his quirkless status, convinced the teacher that there was more to this young hero than met the eye, leaving everyone in awe of Izuku's unprecedented display of power. Yet, amidst the astonishment, Mr. Aizawa's voice cut through the hushed atmosphere. "Having the results of the tests finished, it shows Izuku in first place in all events, and in last place was Minoru Mineta. No, this can be. Can he be expelled? I haven't even gotten a chance to have my own harem," he exclaimed with tears in his eyes. All the girls looked at him with disgusted expressions. "Oh, by the way, nobody is getting expelled. That was just a logical disputation to make you'll try harder," Mr. Aizawa explained with a creepy grin on his face. "What, did you guys not know that? I thought it was obvious. Should have I said something?" Momo Yaoyorozu said with a calm expression and tone. Most of the class said in unison, "Yes." Izuku spoke up. "Actually expelled an entire class last year for not having any potential to speak of, isn't that right, sensei?" said completely serious. He only nodded in agreement. Mineta steamed to his great relief. "I am saved. That doesn't mean that he won't change his mind later," Izuku stated coldly. "Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa began, his gaze fixed on the young hero in training. "I have been observing your performance closely. It's clear that you're holding back, not fully utilizing your abilities." Izuku's expression remained neutral, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Mr. Aizawa, I was wondering when you would have noticed, but I didn't think you would approach me after all the tests were completed," said Izuku with a neutral expression. The class exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend Mr. Aizawa's words. "Holding back? But he's been outperforming everyone by a wide margin," Momo Yaoyorozu said, her mind racing. Bakugu's frustration was evident as he muttered, "If he's holding back, then what the hell else is he hiding from me?" Mr. Aizawa's eyes bore into Izuku's, a challenge in his gaze. "Prove me right. Do the softball test again," But this time, I want you to use your full power. Show me your limits. The request hung in the air, tension thickening as everyone awaited Izuku's response. Izuku nodded, understanding the significance of the challenge. With determination in his eyes, he picked up another softball, his dark purple Ki subtly coiling around it. As he released the ball, the air crackled with energy, and the softball shot into the sky with incredible velocity. The class watched in awe as the scoreboard struggled to keep up with the rapidly increasing numbers. The display finally settled on a score that was even higher than before, a feat previously believed impossible. The astonishment in the air was palpable. Mr. Aizawa's words had not been in vain. Izuku had indeed pushed himself further. The students were left speechless, grappling with the reality that their classmate was even more powerful than they had ever imagined. As the softball finally disappeared from view, Izuku turned to Mr. Aizawa. Is this sufficient? Izuku's performance left jaws dropping. He focused his dark purple Ki into the ball, launching it into the sky with incredible force, earning a score of infinity. Did he just send that ball into orbit? Denki Kaminari exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unbelievable! It's like he has superpowers, but he says he is still quirkless. Kyokujiro said, her curiosity piqued. Bakugu's anger boiled over, demanding an explanation, but Izuku remained unfazed, calmly stating it was his own strength and control that produced such results. You think you're so special, DKU? Show me how you did that, Bakugu roared. Izuku simply replied, unfaltering in the face of Bakugu's rage. I've already explained it, Bakugu. It's not a quirk. It's hard work and Ki control. Mr. Aizawa nodded, his expression unreadable. Very well done, Midoriya. The class exchanged odd glances. Their perceptions of Midoriya forever altered. They couldn't help but marvel at the depths of his power and determination, realizing that his journey as a hero was far from ordinary. First day comes to an end. As the school day came to an end, Izuku made his way to the UA gate, where a sleek and luxurious limo was waiting for him, provided by the Hero Public Safety Commission. His fellow classmates gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight. Whoa, look at that car. Is that Midoriya's ride? Denki Kaminari exclaimed, staring in awe. Midoriya, you never mentioned you had such a fancy limo. Are you rich or something? Mina Ashido chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Izuku chuckled, trying to downplay the situation. It's not mine, really. It's just transportation provided by the government to help me get to and from school. The other students exchanged glances, still amazed by the opulence of the vehicle. Bakugu, however, scowled at the sight. Humph, showing off, huh? Trying to act all high and mighty with your fancy ride. He muttered under his breath. Izuku frowned, shaking his head. Bakugu, it's not like that. I'm just using the resources available to me to make sure I can focus on my studies and hero training. Meanwhile, the teachers, including All Might, observed the scene from a distance, their interest piqued by the sight of the luxurious limo. All Might, in particular, was curious about Midoriya's connections with some unknown government support. He certainly has some impressive backing, All Might noted, thinking about the resources provided to Midoriya. Present Mike chimed in. Yeah, but it makes you wonder who he really is. Not every student has a limo waiting for them after school, especially if it's provided to him by the government. Who do you guys think it is? Principal Nizu watched with a keen eye, always attuned to the mysteries surrounding his students. Indeed, there's more to Midoriya than meets the eye. Back among the students, Achiko Uraraka couldn't help but feel curious. Izuku is always so modest, but this limo makes me wonder if he has some hidden background. Tsuyu Azui nodded, her analytical mind at work. It is quite a mystery, but I'm sure there's a reason behind it all. The rumors and speculations about Izuku's background began to circulate around the school, adding to the intrigue surrounding the seemingly ordinary boy. Some wondered if he came from a wealthy family, while others speculated about connections to powerful hero agencies. Izuku, unaware of the chatter around him, continued to be focused on his studies and training, keeping his past a closely guarded secret, but the HPSC didn't say that he couldn't tell anyone that he has connections with government officials, since knowing about that poses no threat to them. He knew that his journey to becoming a hero was his own, and the limo was just a small part of the support he received. As the days passed, the curiosity about Izuku's limo only grew, and the mystery of his background deepened. The truth remained hidden, but one thing was clear: Izuku's presence at UA was leaving an indelible mark on everyone around him, sparking admiration, intrigue, and even jealousy. Arriving home. As the day's activities at UA came to an end, Izuku/Hit returned home, his mind still processing the events that had unfolded. He entered his house to find his mother, Inko Midoriya, waiting with a warm smile. "Welcome back, Izuku," Inko greeted, her eyes shining with pride. "How was your day at school?" Izuku returned the smile, a mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction evident on his face. "It was eventful, Mom. Lots of training and tests." He moved to the living room, where a communication device provided by the Hero Public Safety Commission awaited his report. After connecting, he relayed the details of his day. "I didn't see All Might at school today, but I could sense he was nearby watching me," he began, his tone thoughtful. "I also kept a close watch on Momo Yaoyorozu, as per the request of her father. She seems to be adjusting well." The voice on the other end, representing the HPSC, responded, "Good work, Hit. And how did your homeroom teacher situation turn out?" Hit's expression shifted to a more serious one. "My homeroom teacher is Mr. Aizawa, also known as the Underground Pro Hero Eraserhead. He's a strict teacher, but I can see his dedication to our training." The voice chuckled. "Eraserhead? Huh? That should keep things interesting. Your classmates' reactions about you and your support of us." "They were surprised, to say the least," Hit admitted. "I assured them that I have the support of a government program, but I revealed nothing about working with the Hero Public Safety Commission. And that seemed to satisfy their curiosity for now about me leaving in a fancy limo, but eventually Principal Nizu and All Might are going to have word with me at some point. I can just feel it in the air." The voice on the communication device sounded pleased. "Good job handling the situation. Remember, maintaining your cover is crucial. And now you're free for the rest of the day. Relax and recharge, Hit." Izuku's shoulders visibly relaxed, a sense of relief washing over him. "Thank you. I appreciate it." As the communication ended, Inko approached her son, concern etching her features. "Izuku, dear, are you doing okay? You've been through a lot today." Izuku smiled at his mother's genuine worry. "I'm fine, Mom, just a bit tired. But I promise to take it easy for the rest of the day." Inko's expression softened with maternal affection. "All right, just remember to take care of yourself. I'm always here if you need anything." Izuku nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. "I know, Mom. Thank you." With the reassurance of his mother's support, Izuku retreated to his room, his thoughts a mixture of the day's events and the path ahead. As he settled in for a moment of relaxation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of purpose and determination, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in his journey to become a hero. Battle Training Exercise. As the next day of UA went underway, the students of Class 1A waited to see what they were going to take part in this class session, as well as awaited to see who would be teaching them. As all the students were going to do, they had conversations about themselves, with Izuku engaging in an intellectual conversation with Momo Yaoyorozu about how the hero course is going for them so far and what they both expect to unfold for today's class activities. However, the sound of footsteps interrupted the class as they seemed to be getting louder and louder when out come through the door came out All Might in all his heroic glory. "I am here coming through the door like a normal person," said All Might with a loud voice and his signature smile. "No way it's All Might," said Denki Kaminari with a surprised and excited look on his face. "Wow, he is a teacher here that's so manly," said Eijiro Kirishima with the same expression as Kaminari. "Isn't he wearing his Silver Age costume?" said Tio Azui, noticing it first. The day All Might came to Class 1A for combat training, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The students were excited to learn from the symbol of peace himself. As All Might explained the importance of hero costumes, the room seemed to buzz with excitement. "All right, my young heroes, as you embark on your journey to become pro-heroes, your costumes will be crucial in aiding your hero work." All Might boomed, his presence commanding attention. As he said those words, the walls around the classroom seemed to shift, revealing cases with hero costumes, each marked with a number. The students gasped at the sight of their potential hero outfits. However, All Might noticed that Izuku Midoriya didn't seem to have a case with a costume. His brows furrowed in concern as he approached the young hero. "Young Midoriya, it seems like you don't have your costume case. Did you forget to submit a hero costume design?" All Might asked. To everyone's surprise, Izuku calmly responded, "No, I have my costume right here." He revealed a sleek black case, identical to the ones holding other students' costumes. As he opened the case, the room fell silent. Inside lay the same assassin uniform that Hit once wore in his previous life. The suit was form-fitting, designed for stealth and efficiency. All Might's eyes widened in recognition. "That's an interesting choice of costume, young Midoriya," he remarked cautiously. Izuku nodded, unfazed by the attention. "It's the outfit I'm most comfortable and proficient in. During my time with the Hero Public Safety Commission, it proved to be the most effective for my work." Murmurs spread through the classroom as the students whispered amongst themselves, intrigued and curious about Izuku's past. All Might couldn't help but feel a mixture of concern and curiosity. An assassin? That is what it looks like. An assassin outfit. That sounds so cool. Denki Kaminari blurted out, breaking the tension. Hit's expression remained unchanged. "It's not about being cool. It's about efficiency and getting the job done." All Might nodded thoughtfully, understanding the young hero's perspective. "You're right, Midoriya. A hero costume should reflect who you are and what you stand for. If this outfit represents you and your abilities, then it's the right choice." Izuku appreciated All Might's understanding. "Thank you, All Might. I'll use this outfit to the best of my abilities to become a true hero." Class 1A was buzzing with excitement. The students had put a lot of thought into their hero costumes, each reflecting their unique personalities and quirks. As they gathered in the training area, they couldn't help but admire each other's outfits. "Wow, Uraraka, your costume is amazing. Kirishima, you look like a real tank. Look at Jiro's new earphone jacks. They're so cool." The compliments flew back and forth as the students admired the creativity and functionality of their classmates' costumes. It was a moment of camaraderie, a reminder that they were all here to become heroes. But the most dramatic entrance was yet to come. As the awe-inspiring bike came to a stop, Izuku Midoriya, or rather Hit, arrived on the scene. He didn't wear a conventional hero costume like the rest of his classmates. Instead, he stood there, clad in his assassin outfit. The students couldn't help but be taken aback by his appearance. Izuku's attire was sleek and tactical, adorned with a mix of dark and vibrant colors. It was clear that every element served a purpose, making him look both enigmatic and formidable. His calm and collected demeanor added to the aura of mystery that surrounded him. The reaction among his classmates was mixed. Most were impressed and intrigued by the outfit, recognizing that it suited Izuku's unique style. They admired his confidence in making a bold choice. Their murmurs of approval and curiosity filled the air. However, Bakugo scowled, his competitive spirit flaring. "What the hell are you wearing, Dikeu? Trying to show off again?" Todoroki, ever composed, simply observed Izuku with his bicolored eyes, assessing the situation without revealing much emotion. With that entrance, the stage was set for the combat training exercise, and the students of Class 1A were ready to put their skills and costumes to the test. The students of Class 1A gathered in the training area, eagerly discussing how they were going to choose their teams for the upcoming combat training exercise. They chattered excitedly, debating strategies and the advantages of working with different classmates. Questions buzzed in the air like mosquitoes on a hot summer night. Can we just pick whoever we want? I want to team up with Bakugo. He's got a crazy powerful quirk. I heard Todoroki's ice could cover a whole battlefield. I'm teaming up with him. All Might, their teacher for the day, stood at the front, listening to the cacophony of voices. He tried to respond, "Well, you see," but he was interrupted by more voices, all clamoring for his attention. "I want to be on the same team as Midoriya," said Achiko Uraraka. "I've always wanted to see what Jiro's earphone jacks can do," stated Momo Yaoyorozu. "My quirk is great for close combat. Who's with me?" said an excited Eijiro Kirishima. All Might, a bit flustered by the barrage of questions, smiled apologetically. "My quirk isn't super hearing, you know." Amid the noise, a calm and determined voice cut through the chaos. It was Izuku, who had an air of experience about him that transcended his young age. "Everyone," he said, capturing their attention. "In the real world, heroes don't get to choose who they work with. They must always be ready to adapt and team up with heroes they've never worked with before to fight villains and protect civilians. You can't always choose your partners in the field." The students fell silent, contemplating Izuku's words. He continued, "We should take this opportunity to learn how to work with different quirks, to adapt to various strategies, and to become more versatile heroes. This is what training is all about." A thoughtful hush settled over the group. They realized that Izuku's words held truth and wisdom. All Might, grateful for the support, nodded in agreement. Young Midoriya is right. This exercise is not just about testing your abilities but also about your ability to work together effectively. So don't fret about choosing your team. Be ready for any challenge that comes your way. With Izuku's guidance and All Might's approval, the students began to see the training exercise in a new light, not just as a test of their quirks but as an opportunity to grow as heroes. They would embrace the unpredictable nature of hero work, facing each challenge with adaptability and unity. All the teams are made and are as follows. Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka, Team A, versus Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida, Team D. Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, Team B, versus Mashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure, Team I. Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui, Team H, versus Eijiro Kirishima and Hanta Siro, Team J. Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro, Team G, versus Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta, Team C. Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido, Team E Sato and Koji Koda, Team F. First match. The combat training between Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka versus Tenya Ida and Katsuki Bakugo began with intensity. Izuku knew they had to strategize if they wanted to capture both the villain team and the fake bomb. He quickly devised a plan, whispering it to Achiko. "All right, Uraraka, here's what we'll do," Izuku said in a hushed tone. "You use your quirk to make the ground float, creating obstacles for the villains. While they're occupied, I'll use my speed to get to the bomb first." Achiko nodded, impressed with Izuku's strategic thinking. "Got it. I'll create distractions while you make your move." As the battle ensued, Achiko used her quirk to manipulate gravity, levitating objects and creating floating platforms. This caught Tenya and Bakugo off guard, giving Izuku the opening he needed. Izuku darted towards the bomb with incredible speed, avoiding Bakugo's explosions and Tenya's fast kicks. He reached for the bomb, grabbing it securely before turning to face the villains. "Uraraka, now," he called out. With a determined expression, Achiko released the floating platforms, sending them crashing towards the villains. The distraction allowed Izuku to close in on them swiftly. Katsuki Bakugo, always eager for a challenge, grinned as he faced Izuku head-on. "You think you can take me down, DKU?" Izuku remained composed, his eyes focused. I'm not here to fight you, Bakugo. I just want to capture the bomb and end this. Meanwhile, Tenya Ida, ever the strategist, attempted to outmaneuver Achiko. He utilized his speed to keep her at bay, but Achiko had her own tricks up her sleeve. Using her quirk creatively, Achiko manipulated the gravity around Tenya's legs, making him lose his balance. It was a temporary advantage, but enough for Achiko to quickly move towards Izuku and the bomb. As the battle continued, Izuku and Achiko displayed impressive teamwork, coordinating their moves to keep the villains on their toes. Their classmates watched in awe, recognizing the synergy between the two heroes. Izuku and Achiko are amazing together. They're like a well-oiled machine, Momo Yaoyorozu marveled. All Might, observing the battle, couldn't help but be impressed by Izuku's skills. However, a hint of concern crept into his mind as he noticed Izuku's familiarity with combat techniques. He wondered if the young hero had received such training before joining UA. I need to have a serious conversation with Midoriya later, All Might thought to himself, keeping his suspicions to himself for now. As the battle came to a close, Izuku and Achiko managed to outwit the villain team and capture both the villains and the fake bomb. The class erupted into cheers and applause, celebrating their victory. All Might approached Izuku after the training session. Well done, Midoriya. You showed great teamwork and quick thinking out there, he praised, hiding his concerns for the moment. Izuku smiled gratefully. Thank you, All Might. I'm doing my best to become a hero. All Might's resolve strengthened. He needed to know more about Izuku's background and the source of his exceptional combat skills. With the safety of UA and its students at stake, he knew he couldn't afford to overlook any potential threats. As the class continued with their hero training, All Might vowed to get to the bottom of the mystery surrounding Izuku/Hit and ensure the safety of the school and its students. Second match. The next match began with the teams making their way over to the training ground. Mizo Shoji using his quirk, Dupli Arms makes ears to locate the other team, which turns out to be on the top floor. Understanding his role in the plan, Shoji positioned himself strategically outside the building, prepared to execute the strategy outlined by Todoroki. Todoroki, with unwavering determination, unleashed his elemental powers. A surge of ice emanated from his position, swiftly encasing the building that housed the fake bomb. Don't get caught in this, Todoroki warned Shoji, who nodded in acknowledgement. Inside the frozen building, Todoroki navigated the icy terrain with precision. Hagekyure's attempts at unseen attacks were thwarted by Todoroki's keen awareness. As he approached the fake bomb, he told Masahiro Ojiro and Toru Hagekyure, Team I, that if they moved they'd tear the skin from their feet and that surrender was their only option. Todoroki touched the frozen surface of the building, signaling a victory for Team B. Third match. The stage was set for the Heroes vs. Villains training match, and Team H, comprised of Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui, faced off against Team J, comprised of Eijiro Kirishima and Hantashiro. Team H, with Tokoyami's Dark Shadow and Azui's versatile quirk, Frog, had a unique set of abilities that promised an engaging confrontation. On the opposing side, Team J, with Kirishima's hardened skin and Siro's tape-based techniques, aimed to prove their mettle in this training exercise. Dark Shadow, an embodiment of Tokoyami's quirk, surged forward with formidable strength, while Azui leaped with agility, surveying the battlefield. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, be ready. Azui, let's coordinate our moves strategically. Azui, got it. We need to focus on capturing either the bomb or the villains. Stay sharp, Tokoyami. On the opposing side, Team J discussed their approach. Kirishima, Siro, be ready to cover me. I'll charge in and create an opening. Siro, I'll set up tape barriers to control their movements. Let's show them what Team J is made of. As the match commenced, both teams strategized on the fly, adapting to the movements of their opponents. Dark Shadow surged forward with formidable strength, while Azui leaped with agility, surveying the battlefield. Tokoyami, dark shadow, create a defensive barrier. Azui, go for the bomb. Kirishima, resilient and unyielding, charged ahead with his hardening quirk, determined to disrupt Team H's plans. Zero strategically utilized his tape, creating barriers and obstacles to impede the progress of their opponents. Kirishima, I'll keep Tokoyami busy. Zero, cover my flank. Zero, on it. Amid the chaos, Azui spotted an opening. Azui, Tokoyami now. Her tongue lashed out, wrapping around the fake bomb hidden on Team J's side. The audience erupted into cheers as Azui successfully secured the target, signaling a victory for Team H. Azui, we did it. Great teamwork, Tokoyami. Tokoyami, well done, Azui. Team H prevails. The aftermath of the match was met with a mixture of relief and determination. Team H had showcased their ability to coordinate their quirks effectively, securing a win in this high-stakes training scenario. The experience would undoubtedly contribute to their growth as aspiring heroes, learning the intricacies of teamwork and strategy on the path to becoming true champions. Fourth match. The arena crackled with anticipation as Team G, consisting of Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro, faced off against Team C, made up of Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. The clash promised a mix of electrical currents, sound waves, and inventive strategies. Kaminari, Jiro, let's hit them with a combination of sound and electricity. We've got this. Jiro, agreed. Stay focused, Kaminari. We need to capture that bomb. On the opposing side, Team C prepared for the encounter. Yaoyorozu, Mineta, focus on creating defensive barriers with your balls. I'll try to outsmart them. Mineta, yeah, got it. But Momo, you look amazing today, by the way. Yaoyorozu, annoyed at this, only said, thank you, Mineta. Now let's concentrate on the match. As the match began, Kaminari unleashed a burst of electricity, creating a dazzling display of lights. Jiro, using her earphone jacks, pinpointed the location of their opponents. Kaminari, get ready for a shock, Team C. On the other side, Yaoyorozu created a series of ingenious gadgets, aiming to outmaneuver Team G. Yaoyorozu, Mineta, maintain a defensive position. We'll counterattack strategically. But, unbeknownst to Yaoyorozu, Mineta's attention wavered. Mineta, internal monologue, Momo looks stunning today. I can't help but admire her. While Mineta was lost in his thoughts, Kaminari and Jiro capitalized on the distraction. Jiro, Kaminari now. Jiro's sound waves disrupted Mineta's focus, causing him to fumble with his defensive balls. Kaminari seized the opportunity and incapacitated Team C with a surge of electricity. Kaminari, gotcha. Team G takes the win. Jiro, good job, Kaminari. Let's secure that bomb and wrap this up. The victory for Team G showcased their ability to coordinate their quirks efficiently. As they celebrated their success, the distracted Minoru Mineta regained his focus, realizing the importance of staying vigilant during hero training. Mineta, sorry about that, Momo. I guess I got a bit carried away. Yaoyorozu, angered by her teammate, Mineta, you are the worst. Learn from this and do better next time. The match served as a valuable lesson for Team C, emphasizing the significance of maintaining focus and teamwork even amid personal distractions. Fifth match. At the training ground, Team E, consisting of Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido, squared off against Team F, comprising Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. The tension in the air was palpable as both teams readied themselves for the upcoming clash. Aoyama, Mina, my dear, we shall dazzle them with our brilliance. I'll be the beacon, and you, the unstoppable force. Ishido, sure thing, Aoyama. Let's show them what Team E is made of. On the opposing side, Sato and Kota prepared for the encounter. Sato, Kota, stick close to me. We need to strategize and make the best of our quirks. Kota, softly, I'll do my best, Sato. As the match commenced, Aoyama, true to his flashy nature, released a burst of sparkling light, illuminating the battlefield. Aoyama, behold, the radiant brilliance of my naval laser. Now, Mina, charge in. Ashido, her body transformed into a fluid, acid-like substance, moved swiftly toward Team F. However, Sato intercepted her path with a series of hardened sugar constructs. Sato, hold on, Ashido. I won't let you get through that easily. Meanwhile, Kota struggled with his shyness, making it difficult to communicate or engage in direct combat. Kota, whispering to himself, I wish I could be more assertive. Maybe I should focus on calling for help. Seeing Kota's hesitation, Aoyama seized the opportunity to blindside Team F with a dazzling naval laser. Aoyama, shine on, my radiant beam. Team E takes the lead. With Sato temporarily disoriented, Ashido utilized her agility to slip past his defenses and reach the fake bomb. Ashido, got it. Team E secures the win. As Team E celebrated their victory, Sato turned to Kota, recognizing the challenges they faced. Sato, Kota, it's okay. We'll work on our teamwork and communication. We can do better next time. Kota, nodding, yeah, I'll try my best, Sato. The match highlighted the importance of effective communication and understanding each team member's strengths and weaknesses. Team F's loss prompted them to focus on improving their coordination and leveraging their quirks more strategically in future battles. Back with Class 1A. In the aftermath of the intense heroes versus villains training matches, All Might, still in his Might form, stood before the exhausted class, awaiting their feedback. All Might, well, young heroes, that was quite the spectacle. Now, who among you believes they were the MVP of these matches? Izuku raised his hand confidently, his sharp gaze surveying the class. All eyes turned to him as he took the floor. I believe Team A had the most outstanding performance. Achiko Uraraka and I were able to strategize effectively, demonstrating synergy and adaptability. Now let's break down the others. His analytical tone captivated the class as he went on to assess each team, providing constructive criticism and praise. Shoto Todoroki, you displayed remarkable control and strategy, freezing the environment to your advantage. Mizo Shoji, your support was crucial. Team B has exceptional teamwork. Well done. His discerning eyes then fell upon Team G. Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, you could have won with better coordination. Kyokujiro, you need to take control of the situation. You're a natural leader, don't hesitate. Turning to Team C, he offered straightforward feedback. Momo Yaoyorozu, you exhibited excellent quirk usage and strategic thinking. But, Minoru Mineta, your focus seemed elsewhere. Stay sharp. This isn't the time for distractions. Acknowledging Team E's victory, he spoke to Yuga and Mina. Yuga Aoyama, your light manipulation was brilliant, blinding the opposition. Mina Ashido, your agility was on point. Excellent teamwork. Finally, addressing Team F, he focused on Sato and Kota. Rikido Sato, your super strength provided good defense. Koji Kota, work on asserting yourself more. Communication is key. Team D, there were notable issues. Tenya Ida, while your speed is a tremendous asset, rushing into situations without coordination can lead to vulnerability. You acknowledged your mistakes, which is commendable. Katsuki Bakugo, your explosiveness is potent, but a hero works best within a team. You need to trust your teammates more. Ida, recognizing his errors, nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate the feedback. I'll work on better coordination. However, Bakugo, true to his explosive nature, erupted in anger. This is nonsense. DKU just got lucky. Ida, you're slowing us down. If it was a real fight, none of this crap would matter. I'll take him down any day. Bakugu, this exercise is about teamwork and strategy. In a real fight, unpredictability and adaptability matter. It's not about luck. It's about making the right choices. Bakugu continued his tirade, claiming luck, cheating, and dismissing the value of the exercise. The class, however, observed silently, some conflicted, others supportive, and a few simply intrigued by the ongoing dynamics between the two powerhouses. The class listened attentively, and though Izuku's critiques were precise, they were delivered with an air of constructive guidance rather than criticism. The students recognized the value of his insights. All Might, impressive analysis. Young Midoriya, your observations are astute. Class, take these words to heart. Now rest up. We've got more challenges ahead. As the students dispersed, many couldn't help but acknowledge the wisdom in Izuku's evaluations, fostering a newfound respect for his strategic mind and analytical prowess. Next, 1A class. The time had come for Class 1A to elect their class representatives. As the students gathered, whispers of anticipation filled the room. All eyes turned to Izuku and Momo Yaoyorozu, recognizing their leadership qualities. After a round of voting, the results were announced. Izuku had been elected as Class 1A's president, with Momo Yaoyorozu as the vice president. The news left the class buzzing with excitement, except for one glaring exception: Katsuki Bakugu. What? You all voted for that quirkless loser to be in charge? Are you idiots? Bakugu fumed, his voice seething with anger. The rest of the class exchanged glances, unfazed by Bakugu's outburst. Kyokujiro rolled her eyes. Well, maybe if you didn't act like a complete jerk all the time, people would be more willing to support you, she retorted. As Bakugu continued to grumble, Achiko Uraraka stepped in with a smile. Izuku and Momo both have great qualities that make them perfect for leading the class. They're responsible, knowledgeable, and have a strong sense of teamwork. Tsuyu Azui chimed in. Plus, they're both really approachable and always willing to listen to others. Despite the grumbling from Bakugu, the majority of the class agreed with the outcome. They saw in Izuku/Hit and Momo the potential for fostering a positive and united class environment. Yeah, they've both shown great leadership skills in training exercises, Tenya Ida added, supporting the decision. As the class settled into the new leadership, Izuku and Momo took their roles seriously. They organized study groups, scheduled training sessions, and encouraged teamwork among their peers. It's impressive how they managed to balance their hero studies with their responsibilities as class representatives, Fumikage Tokoyami noted, appreciating their dedication. Throughout it all, Izuku remained humble and focused on the greater good. I may not have a quirk, but I won't let that hold me back from supporting my classmates and creating a strong class, he said with determination. Momo, with her keen intellect and calm demeanor, complimented Izuku's leadership style. Our class is a team, and I believe we can achieve great things together, she expressed, motivating her peers. As the days passed, the class saw the positive impact of Izuku and Momo's leadership. The atmosphere grew more supportive and cooperative, fostering an environment where everyone could thrive. Bakugu's animosity towards Izuku didn't waver, but he couldn't deny the positive changes happening in the class. Secretly, he wondered if maybe there was more to Izuku's abilities than he initially thought. In the end, Class 1A had chosen their representatives wisely. Izuku and Momo proved that strength of character and compassion could lead the way, inspiring their classmates to strive for greatness and unity. UA Cafeteria. As the lunchtime bell rang, Class 1A dispersed to the cafeteria and various hangout spots around UA. Meanwhile, All Might and Principal Nizu made their way to the security room, where they could monitor the school's surveillance cameras. All Might, are you certain about this? Nizu inquired, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. All Might's expression was serious. I have my concerns, Principal Nizu. There's something about young Midoriya that I can't quite put my finger on. I need to make sure he's not involved in anything dangerous. With a flick of his paw, Nizu brought up the camera feed focused on the lunch area. The students chatted, laughed, and enjoyed their meals, and among them was Izuku/Hit, sitting with Achiko Uraraka and Tenya Ida. They watched as Izuku engaged in friendly conversation, laughing with his friends. His demeanor was open and genuine, and there was no hint of anything suspicious. "Look at him, Principal Nizu. He seems like a regular student, but there's something I can't shake off," All Might said, his concern evident. Nizu observed Izuku closely, his keen intellect analyzing every move. "Perhaps it's just his past experiences that make you wary, All Might. He did come from a rather unique background, after all with a single mother to raise him on her own and the father leaving during his early life." All Might nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "You're right, but I can't help but feel that there's more to it. I'll keep a close eye on him just to be sure." As they continued to watch, Izuku finished his lunch and got up from his seat. His expression was content, and he waved goodbye to his friends as he left the cafeteria. "He seems like a good kid, doesn't he?" Nizu remarked, still analyzing the footage. All Might agreed. "Yes, he does, and he's shown great dedication and integrity as a hero so far. I just want to ensure he stays on the right path." As the surveillance continued, Izuku was seen interacting with other students, helping someone who had dropped their books, and participating in casual conversations. He appeared to be genuinely caring and approachable to everyone he encountered. All Might couldn't help but smile at the sight. "You're right, Principal Nizu. He truly embodies what it means to be a hero." Nizu nodded. "Indeed he does, but it's also essential for us to maintain vigilance. Let's keep monitoring him discreetly, just to be sure." As the lunchtime surveillance concluded, All Might and Nizu left the security room. Their concerns hadn't vanished entirely, but they were reassured by the genuine goodness they saw in Izuku. However, they both agreed that being cautious and observant was the best course of action, especially given the unpredictable nature of hero life. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku continued his day, blissfully unaware of the scrutiny he was under. He remained focused on his studies and his training, determined to be the best hero he could be, regardless of the shadows of his past. BHSC HQ. Hit found himself in a dimly lit, underground meeting room. Seated around a sleek, black table were 3 female agents of the BHSC, Hero Public Safety Commission, each with a confident and flirtatious demeanor. Agent Swift, with sleek silver hair that cascaded down her back, leaned forward with a playful smile. Her quirk, Speed Burst, allowed her to move at incredible velocities for short bursts, but left her temporarily drained afterward. Well, Hit," she purred. "I've heard so much about your skills. Care to show me some of your moves?" Agent Fong, a tall and imposing figure with sharp teeth-like enhancements along her forearms, winked at him. Her quirk, Enhanced Carnage, gave her heightened strength and agility, but her battle ferocity had earned her the nickname Fong. "You know, Hit," she purred. "I'm a sucker for a strong, capable man. Show me what you've got." Agent Tiger, with graceful poise and tiger-like stripes along her limbs, flashed a seductive smile. Her quirk, Beast's Grace, granted her enhanced senses and the ability to mimic the movements and attacks of animals. "Hit," she said softly. "I've always been drawn to those with a strong connection to nature. I'd love to see your wild side." Hit, though caught off guard by their flirtatious advances, maintained his composure. "I appreciate the compliments," he replied with a hint of a smile, "but I'm here to assist in any way I can, regardless of my charm." Agent Swift chuckled, her eyes never leaving him. "Confident and humble. I like that." Agent Fong leaned closer, her tone sultry. "Hit, we have a mission that requires your unique skills. Think you can handle it?" Agent Tiger added with a seductive purr. "I'm sure you'll rise to the occasion, just as you always do." Hit nodded, feeling the weight of their admiration and expectations. "I'll give it my all as always." The three agents exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Then, Swift spoke with a sly grin. "Well, Hit, let's get down to business. We have a mission that needs our attention." As they discussed the details of the mission, Hit couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the unexpected turn of events. He knew this mission would be a test of his abilities, both as a hero and in navigating the playful advances of his admirers. Mission details. The mission briefing revealed a pressing concern. A group of villains known for their ruthless attacks on innocent civilians had resurfaced in the city. Their leader, a formidable villain with a penchant for chaos, was rumored to be planning a large-scale operation that threatened the safety of countless lives. Agent Swift, her silver hair glinting under the dim lights, outlined the mission objectives with precision. "Our task," she began, her voice steady, "is to infiltrate the villains' hideout, gather intel on their plans, and apprehend their leader before they can execute their next move." Agent Fong, her sharp features etched with determination, emphasized the urgency of the situation. "Time is of the essence," she asserted, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. "We need to act swiftly and decisively to prevent any further harm." Agent Tiger, her feline grace evident in every movement, nodded in agreement. "Our primary goal," she added, her tone resolute, "is to neutralize the threat and ensure the safety of the city's residents." Hit absorbed the gravity of their words, understanding the gravity of the task ahead. "Understood," he replied, his voice steady despite the weight of responsibility. "I'll do whatever it takes to protect the people." As they finalized their plans and prepared to embark on their mission, Hit felt a surge of determination coursing through him. He knew that the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but he also knew that with teamwork, dedication, and unwavering resolve, they stood a chance against even the most formidable adversaries. With the mission parameters clear and their objectives set, Hit and the three agents braced themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Together, they would confront the darkness threatening their city and emerge victorious, proving that true heroes always rise to the occasion, no matter the odds. BHSC mission begins. Under the cloak of night, Hit and the three agents of the BHSC ventured into the heart of the city, their senses keen and their resolve unwavering. The air crackled with tension as they approached the suspected hideout of the notorious villain group, their footsteps echoing softly against the pavement. As they neared the dilapidated warehouse rumored to be the villain's lair, Agent Swift signaled for caution, her eyes scanning the shadows for any signs of movement. With practiced precision, they approached the entrance, their movements synchronized in silent communication. Hit, his senses heightened by years of training, detected the faintest hint of danger lingering in the air. He motioned for the agents to hold back, his instincts warning him of potential traps lying in wait. With a nod of acknowledgement, Agent Fong and Agent Tiger fell into formation behind him, their movements fluid and purposeful. Together, they advanced into the darkness, each step a testament to their unwavering determination. As they breached the threshold of the warehouse, they were met with a barrage of attacks from the villainous occupants. Lying in his reflexes kicked into overdrive as he deftly dodged incoming projectiles, his movements a blur of precision and grace. Agent Swift unleashed a burst of speed, her quirk propelling her forward with unmatched agility as she engaged the enemy head-on. Her strikes were swift and decisive, each blow calculated to incapacitate without causing lasting harm. Agent Fong, her enhanced strength and agility on full display, countered the enemy's advances with unmatched ferocity. Her movements were fluid and precise, her attacks landing with devastating force against their adversaries. Meanwhile, Agent Tiger, her senses attuned to the slightest shifts in the environment, navigated the chaos with unparalleled grace. With each movement, she mirrored the fluidity of the wild, her attacks a testament to her mastery over her quirk. In the dimly lit confines of the warehouse, Hit squared off against the imposing figure of the boss villain, their confrontation a clash of wills and determination. The air crackled with tension as they circled each other, the weight of their impending battle hanging heavy in the air. With a steely gaze, Hit assessed his opponent, his mind sharp and focused as he analyzed the villain's movements for any sign of weakness. Despite the villain's menacing presence, Hit remained composed, his resolve unshakable in the face of danger. As the first blow was struck, Hit's instincts kicked into overdrive, his movements fluid and precise as he deftly countered each attack with unmatched skill. With each strike, he sought out weaknesses in his opponent's defenses, his movements calculated and deliberate. The boss villain, caught off guard by Hit's unwavering resolve, faltered under the weight of his relentless assault. With each passing moment, Hit gained the upper hand, his determination unwavering as he pressed forward with unwavering resolve. With a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, the boss villain found himself faced with an ultimatum, delivered with unwavering conviction by Hit. "You have two options," he declared, his voice steady and unwavering. "Surrender now, and your life will be spared, or continue this futile resistance and face the consequences." The boss villain, cornered and defeated, weighed his options carefully, the gravity of Hit's words sinking in with each passing moment. With a resigned nod, he conceded defeat, his spirit broken under the weight of Hit's unwavering resolve. As the tension in the dimly lit warehouse reached its peak, the defeated boss villain lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic figure before him. Through the haze of pain and defeat, snippets of conversation floated through the air, catching his attention and stirring a sense of dread within him. "He's Hit, the legendary assassin," whispered one of the minions, his voice trembling with fear. "We're lucky to be alive." The boss villain's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling at the realization of who he had been pitted against. Hit, the name alone was enough to send shivers down his spine. A whispered legend among the criminal underworld, feared and revered in equal measure. As he struggled to rise to his feet, the weight of his defeat pressing down upon him, the boss villain couldn't shake the sense of impending doom that settled over him like a suffocating shroud. To have faced Hit in combat and lived to tell the tale was a feat few could boast. And yet, he knew that his survival was nothing short of miraculous. Grimacing against the pain that coursed through his battered body, the boss villain cast a wary glance in Hit's direction, his voice trembling as he addressed his formidable adversary. "You're Hit," he muttered, his words laced with disbelief and awe. "The legendary assassin." Hit regarded him with a cool detachment, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the weight of the boss villain's revelation. At that moment, the air crackled with tension, the silence punctuated only by the faint echoes of their confrontation. For the boss villain, the realization that he had faced off against one of the most feared figures in the criminal underworld sent a chill down his spine, a stark reminder of the precariousness of his position. To have come face to face with Hit and emerged relatively unscathed was a testament to his resilience, though he knew that his luck could only hold out for so long. As he struggled to process the gravity of the situation, the boss villain's mind raced with thoughts of his narrow escape and the daunting prospect of what lay ahead. In the presence of Hit, there could be no illusions of victory, only the cold, hard truth of his mortality. In that fleeting moment, as the boss villain grappled with the magnitude of his defeat, the legend of Hit loomed large, casting a shadow over his world and leaving an indelible mark on his consciousness. And as he braced himself for the uncertain future that lay ahead, one thing was abundantly clear. The encounter with Hit would haunt him long after the dust had settled and the echoes of their battle faded into memory. As the dust settled and the echoes of their battle faded into the darkness, Hit emerged victorious, his determination unwavering in the face of adversity. With his mission accomplished and the city safe once more, he stood as a beacon of hope in the darkness, his unwavering resolve a testament to the strength of his character. As the echoes of their victory reverberated through the warehouse, the three agents exchanged triumphant glances, their faces alight with exhilaration at the successful completion of their mission. Agent Swift, Agent Fong, and Agent Tiger approached Hit, their expressions brimming with excitement and anticipation of celebration. "Wow, Hit, that was incredible!" exclaimed Agent Swift, her voice filled with admiration. "You showed that villain who's boss." Agent Fong chimed in, her eyes gleaming with pride. "You handled yourself like a true hero out there, Hit. I knew we could count on you." Agent Tiger nodded in agreement, her gaze unwavering as she regarded Hit with newfound respect. "You exceeded all our expectations, Hit. We couldn't have done it without you." Despite their enthusiasm, Hit remained composed, his focus unwavering as he addressed the three agents. "Thank you, but my work here is not yet finished," he replied, his tone resolute. "I still have responsibilities to attend to, and I cannot afford to celebrate just yet." Agent Swift's smile faltered slightly, her disappointment evident as she regarded Hit with a mixture of understanding and regret. "But Hit," she protested, "we wanted to celebrate this victory together, as a team." Agent Fong nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring Swift's sentiment. "You've more than earned a night of celebration, Hit. You deserve it." Hit shook his head, his resolve unyielding as he reiterated his stance. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I must decline," he explained. "And besides, I don't drink alcohol, so I wouldn't be much fun at a celebration anyway." The agents exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them as they realized the depth of Hit's commitment to his duties. With a nod of acceptance, they conceded defeat, their disappointment tempered by admiration for his unwavering dedication. "Understood, Hit," said Agent Tiger, her voice tinged with respect. "We respect your decision. Just know that we're grateful for your help tonight." With a final nod of appreciation, Hit bid the agents farewell, his thoughts already turning to the next challenge that awaited him. As he vanished into the night, the agents watched him go, their admiration for his unwavering resolve burning brighter than ever before. Later, as they walked out of the warehouse, Agent Swift let out a playful sigh. "Such a shame," she said, casting a sidelong glance at her fellow agents. "Hit is quite the catch, isn't he?" Agent Fong chuckled, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "Indeed he is, Swift. It's a pity we couldn't convince him to join us for some fun." Agent Tiger nodded in agreement, though her expression remained stoic. "Perhaps another time," she mused, her thoughts already drifting to the next mission. Despite their disappointment, the agents couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of attraction toward Hit, their playful banter masking a genuine admiration for his unwavering dedication to his duties. As they disappeared into the night, their thoughts lingered on the enigmatic hero who had captured their attention and left them yearning for more. Remember to leave a review about what you guys think of the story, and again sorry for not posting for a long while. New day. The morning sunlight cast a golden hue over the UA campus as Izuku stepped out of his sleek, black limo, his expression set in a determined mask. But as soon as his foot touched the pavement, he was enveloped in a whirlwind of flashing cameras and clamoring reporters, their questions coming at him like a relentless barrage. Is it true that All Might is teaching at UA now? What subject is he teaching? Heroics. What are your thoughts on having the symbol of peace as your teacher? The questions swirled around him, threatening to overwhelm him with their intensity. But Izuku remained unfazed, his mind already racing with a plan. With a swift movement, he activated his time skip, the world around him blurring as he slipped past the reporters and made his way toward the school entrance. For a moment, the reporters were left bewildered, their cameras trained on an empty space where Izuku had just been standing. Had he even been there at all, or had it all been a figment of their imagination? But as Izuku vanished from their sight, the reporters were left with nothing but their unanswered questions, their confusion palpable in the air. And as they scrambled to make sense of what had just happened, Izuku disappeared into the halls of UA, his secret safe for another day. As the dawn broke over UA High School, Izuku found himself contemplating the events of the previous night's mission as he made his way to campus. The adrenaline of battle still coursed through his veins, a reminder of the challenges he faced and the victories he achieved. Despite the allure of resting on his laurels, Izuku knew that there was no time to waste. With each passing day, the shadows of villainy loomed larger, and the need for heroes grew more urgent. Entering the bustling halls of UA, Izuku was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of student life. As he made his way to his homeroom, he couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie with his classmates, each of whom bore the weight of their own aspirations and ambitions. Throughout the day, Izuku remained focused and determined, his mind buzzing with thoughts of the challenges that lay ahead. With the UA Sports Festival on the horizon, he knew that the time for preparation was now, and he resolved to push himself to new heights in pursuit of victory. In class, Izuku found himself engrossed in his studies, his thoughts drifting to the lessons learned on the battlefield and the skills honed in the crucible of combat. As his classmates engaged in lively discussions and debates, he listened intently, absorbing every word with a keen sense of purpose. Despite the weight of his responsibilities, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of optimism for the future. With each passing day, he grew stronger, more determined, and more resolved to uphold the ideals of heroism that had guided him on his journey thus far. Lunchtime. As the lunch bell chimed, signaling the much-anticipated break from classes, the students of Class 1A filed out of their classrooms and made their way to the bustling cafeteria. Amidst the lively chatter and laughter, Izuku found himself approached by his curious classmates, their eager expressions betraying their burning questions. "Hey, Midoriya!" called out Ochako Uraraka, waving him over to their table. "Come sit with us. We've been dying to talk to you about your training." Izuku nodded with a small smile, joining his classmates as they eagerly awaited his response. Taking a seat among them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and camaraderie, a reminder of the bonds forged through shared experiences and shared aspirations. "So, Midoriya," began Denki Kaminari, leaning in with a grin, "we've all been wondering, just how powerful are you? And what kind of training do you do to be so strong?" Izuku chuckled softly, a hint of modesty coloring his tone. "Well, it's nothing too special, really," he replied, scratching the back of his head. "Just basic training with a few tweaks to keep things challenging. But honestly, I wouldn't recommend it to anyone here. It's tailored to my needs and won't necessarily help with your quirk training." The class nodded in understanding, though their curiosity remained unabated. They listened intently as Izuku recounted tales of grueling workouts, rigorous sparring sessions, and the relentless pursuit of self-improvement. With each word, their admiration for their classmate only grew, their eyes shining with a newfound respect. However, amidst the supportive atmosphere, there lingered an undercurrent of skepticism. In the background, Bakugu watched with a sneer, his lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Despite Izuku's assurances that he possessed no quirk, Bakugu remained stubbornly convinced otherwise, his pride refusing to accept anything less than superiority. "I'll figure out what quirk you have, Deku," he muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing with determination. "And when I do, I'll prove once and for all that I'm the strongest." Momo Yaoyorozu, always the voice of reason and initiative, leaned forward, her eyes alight with a spark of determination. "Midoriya, would you be willing to teach us some martial arts techniques? Many of us lack experience in hand-to-hand combat, and I believe your expertise could greatly benefit the class." Izuku considered her request for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. "I'd be happy to help, however, I always have a full schedule, so I'll need to check when I'm available," he replied, his tone earnest. "But I want to be clear, learning martial arts takes time and dedication. It won't happen overnight, and you'll need to practice regularly to see improvement." The class nodded in agreement, their eagerness tempered by a newfound understanding of the commitment required. They knew that mastering martial arts wouldn't be easy, but with Izuku's guidance and their own determination, they were willing to put in the effort. "Thank you, Midoriya," said Momo, her gratitude evident in her voice. "We'll do our best to keep an open mind and work hard to improve." With a nod of affirmation, Izuku smiled, reassured by the class's willingness to learn. "Great," he said, a sense of purpose infusing his words. Let's get started then. Remember, it's not about being the strongest. It's about becoming the best version of ourselves. As the school alarms blared throughout the corridors of UA High, panic rippled through the students like a shockwave. Wide-eyed and frantic, they scrambled to make sense of the sudden chaos, their voices rising in a cacophony of fear and uncertainty. Izuku remained surprisingly calm amidst the commotion, his focus unwavering as he approached one of the senior students who appeared to be in a state of distress. "Excuse me, sir," he called out over the din of the alarm. "What is the alarm for?" The senior student turned to him, panic etched into every line of his face. "You don't know," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. "It means someone has broken through the UA barrier, which means a villain attack." The gravity of the situation sank in as Izuku absorbed the senior's words. A chill ran down his spine, but he forced himself to remain composed, his mind already racing with thoughts of what needed to be done next. Turning to the rest of the class, Izuku's voice rang out clear and steady above the chaos. "Listen up, everyone," he called out, his tone commanding. "We need to remain calm and follow the emergency procedures. Stick together and stay vigilant. We'll get through this together." As the chaos of the alarm continued to reverberate through the corridors, Izuku closed his eyes, focusing his mind and tapping into the depths of his ki. With a practiced calm, he extended his senses, probing the surrounding area for any signs of disturbance or danger. After a few tense moments, he detected a faint ripple in the energy around them, a telltale sign of an anomaly. Opening his eyes, he addressed the class with a measured tone. "It's just a false alarm," he announced, his voice cutting through the clamor. "There's no villain attack, just the media causing a stir." As his words sank in, a wave of relief swept through the students, their panic subsiding as they realized they were not in immediate danger. Murmurs of reassurance rippled through the group, and gradually, the tension in the air began to ease. But Izuku's expression remained stern as he looked out at his classmates. "If you're going to act like scared little children over something as small as a false alarm," he continued, his voice firm, "then you shouldn't be trying to become heroes. Heroes must remain composed in the face of danger, always ready to act decisively and protect others." His words hung in the air, a sober reminder of the responsibility they bore as aspiring heroes. And as the students reflected on his admonition, a newfound determination flickered in their eyes, their resolve strengthened by the reminder of what it truly meant to be a hero. After lunch, later in the bustling halls of UA High, Izuku found himself approached by several of the teachers, their expressions a mixture of relief and gratitude. Present Mike, his voice booming as always, clapped a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Hey kid, thanks for keeping a level head out there. You really helped calm the students down." Aizawa, standing nearby with his usual stoic demeanor, nodded in agreement. "Yes, your quick thinking prevented a panic from spreading. Well done." Even All Might, towering above them with his trademark smile, chimed in. "Indeed, young Midoriya, your composure in the face of chaos is truly commendable. Thank you for your assistance. No first-year student should possess such composure under the threat of a villain attack, even a false one," thought All Might while still believing Izuku is connected to All for One. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement, but beneath the surface, he felt a pang of disappointment. Disappointment in his fellow students, who aspired to become heroes yet crumbled at the first sign of adversity. In his mind, heroes were meant to be beacons of strength and courage, unwavering in the face of danger. But the reaction he had witnessed only served to underscore the vast gulf between their aspirations and their reality. "It was nothing," Izuku muttered, his tone subdued, "but it's disheartening to see so many aspiring heroes get rattled by something as trivial as a false alarm. If they can't handle a simple scare, how can they hope to face real threats in the future?" His words hung heavy in the air, a sobering reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. As the teachers exchanged knowing glances, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if his classmates would ever truly understand what it meant to be a hero. With Nizu and the teachers. As Nizu, accompanied by several teachers, approached Izuku with the request, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the young student's shoulders. He understood the severity of the breach in security and the potential implications it could have for UA High School. Izuku, Nizu began, his tone grave. We need your assistance with a matter of utmost importance. It appears that the media somehow breached our security measures and gained access to the school grounds. We need to determine how this happened and ensure that it doesn't occur again. Izuku nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. I'll do whatever I can to help, he replied earnestly, determined to prove his worth despite All Might's skepticism. All Might interjected, his voice tinged with doubt. With all due respect, Nizu, I'm not sure if Midoriya is the best candidate for this task. While he may excel in crisis situations, I have my doubts about his investigative abilities. Nizu regarded All Might with a knowing look before turning back to Izuku. All Might raises a valid point, Izuku. However, your unique perspective and intuition may prove invaluable in this matter. We have no reason to believe that you shouldn't assist us. The other teachers murmured their agreement, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. Izuku felt a surge of gratitude for their trust in him, a sense of duty compelling him to rise to the occasion. I won't let you down, Izuku vowed, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. With Nizu and the teachers at his side, he knew that together, they would uncover the truth behind the breach and safeguard the security of UA High School. At the UA Gate. As they surveyed the wreckage of the UA Gate, All Might's suspicions lingered, his gaze fixed on Izuku with a mix of concern and uncertainty. Midoriya, are you suggesting that someone deliberately disintegrated the gate? He inquired, his voice tinged with skepticism. Izuku nodded, his eyes scanning the remains with a keen focus. Yes, All Might, he confirmed, his tone resolute. Based on the lack of physical damage and the presence of dust rather than ash, it's evident that the destruction was intentional and precise. Nizu, impressed by Izuku's deduction, chimed in, Indeed, Midoriya's observations are astute. It appears that the perpetrator possessed the ability to disintegrate the gate without leaving any discernible traces. The other teachers murmured their agreement, acknowledging Izuku's analytical prowess and his ability to discern alternative possibilities. However, All Might's thoughts remained troubled as he contemplated the implications of Izuku's deduction. In All Might's mind, a chilling realization began to take shape. If Izuku's deductions were correct, then the perpetrator possessed a formidable quirk, one that could potentially rival even All Might's own power. The thought sent a shiver down All Might's spine, stirring his dormant fears of the elusive villain, All for One. Though he remained composed on the surface, All Might couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that Izuku Midoriya's involvement in this incident ran deeper than anyone could have anticipated. As they continued their investigation, All Might resolved to keep a close eye on the enigmatic young student, his mind fraught with apprehension and uncertainty about what the future might hold. However, Izuku wasn't finished. With a furrowed brow, he pointed to a specific area of the gate where the disintegration had originated. Moreover, he continued, the method of destruction suggests a calculated motive. This wasn't a random act of vandalism or an attempt to breach UA's security. It was targeted, precise, and purposeful. Nizu leaned in, his curiosity piqued. And what do you believe the purpose of this attack was, Midoriya? Izuku paused, his expression grave. I believe the perpetrator sought something specific within UA, he explained, his voice measured. Whether it was information, an object, or perhaps even a person, their intention was to obtain something of value. And until we uncover the true motive behind this attack, UA remains vulnerable to further threats. Nizu nodded thoughtfully, absorbing Izuku's insights. Well said, Midoriya. Your keen observations have shed new light on this situation. We must remain vigilant and investigate this matter thoroughly. As the teachers began discussing their next steps, All Might's gaze lingered on Izuku, a sense of admiration mingled with apprehension in his eyes. It was clear that this young student possessed a remarkable intellect and intuition, qualities that could prove invaluable in the face of future challenges. However, All Might couldn't shake the lingering doubt that hovered in the back of his mind, a nagging uncertainty about Izuku's true intentions and the role he might play in the events yet to unfold. BHSC HQ. Izuku stood before the members of the BHSC, his expression serious as he relayed the details of the recent incident at UA. As you are aware, he began, the UA gate was intentionally destroyed by an unknown perpetrator. While we have yet to determine the full extent of their motives, it's clear that UA is facing a potential threat. The members of the BHSC listened intently, their demeanor attentive as Izuku outlined his plan. I propose that we deploy additional security measures to safeguard Class 1A, he continued. They will soon be heading to the unforeseen simulation joint for training, and given the recent events, I believe it's crucial to ensure their safety. One of the members, a stern-faced man with a no-nonsense demeanor, raised an eyebrow skeptically. Are you suggesting that you cannot handle this task alone, Hit? He inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Izuku shook his head, his expression grave. Normally, I wouldn't hesitate to take on such a responsibility myself, he explained. However, I must remain undercover to fulfill my obligations to the HPSC and keep a close watch on certain individuals, including All Might and Momo Yaoyorozu. Besides, even with my abilities, I can't be everywhere at once. The members exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them as they deliberated Izuku's proposal. After a moment of consideration, the stern-faced man nodded. Very well, Hit, he said, his tone begrudgingly accepting. We'll grant your request for additional security measures at UA. Izuku nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. Thank you, he said sincerely, his gratitude evident in his tone. Your support is greatly appreciated, and I'm confident that together, we can ensure the safety of everyone at UA. With the backing of the BHSC, Izuku felt a renewed sense of determination. As they finalized their plans, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty that lay ahead. With their combined efforts, he knew that they would be ready to face whatever challenges awaited them at the unforeseen simulation joint. Izuku stood before Agents Swift, Fong, and Tiger, explaining the situation with a composed demeanor. Thank you for agreeing to assist with the security detail, he began, addressing the three agents. Your presence will be invaluable in ensuring the safety of Class 1A during their training at the unforeseen simulation joint. Agent Swift nodded, her expression determined. You can count on us, Hit, she affirmed, a steely glint in her eyes. We'll remain hidden until the need arises for us to intervene. Agent Fong cracked her knuckles, a confident smirk playing on her lips. We'll be like shadows in the night, she declared, her tone brimming with assurance. No one will even know we're there until it's too late. Agent Tiger nodded in agreement, her expression focused. We'll patrol the area nearby, she confirmed, her voice steady. If anyone asks, we'll simply say we were on patrol when we heard the commotion at the USJ. Izuku nodded in appreciation, a sense of reassurance washing over him. Thank you, he said sincerely, his gratitude evident in his tone. Your support means a lot, and I trust that with your assistance, we'll be able to handle whatever comes our way. With the additional security measures in place, Izuku felt a renewed sense of confidence. As they finalized their plans, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief knowing that Class 1A would have the protection they needed during their training at the unforeseen simulation joint. At home with Izuku and Inko, Izuku sat across from his mother, Inko, recounting the events of the day with unwavering honesty. Today at school was eventful, he began, his voice steady as he detailed the incidents that had occurred. There was an unexpected alarm, but it turned out to be a false alarm caused by the media trying to get into UA. Inko listened intently, concern etched on her features as she absorbed his words. "Are you all right, Izuku?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. "Did anything happen to you?" Izuku offered her a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, Mom," he reassured her, placing a hand on hers. "Nothing happened to me. I handled the situation just like I always do." Inko sighed, her worry evident in her eyes. "I know you're capable, Izuku," she said softly, her voice tinged with maternal concern. "But I can't help but worry about you. You're my son after all." Izuku squeezed her hand gently, offering her a comforting smile. "I know, Mom," he replied, his tone gentle. "But you raised me to be strong and independent. I'll always be careful, I promise." Inko nodded, her expression filled with a mix of pride and apprehension. "Just promise me you'll stay safe," she said softly, her voice wavering slightly. Izuku's smile widened, his determination shining through. "I always do, Mom," he said confidently, "and I've never failed a mission yet." With that reassurance, Inko smiled, her worries momentarily eased. "All right, Izuku," she said, her voice filled with maternal affection. "Just remember to be careful out there." Izuku nodded, a sense of determination settling over him. "I will, Mom," he promised, his gaze unwavering. "I always do." Early morning. As the first light of dawn filtered through the curtains, Izuku stirred from his slumber, his body instinctively waking with the rising sun. With practiced efficiency, he rose from his bed, his mind already focused on the day ahead. Dressed in his workout clothes, Izuku made his way to his private training area, a secluded space where he could hone his skills without distraction. The room was sparse, containing only the essentials: a punching bag, weights, and a padded floor for sparring. Taking a deep breath, Izuku began his morning routine, his movements fluid and precise. He started with a series of stretches, each one designed to loosen his muscles and increase his flexibility. Then, he moved on to strength training, lifting weights with ease as he worked to build his physical power. As he worked out, Izuku's mind was clear, focused solely on the task at hand. Each repetition brought him closer to his goal, pushing him to become stronger, faster, better. He knew that his training was essential not just for his own growth, but for his ability to protect those around him. With each punch and kick, Izuku felt a sense of purpose coursing through him, a determination to become the best hero he could be. He knew that the path ahead would be challenging, filled with obstacles and trials, but he was ready to face them head-on. As the sun continued to rise, Izuku pressed on, his dedication unwavering. For him, there was no greater feeling than the satisfaction of knowing that he was one step closer to reaching his full potential. And as he continued to train, he knew that he was inching ever closer to becoming the hero he was destined to be. Breakfast time. Inko Midoriya bustled around the kitchen, preparing breakfast as the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. Izuku joined her at the table, a smile on his face as he greeted his mother. "Good morning, Mom," he said, taking a seat at the table. "Thanks for making breakfast." Inko returned his smile, placing a plate of eggs and toast in front of him. "Of course, Izuku. I want to make sure you have a good meal before you head off to school." As they ate, Izuku began to explain the day's plans at UA. "Today, we're going to the USJ for hero training," he said between bites. "It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, and we'll be practicing different scenarios to prepare for real-life situations." Inko listened intently, nodding along as Izuku spoke. "That sounds like quite the experience," she remarked. "But is there anything else I should know about?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before responding. "Well, there's always a chance that something unexpected could happen," he admitted. "But I've made arrangements to ensure everyone's safety. You don't need to worry, Mom." Inko's expression softened, her concern evident in her eyes. "I trust you, Izuku," she said gently. "Just promise me you'll be careful." Izuku reached out to squeeze his mother's hand. "I promise, Mom," he said earnestly. "I'll do everything in my power to keep everyone safe." With that reassurance, the pair finished their breakfast in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the day ahead. As they prepared to leave for school, Inko couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry in her heart, but she knew that her son was strong and capable. And as Izuku headed off to face whatever challenges awaited him, she sent him off with a silent prayer for his safety. Limo ride meeting. The sleek black limo glided through the streets of the city, carrying Izuku Midoriya, alias Hit, and his unexpected passenger, Kana Tsutsumi, also known as Lady Nagant. The atmosphere in the vehicle was tense yet professional. Both individuals focused on the matter at hand. "So, Hit," Lady Nagant began, her tone serious yet tinged with curiosity. "I wanted to talk to you about the recent operation. We received some valuable information from the villain you apprehended." Izuku nodded, his expression composed as he listened intently. "Yes, I heard about that. What did the villain reveal?" "He mentioned that his operation was being funded by an outside source," Lady Nagant explained, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "This means that your decision not to eliminate him immediately was the right call. It gives us the opportunity to track down this external funding and eliminate it before it poses any further threats." Izuku's gaze sharpened, his mind already racing with possibilities. "Understood," he said firmly. "I'll look into it and gather any information I can find. We can't afford to let this outside source continue to fuel villain activity." Lady Nagant nodded in approval, a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Good. I knew I could count on you, Hit. Your efficiency and resourcefulness are unmatched." Izuku inclined his head in acknowledgement, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Thank you, Lady Nagant. I'll do everything in my power to ensure the safety of our society." With their conversation concluded, the rest of the journey passed in silence as the limo continued on its path toward UA High School. But even as Izuku prepared to face the challenges of the day ahead, his thoughts lingered on the task that lay before him, to uncover the truth behind the villain's funding and eliminate it before it could wreak havoc on the world. Class 1A. The students of Class 1A gathered in their classroom, their chatter filling the air with excitement and anticipation. Mr. Aizawa stood at the front of the room, his signature tired expression in place as he addressed the class. "Good morning, everyone," he began, his voice cutting through the noise of the room. "Today, we'll be heading to the USJ for a training exercise." The mention of the USJ elicited a murmur of interest from the students, many of whom looked intrigued by the prospect. "Universal Studios Japan?" one student whispered excitedly to their neighbor. But Mr. Aizawa quickly dispelled any misconceptions. "No, not Universal Studios Japan," he deadpanned. "The USJ stands for the Unforeseen Simulation Joint." A collective groan echoed through the room as the students realized their mistake. "But I wanted to ride the roller coasters," one student complained, earning a weary look from Mr. Aizawa. "We're here to learn to be heroes, not to have fun," Izuku interjected, his tone serious as he spoke up from his seat. "We need to take this training seriously." Mr. Aizawa nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The USJ is a crucial part of your hero education. It's where you'll learn to handle unexpected situations and work as a team to overcome challenges." The students exchanged glances, some still disappointed at the prospect of missing out on a day of amusement park rides, but ultimately understanding the importance of their training. "All right, everyone, let's head out," Mr. Aizawa said, gesturing for the class to gather their belongings. "We have a lot to cover today." As the students filed out of the classroom, their minds buzzing with anticipation for the day ahead, Izuku remained focused, his determination unwavering as he prepared himself for the challenges that awaited them at the USJ. Preparing to leave for the USJ. Remember, you have the option to wear either your hero costumes or your UA gym clothes for today's training. He reminded them, his gaze sweeping over the students. Mr. Aizawa stated. The students of Class 1A boarded the bus, their excitement palpable as they settled into their seats. Izuku stood near the front, addressing his classmates with a calm demeanor. "Hey, everyone," he began, his voice carrying over the chatter of the bus. "Just wanted to let you know that the seating on this bus is open. You can sit wherever you'd like." There was a murmur of appreciation from the students as they glanced around, eyeing the available seats with interest. "Thanks, Izuku," Achiko chimed in, offering him a smile as she took a seat nearby. "No problem," Izuku replied with a nod, returning her smile before making his way to an empty seat further back. As the bus rumbled to life and began its journey to the USJ, the students settled into their seats, anticipation building for the challenges that awaited them. Izuku watched his classmates with a sense of determination, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead and emerge stronger together. Arriving at the USJ, the bus finally pulled up to the imposing structure known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ, and the students of Class 1A couldn't help but gape in awe at the sheer size and sophistication of the facility. Mr. Aizawa stood at the front of the bus and motioned for the students to follow him. "Aizawa, all right, everyone, quiet down and follow me. Let's move in an orderly fashion." The students filed out of the bus, chattering excitedly about what awaited them inside. "Kirishima, this place is huge. I can't wait to see what kind of simulations they have in store for us." "Azui, I hope there's a water rescue scenario. That would be so cool." "Achiko, I just hope I don't mess up. This is a big chance to show what we've got." Izuku walked behind them, keeping an eye on his surroundings. His senses were heightened, and he mentally reached out to check in with the agents once more. "Izuku, telepathically agents, we're entering the USJ. Stay sharp and keep your distance." "Agent Swift, roger that, Izuku. We're in position." "Agent Fong, got it. We'll alert you if we see anything unusual." "Agent Tiger, stay safe in there, Izuku." The students were led into the main hall of the USJ, where the Pro Hero 13 waited to greet them. She gave a warm smile and began to explain the facility's purpose. 13. Welcome to the USJ, everyone. This facility is designed to simulate various disaster scenarios to help you train and prepare for real-world hero work. The students listened intently, their excitement palpable. 13. We have zones for different types of disasters: landslides, fires, floods, and more. Your task will be to work together and use your quirks to handle these situations effectively. 0. Wow, this is going to be intense. Momo, it's a great opportunity to see how well we can adapt and use our quirks in practical situations. Izuku, remember, everyone, stay focused and work as a team. We're here to learn and improve. Bakugo, TCH, just try not to slow me down. Aizawa, all right, enough talking. Let's get started. We'll divide you into groups and assign you to different zones. As the students began to form their groups, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He scanned the area once more, ensuring the agents were in place. 13. Before we start, any questions? Izuku, just one. 13. Is there any possibility of an outside threat? 13. The facility is secure, but it's always good to stay vigilant. Izuku nodded, his suspicions lingering. He knew the agents were ready to act if needed, and he hoped their presence wouldn't be necessary. The students of Class 1A were about to embark on one of the most important training exercises of their young hero careers, and Izuku was determined to ensure their safety and success. As the groups began to disperse to their respective zones, Izuku took a deep breath, ready for whatever lay ahead. The USJ was a place of learning and growth, but today, it might also become a place of unexpected challenges. Unexpected arrivals. As the students were preparing to move to their assigned zones, a sudden distortion in the air caught their attention. A swirling black portal began to form in the center of the main hall. Kirishima, whoa, check it out. They even have fake villains for us to fight. Aizawa's eyes widened in alarm. Aizawa, no, those aren't fake villains. Those are real. The portal fully materialized, and out of it stepped numerous sinister figures. At the forefront was a menacing man with hands all over his body, and a massive, muscular creature with a bird-like face. Aizawa. 13. Protect the students. 13. Everyone, get back. Stay close to me. Chaos erupted as the villains began to spread out, their malicious intent clear. The students clustered together, their faces a mixture of shock and fear. Izuku, stay calm, everyone. We need to stick together and listen to our teachers. The man with the hands, Tamura Shigaraki, sneered at the sight of the young heroes in training. Shigaraki, so these are UA's promising new students? What a disappointment. Where's All Might? I thought he'd be here. Kurogiri, the villain with the warp gate quirk, materialized beside Shigaraki. Kurogiri, it appears All Might isn't present. Shall we proceed as planned? Shigaraki's eyes gleamed with malicious intent. Shigaraki, if All Might isn't here, maybe killing a few students will lure him out. Kirishima, what are we supposed to do now? Aizawa quickly donned his goggles and stepped forward, his capture weapon ready. Aizawa, we fight back. 13. Get them out of here. 13. Understood. Students, follow me. Izuku glanced at the villains, his mind racing. He could feel the presence of Agent Swift, Agent Fong, and Agent Tiger nearby, ready to act if necessary. Izuku telepathically agents were under attack. Stay hidden unless absolutely necessary. Agent Swift, understood. Izuku, we're on standby. As 13 began to lead the students away, Shigaraki raised a hand, signaling the start of the assault. Shigaraki, Nomu, kill the teachers. The monstrous creature, Nomu, lunged forward with terrifying speed. Aizawa met its charge head-on, using his erasure quirk to nullify its abilities. Aizawa, go! I'll hold them off as long as I can. Izuku clenched his fists, his instincts screaming at him to fight. But he knew his priority was to ensure his classmates' safety. Izuku, everyone move quickly. Stay together and don't panic. Achiko, Izuku, what about you? Izuku, I'll be right behind you. Just go. The students began to follow 13 towards the exit. Their fear palpable, but their trust in their teachers giving them the strength to move forward. Shigaraki watched them with a twisted smile. Shigaraki, run, little heroes. Let's see if your precious All Might comes to save you. Izuku turned his attention back to Aizawa and the villains. He knew this was just the beginning of a larger threat, and he needed to be ready for anything. Aizawa, Izuku, go with them. I'll handle things here. Izuku, be careful, Mr. Aizawa. As the students rushed towards the exit, Izuku kept a vigilant eye on the unfolding battle, ready to step in if necessary. The USJ had become a battleground, and the young heroes of Class 1A were about to face their greatest challenge yet. Divide and conquer. The students were scattered across the USJ facility, each group finding themselves in different simulated disaster zones. Panic and confusion reigned as they tried to comprehend their dire situation. Flood zone. Tsuyu Azui, Minoru Mineta, and Izuku found themselves in the flood zone, surrounded by deep waters and hostile villains on boats. Minoru, whimpering, why do we have to be stuck here? We're gonna die. Tsuyu, calmly, we need to stay focused. Izuku, what do we do? Izuku, analyzing the situation. Tsuyu, can you use your quirk to get us to higher ground? We need to regroup with the others. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minoru were knee-deep in water, the villains closing in on their position. Izuku, Tsuyu, get us to higher ground using your tongue. Minoru, Make sure to hold on tight. Tsuyu nodded and quickly extended her tongue, wrapping it around a nearby structure. With a swift leap, she carried Izuku and Minoru to a higher platform, out of immediate danger. Tsuyu, what's next, Midoriya? Izuku, we need to create a diversion. Minoru, use your sticky balls to block their paths. Tsuyu, stay ready to move us again if needed. Minoru threw his sticky balls into the water, causing the villains to slow down and get tangled. Izuku used his keen senses to locate an exit route. Izuku, there. Tsuyu, get us over there. We need to regroup with the others. They moved swiftly, navigating through the flood zone with precision, eventually making their way to safer ground. Mountain Zone. Katsuki Bakugo and Eijiro Kirishima were in the mountain zone, surrounded by rocky terrain and aggressive villains. Kirishima, nervously, Bakugo, what's the plan? Bakugo, smirking, the plan is simple. We blast these villains to bits and find the others. Stay behind me, Kirishima. Bakugo and Kirishima faced a horde of villains in the rocky terrain. Bakugo's explosions echoed through the mountains as he blasted away the villains. Kirishima, Bakugo, we can't take them all head-on. We need a plan. Bakugo, the plan is to win, idiot. Follow my lead. Bakugo's relentless attacks created a path through the villains. Kirishima used his hardened quirk to shield them from any incoming attacks. They pushed forward, Bakugo's explosive power leading the way. Kirishima, there's a cave up ahead. We can regroup there. They made their way to the cave, using it as a temporary shelter to reassess their situation. Landslide Zone. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, and Denki Kaminari found themselves in the landslide zone, amidst piles of rubble and hostile villains. Momo, thinking, we need to use our quirks strategically. Shoto, can you create an ice path for us to escape? Shoto, nodding, I can do that. Kaminari, be ready to defend us. Kaminari, determined, you got it. Momo, Shoto, and Kaminari found themselves surrounded by rubble and hostile villains. Momo quickly formulated a plan. Momo, Shoto, create an ice path to slow them down. Kaminari, be ready to defend us. Shoto nodded and used his ice quirk to create a slippery path, causing the villains to lose their footing. Kaminari charged up, ready to unleash his electricity. Shoto, stay close, Yaoyorozu. Kaminari, cover our backs. They moved swiftly, Shoto's ice creating barriers while Kaminari's electricity deterred any villains. Momo used her creation quirk to make tools and weapons as needed. Momo, there's a clearing up ahead. We can use it to our advantage. They reached the clearing, ready to face any new challenges. Fire Zone. Achiko Uraraka and Tenya Ida were trapped in the fire zone, surrounded by flames and villains with fire-based quirks. Achiko, worried, Ida, how are we going to get out of here? Ida, determined, I'll use my speed to find a safe route. Stay close to me and don't let go. Debris Zone. Fumikage Tokoyami and Mizo Shoji were in the debris zone, surrounded by broken structures and hostile villains. Shoji, serious, we need to find a way out. Tokoyami, use Dark Shadow to scout ahead. Tokoyami, nodding, Dark Shadow, guide us through the debris. Space Zone. Jiro, Koda, and Ojiro were in the space zone, surrounded by low gravity and floating debris. Jiro, focused, we need to find a way to communicate with the others. Koda, can you use your quirk to call for help? Koda, nervously, I'll try my best. Ojiro, determined, let's move quickly and stay together. As the chaos ensued, the students struggled to navigate their respective zones while fending off villains. Each group had to rely on their training, instincts, and each other to survive. Izuku, using his time skip ability, quickly moved through the flood zone, gathering information on the villains' movements and assessing the best escape routes. Izuku telepathically to the agents, the students are scattered. Keep an eye on each zone and be ready to intervene if necessary. Agent Swift, understood. Izuku, we're on standby. Agent Fong, we'll keep them safe. Agent Tiger, just give the word. Despite the overwhelming odds, the students of Class 1 had demonstrated their resilience and determination, each of them rising to the challenge in their own way. Izuku knew they had to regroup and come up with a plan to turn the tide against the villains. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta, hold on tight. We're getting out of here and finding the others. As they navigated through the flood zone, Izuku's mind raced with strategies, ensuring that every move they made brought them closer to victory and safety. The true test of their heroism had begun, and there was no turning back. Regrouping. The chaotic scene at USJ continued as Mr. Aizawa, despite his impressive quirk, began to falter against the relentless wave of villains. His eyes darted around, erasing quirks one by one, but his physical exhaustion was becoming evident. Tsuyu, Mr. Aizawa is amazing, but he can't keep this up much longer. Mineta, we should stay hidden. We can't fight those villains. Izuku's eyes narrowed with determination. He knew he had to act. That's exactly why we need to help him. A true hero doesn't stand by when someone is in danger. Before he could move, Tsuyu grabbed his arm. Midoriya, it's too dangerous. Izuku gently but firmly pulled free. I have to do this. It's my duty. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared. A towering, bird-like creature with its brain exposed. The sight was chilling. Mr. Aizawa, already exhausted, couldn't react in time as the creature, Nomu, overpowered him, slamming him into the ground. Mr. Aizawa's scream of pain echoed as his arms were brutally broken. Izuku, no, Mr. Aizawa. His resolve hardened. Agents, it's time. Intervene and save Mr. Aizawa. From the shadows, Agent Swift, Agent Fong, and Agent Tiger sprang into action. Swift moved with blinding speed, zipping around Nomu, delivering quick, disorienting strikes. Fong used her enhanced strength and agility to go toe-to-toe with the beast, matching its ferocity. Tiger, with her beast-like grace, dodged and countered Nomu's attacks, landing precise hits. Agent Swift, keep it busy. We can't let it harm anyone else. Agent Fong, this thing's tougher than it looks. Agent Tiger, focus on keeping it away from the students and Aizawa. Meanwhile, Rescue Hero 13 struggled with her communicator. I can't get a signal out of here. Izuku's mind raced. We need a clear path. Tenya, get ready. Tenya looked at him, puzzled. But you're the fastest, Midoriya. Why aren't you going? Izuku's gaze was steely. As class president, I'm needed here. Now go. With a swift, powerful ki blast, Izuku blasted a hole in the wall, creating an opening. Tenya dashed off, his engines roaring as he sped to get help. He had already been gone for some time, racing to bring reinforcements. Nomu, seeing its prey threatened, aimed a powerful punch at the agents and Aizawa. In a blur of motion, Izuku intercepted the punch, stopping it cold with his own hand. Izuku, not today. With a mighty shove, he sent Nomu staggering back. The agents took this opportunity to strike. Agent Swift, now's our chance. Swift unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each strike faster than the eye could follow. Fong roared, delivering a bone-crushing kick to Nomu's midsection. Tiger, with a fluid motion, slashed at Nomu's exposed brain, causing it to reel in pain. But Nomu, resilient and seemingly unstoppable, recovered quickly. It lunged at the agents with a renewed fury. Swift darted out of the way, but Fong and Tiger took heavy blows, sent sprawling back. Agent Fong, this thing, it's like a tank. Agent Tiger, we need to keep it distracted until Midoriya can finish it off. Nomu prepared to strike again, but Izuku stepped forward, eyes blazing with determination. He moved with incredible speed, landing a devastating blow to Nomu's back, followed by a precise strike to its exposed brain. The creature crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Shigaraki's scream of rage filled the air. You cheated. Nomu was supposed to kill All Might, not lose to an NPC like you. Before he could attack, the teachers of UA arrived, their combined presence forcing the League of Villains to retreat through Kurogiri's warp gate. As the dust settled, the teachers turned to Izuku, their expressions a mix of relief and gratitude. All Might, however, was more cautious, his eyes narrowing as he watched the young hero. Aizawa, despite his pain, managed a strained smile. You did well, Midoriya. Thank you. Izuku nodded, his face a mask of calm resolve. It's what any true hero would do. USJ Aftermath. In the aftermath of the USJ incident, the campus was filled with detectives, police officers, and faculty members. The students of Class 1 gathered together, some visibly shaken, others more composed, all trying to process what had just happened. The detectives were systematically questioning everyone, gathering statements and piecing together the events of the chaotic attack. Detective Tsukachi, a seasoned investigator, approached the group of students. All right, I need to hear your accounts of what happened. One at a time, please. The students began recounting their experiences, describing the villains, the chaos, and their fight for survival. As they spoke, Detective Tsukachi took diligent notes, his expression growing more concerned with each passing detail. When it was Izuku's turn, he stepped forward, calm and composed. Detective, I'll answer any questions you have. Tsukachi nodded. We know you were instrumental in defending your classmates. Can you explain your involvement and the presence of those 3 agents? Izuku took a deep breath, ensuring to keep his cover intact. Yes, I noticed Mr. Aizawa struggling against the sheer number of villains. His quirk is powerful, but it's not meant for prolonged combat. When Nomu attacked him, I knew I had to act. I saw the 3 agents nearby and asked for their assistance. They listened because they didn't want to see an entire class and 2 teachers get hurt or killed. Agent Swift, Agent Fong, and Agent Tiger stood by, ready to corroborate Izuku's story. Detective Tsukachi turned to them. And you 3 were? Agent Swift stepped forward, her demeanor professional. We were patrolling the area when we heard disturbances from the USJ. We immediately headed to the scene to provide assistance. Agent Fong nodded in agreement. By the time we arrived, Mr. Aizawa was in critical condition, and the students were in danger. We engaged Nomu to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Agent Tiger added, our primary goal was to protect the students and ensure their safety until the teachers could take over. Detective Tsukachi looked between them, clearly impressed but also wary. Your timing was impeccable, almost too impeccable. Agent Swift chuckled lightly. We couldn't just stand by and let students get hurt. Besides, Izuku here is quite persuasive. She winked at Izuku, who inwardly felt flattered but outwardly looked embarrassed. Agent Fong chimed in with a teasing grin. Yeah, who could say no to that face? Agent Tiger smiled, her eyes sparkling. We just couldn't let anything happen to such a cute student and his friends. Izuku's cheeks turned a faint shade of red. I appreciate the help. It was a team effort. As the questioning continued, the students confirmed the agents' accounts. They spoke of the bravery and skill displayed by the trio, their precision in handling Nomu, and how they ultimately saved Mr. Aizawa from further harm. Detective Tsukachi nodded, his skepticism somewhat alleviated by the consistent testimonies. Thank you for your cooperation. It's clear that without your intervention, this could have been much worse. Izuku's thoughts drifted to the day's events, the way he'd navigated the crisis, and the trust his classmates had shown in him. Despite the chaos, they had worked together and survived. But he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. As the investigation wrapped up, the students were finally allowed to return to their dorms. The air was thick with unspoken questions and a newfound respect for Izuku and the agents. Agent Swift approached Izuku, her voice low. "You handled that well. Hopefully, it will be enough to keep suspicion at bay." Izuku nodded. "We did what we had to. For now, we need to stay vigilant. This isn't over." As they parted ways, Izuku couldn't help but think of the challenges ahead, knowing that their victory today was just one step in a much larger battle. He made sure to maintain his cover, understanding the importance of his undercover mission for the Hero Public Safety Commission and the necessity of keeping his true identity and intentions hidden from his classmates and the staff at UA. As he walked away from the investigation site, Izuku silently resolved to stay sharp and ready for whatever came next, knowing that the safety of his classmates and the success of his mission depended on it. Hero Public Safety Commission. In the heart of the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters, Izuku, along with Agent Swift, Agent Fong, and Agent Tiger, walked down the familiar hallways leading to the Commission's debriefing room. After the intense battle at the USJ, the group knew they had to report every detail to the President of the Commission. The stakes had never been higher, and the aftermath of the Nomu's death left a lot of unanswered questions. As they entered the sleek, high-tech debriefing room, the President of the Hero Public Safety Commission, a sharp-eyed woman with a commanding presence, sat at the head of the table, waiting for them. "Midoriya, agents," she greeted curtly. "I've read initial reports of what happened at UA's USJ earlier today. Now, I want to hear it directly from you, Izuku. What happened?" Izuku stepped forward with a composed demeanor, his voice steady. "President, the villains attacked during a training exercise. Their goal was clear. They wanted to kill All Might. Their leader, Shigaraki, even mentioned that the creature they brought along, the Nomu, was specifically designed for that purpose. But All Might wasn't there, so they shifted their attention to the students and teachers. I assessed the situation and intervened to protect my classmates." He paused for a moment, and the president gestured for him to continue. "The Nomu was a formidable opponent. Its body had been heavily modified and could regenerate quickly from injuries. I fought it, along with the support of Agents Swift, Fong, and Tiger." He nodded toward the three agents. "They helped me to maintain my cover as a student who wasn't used to high-stakes combat, while still contributing meaningfully to the fight. The Nomu was a tough adversary, but I managed to land 2 lethal blows that incapacitated and killed it." Izuku then reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small test tubes, placing them on the table in front of the president. One contained a small amount of blood, and the other had a tiny sample of brain tissue. The blood in the test tube swirled slowly as it settled. "These," Izuku said calmly, "are samples of the Nomu's DNA that I managed to collect at the exact moment I delivered the final blows. I was careful and no one noticed. The first sample is its blood, and the second is brain tissue." The president's eyes gleamed as she looked at the samples, impressed by his meticulous foresight. "Excellent work, Midoriya. Very few could maintain composure in a situation like that, let alone have the presence of mind to extract valuable intelligence. I'll have Dr. Yamada study and analyze these samples immediately. If this Nomu is a manufactured being, it could lead us to some answers." Izuku nodded, his eyes focused. "I agree. I believe these samples may tell us more about the villain's capabilities and perhaps their benefactors. I don't think this was just a one-off. The way the Nomu was designed, it had more to it than what we saw." Agent Swift, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. "President, if I may, Izuku led the charge in taking down the Nomu, but I wanted to commend Agent Fong, Tiger, and myself for assisting in a way that kept his cover intact. We coordinated to make sure it looked like Izuku was a regular student, not someone with combat expertise." Agent Tiger chimed in with a grin. "Yeah, though I'd say it wasn't easy making it look like Izuku needed our help. The kid's a natural leader, and the way he handled himself under pressure, It took all three of us to make it look like we weren't just following his lead. Agent Fang smiled. I think we can all agree he's something special. Izuku inwardly felt flattered, but he kept his expression neutral. Thank you, but it was a team effort. I couldn't have kept my cover without your help. The president leaned back in her chair, thinking carefully. Good. You all did well. This keeps your cover intact, Izuku, and ensures the safety of our operations moving forward. The fact that you dealt with the Nomu quickly and without major incident shows your skill. However, I sense there's more you wanted to discuss. Izuku nodded, his tone growing more serious. Yes, I wanted to speak to Dr. Yamada privately later. There's a project I want to collaborate on, something that will help me keep my identity as the legendary assassin hit a secret moving forward. The stakes are getting higher, and I need to be ready for anything. The president narrowed her eyes slightly. You're planning something more elaborate, I assume? Yes, I believe we can create something technology, perhaps, that will aid in masking my true abilities and presence even further. Dr. Yamada's expertise will be invaluable to making it a reality. She considered his words for a moment, then nodded. Very well. You have my permission to work with Dr. Yamada on this. But I want updates. Regularly. You're too valuable an asset for us to let anything slip through the cracks. Izuku bowed slightly. Of course. Just then, Dr. Yamada, a thin, silver-haired man with sharp, calculating eyes, entered the room. He adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. I understand you've collected some samples for me to analyze? Izuku handed the test tubes to Dr. Yamada. Yes, these are from the Nomu, blood and brain tissue. I suspect there's more to their creation than meets the eye. Dr. Yamada took the samples carefully, nodding with approval. I'll begin working on this right away, and as for that project you mentioned, Izuku will discuss the details soon. I have a few ideas already. The president stood, signaling the end of the meeting. Good work, all of you. Dismissed. As Izuku and the agents left the room, Agent Swift leaned in and whispered, You know, Izuku, you're not just the strongest out there. You're also pretty cute when you're all serious like that. Izuku blushed lightly, not expecting the compliment, but outwardly tried to play it cool. I appreciate the compliment, but we have a mission to focus on. Agent Tiger chuckled, teasing, Yeah, but don't think you're getting out of this one. You've got 3 fans watching your back. Izuku sighed inwardly, flattered by their words but keeping his cover intact as he walked forward, ready for whatever the next mission might bring. Deep down, however, he knew that the challenges were only going to get tougher. With the Nomu defeated and the villains retreating, something darker was brewing, and he needed to be prepared. Dr. Yamada's laboratory. After the meeting, Izuku found Dr. Yamada in his private lab within the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters. The lab was a mix of advanced technology and traditional workspaces, the shelves lined with high-tech materials and gadgets in various stages of development. Dr. Yamada was already at his workstation, reviewing the Nomu samples under a microscope, but he looked up as Izuku entered. Ah, Izuku, Dr. Yamada greeted, straightening up from his examination. I was expecting you. You've piqued my curiosity with that project you mentioned. So, what exactly did you have in mind? Izuku stepped forward, reaching into his coat to pull out a folded piece of paper. It was a detailed sketch of a battle uniform, his new battle uniform. Doctor, this is what I need. I need a new uniform for my missions as Hit. He handed over the paper, and Dr. Yamada carefully unfolded it, revealing the design. His keen eyes traced every line and note, taking in the detailed armor, the color palette, and the specifications. You're worried about someone making the connection between Izuku Midoriya, the UA student, and Hit, the legendary assassin. Yamada deduced immediately, glancing up at Izuku. That's a valid concern, especially after the USJ incident. If someone begins to suspect that the two of you, Izuku and Hit, are one and the same, your cover will be blown. Exactly, Izuku replied, nodding. I've already taken care of keeping my abilities under wraps when I'm in my Izuku Midoriya persona. But the issue is that if I keep using the same outfit as Hit, it won't take long for someone to start connecting the dots. Dr. Yamada raised an eyebrow, still focused on the sketch. So, you're looking for something completely different. A new identity within your identity. A uniform that conceals you even more than the one you currently use. Izuku stepped closer to the doctor's workstation, his green eyes sharp. Yes, I need something durable, strong enough to withstand serious combat, but flexible enough that I can move at high speeds. The material has to be black, blacker than the night sky. No one should be able to see me coming, even in low light. I also need it to have a hood and a face mask to completely conceal my features. Dr. Yamada nodded, mentally calculating the requirements. A full head covering. That's not too difficult. I'll ensure the fabric is breathable and reinforced to withstand hits without affecting your vision or hearing. Also, Izuku added, I need a voice changer built into the mask. My voice is recognizable, and that's too much of a risk. If someone heard both Izuku Midoriya and Hit speak and realized they sounded the same, it would ruin everything. The voice changer should mask my actual voice, giving me a deeper, more menacing tone when I'm in action. Dr. Yamada scratched his chin, studying the design further. Yes, I can integrate a voice modulator into the mask. It'll be subtle enough not to be noticed but effective enough to completely distort your voice. Shouldn't be too difficult. Izuku continued, leaning forward slightly. I'm counting on you, Doctor. This uniform is critical. It needs to be flawless because I can't afford any mistakes. The USJ incident was already too close for comfort. We're dealing with an enemy that's getting bolder and more dangerous by the day, and I need to be prepared for any situation. Dr. Yamada set the sketch down on his desk and stood up, pacing slightly. You're asking for a lot, but I've worked with more difficult requests in the past. With the resources and materials provided by the Hero Public Safety Commission, I'd say the uniform could be completed in about 2 weeks. That should be enough time for me to gather the proper materials and make the necessary adjustments based on your specifications. Izuku smiled, relieved but still serious. That's what I expected. 2 weeks is a reasonable time frame. But, Doctor, I need to emphasize this, the uniform can't just be strong and durable. It needs to be silent. I can't have it making noise when I'm moving at high speeds or during close combat. If someone hears me coming, it defeats the entire purpose. Dr. Yamada nodded thoughtfully. Silent, durable, flexible, and black as night. Not an easy combination, but I've worked with similar challenges before. I'll make sure the fabric is lined with noise-dampening fibers. You'll be as quiet as a shadow. Perfect. Izuku gave a small nod of approval. I also need something else, something discreet. A compartment within the uniform, where I can store items or tools without them being noticed. It should be hidden, but easy for me to access during a fight if needed. Dr. Yamada raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the request. A hidden compartment? I assume this would be for collecting information or storing small, vital items. I'll make sure it's integrated into the design in a way that doesn't compromise the overall integrity of the uniform. It will remain subtle, but accessible. Izuku stepped back, his expression calm but grateful. That's exactly what I need. I knew I could trust you with this, Doctor. With everything that's happening, we can't afford to be careless. The villains are getting smarter, and we need to stay ahead of them. Dr. Yamada chuckled softly. Izuku, you're a remarkable individual. You've already thought of everything. I'll start on this project immediately, but I have to say, you're putting yourself in the crossfire. Your mission, your persona, it's not easy balancing all of this. Izuku's face hardened, his resolve unwavering. I've always known the risks, Doctor. This is the path I chose, and I have no regrets. I'll do whatever it takes to protect the people I care about and to complete my mission. That's why I can't afford any weaknesses, not in my uniform, not in my strategy. Dr. Yamada smiled faintly, admiring the determination in the young man. Understood. You'll have your new battle uniform in 2 weeks, Midoriya. Just be ready. It's going to be the best suit I've ever made. Izuku nodded, stepping toward the door. I'll be ready. Thank you, Doctor. As Izuku left the lab, he felt a sense of anticipation building inside him. His new uniform would be the perfect tool to maintain his cover while allowing him to continue his mission as Hit. But he also knew that the battles ahead would be even more difficult than the ones he had faced before. The villains were growing stronger, and Izuku had to stay 2 steps ahead of them. In 2 weeks, he'd have what he needed, and he would be ready for whatever came next. Back at UA. The aftermath of the USJ incident weighed heavily on the UA staff as they gathered in Nizu's office. The air was tense, filled with the unspoken worry of what had just transpired. Nizu sat at the head of the table, his small paws folded neatly on the desk. To his right sat Eraserhead, his arms crossed and face impassive as usual, though his bandaged arms were a clear reminder of the day's events. Across the table, Recovery Girl sat silently, occasionally glancing toward All Might, who stood near the window, his silhouette looking more tired and burdened than usual. The other teachers had already taken their seats. Midnight, Present Mike, Snipe, and Cementos. All of them prepared for a difficult conversation. All eyes eventually turned toward All Might as Nizu opened the meeting. "Let's begin," Nizu said, his soft voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere. "We've all reviewed the reports and spoken to the students about what occurred at the USJ today. And we've already questioned the 3 agents who arrived on the scene to provide assistance. However, one question remains at the forefront of everyone's minds. Why wasn't All Might present?" The teachers shifted slightly in their seats. All Might remained facing the window, his gaze distant as if he were still thinking about the battle he missed. Finally, All Might turned around to face them, his face somber. "It's my fault. I wasn't able to make it to the USJ because I had already used up the majority of my time in my muscle form before the incident occurred." He sighed, running a hand through his blonde hair. "I stopped a few dozen crimes along the way to UA earlier this morning. By the time I got to campus, I was already too close to my limit. When the USJ attack happened, I simply didn't have enough time left to make it there before reverting to my weaker form." Midnight spoke up next, her tone understanding but worried. "We can't blame you for doing your duty as a hero, All Might. You saved lives earlier today before the attack. But the fact that you weren't there when the students needed you most." She didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. "We were lucky the students and Eraserhead managed to hold on until reinforcements arrived," Cementos added. "But it could have gone much worse." Nizu nodded gravely. "We've avoided a catastrophe, but there are larger issues at play here. The villains knew exactly when to strike. They were expecting All Might to be there and planned their attack around it. They even created a creature, this Nomu, specifically to kill him. This suggests that their intelligence is highly accurate." Present Mike leaned forward, brows furrowed. "You're saying they've got a leak somewhere? Someone feeding them information?" Nizu looked contemplative. "It's not out of the question. Whoever coordinated the attack knew about All Might's schedule and knew when he wouldn't be at UA. That suggests someone within our walls may have provided that information." The room went silent for a moment as the implications of Nizu's words settled in. "Are you suggesting there's a traitor among us?" Midnight asked, her voice tense. Nizu's eyes flicked across the room, considering his next words carefully. "It's a possibility we cannot ignore. There is reason to believe that the villains have a source within UA. However, I want to be clear that this is just a theory at this point. We have no hard evidence, and I urge all of you not to act on assumptions." All Might, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, his voice low and filled with suspicion. "There is one student who stands out to me." Everyone's attention turned toward him as he straightened, his usual calm demeanor replaced by unease. "You're talking about Midoriya, aren't you?" Eraserhead spoke for the group, though his tone was more questioning than accusatory. All Might nodded slowly. "Yes, Midoriya. He's too skilled. He's smart, unnervingly smart for a first-year student. During the USJ incident, he reached conclusions and strategies faster than even some of the pro heroes might have. He was calm under pressure, almost too calm. And his file. All Might's voice darkened. It says he's quirkless, yet he displays abilities far beyond what a quirkless individual could achieve through mere training. I've seen it myself. Midoriya's file is well documented, Eraserhead argued. We've watched his progress, and yes, he's skilled, but I don't see that as suspicious. He's working hard to be a hero. All Might shook his head. You don't understand. There's more. Midoriya's abilities, his composure, his skill, they're not natural. I suspect. He paused, his words heavy with accusation. I suspect he may be working for All for One. The room fell into an uneasy silence as All Might's words sank in. That's a bold claim, All Might, Recovery Girl finally said, her voice soft but firm. And do you have any proof of this? Any actual evidence? All Might clenched his fists, the tension in his body growing more palpable. I don't have proof, but think about it. All for One has been out there for years, plotting. What if Midoriya is one of his pawns? What if All for One gave him abilities in exchange for information? That would explain his rapid development and his behavior. It makes too much sense. Nizu's sharp gaze focused on All Might. You're accusing Midoriya of being the UA traitor based on circumstantial evidence and suspicion alone? All Might hesitated. It's not just suspicion. It's everything he does. It's too perfect, too planned. His instincts are too refined, especially for someone who is supposedly quirkless. He must have a connection to All for One. Eraserhead leaned forward, his face unreadable. All Might, you're forgetting that Midoriya was one of the students most vocal about saving lives during the USJ attack. He ordered those agents to step in and save me, and without their help, I'd likely be in worse shape. If he's working for All for One, why would he act so selflessly? All Might opened his mouth to speak but hesitated again, unsure how to respond. Nizu stepped in with his calm, calculated tone. All Might, while I understand your concern, I believe we need to approach this carefully. Midoriya has shown exemplary behavior during his time at UA, and there is no definitive proof linking him to All for One. Falsely accusing a student of such a serious offense could have severe consequences, not only for the student but for the entire school. All Might looked conflicted, his usual confidence shaken. I have a bad feeling about him. I think we need more than just a bad feeling to go on, Midnight said, her voice soft but resolute. Nizu nodded in agreement. We will continue to investigate the possibility of a traitor, but for now, I want everyone to remain calm and keep this discussion confidential. There's no need to cause unnecessary panic among the students, especially after what they've been through. All Might gritted his teeth but ultimately nodded. I understand, but we need to be careful. Nizu smiled gently. Indeed, but until we have solid proof, we cannot make any assumptions. I suggest we all return to our duties and focus on supporting the students. They will need time to recover from the USJ incident. The meeting ended with the teachers exchanging quiet, uncertain glances. As they left the room, All Might lingered, still staring out the window, lost in his thoughts about Midoriya. New theory. After the meeting ended, All Might couldn't shake the gnawing doubt that plagued his mind. The students had left, but he lingered behind, pacing with his arms folded as Nizu and Eraserhead remained in the room. He turned to the two, his tone serious. Principal Nizu, Eraserhead, we need to discuss Midoriya further. Nizu, ever perceptive, leaned forward in his chair, his paws folding atop his desk. Yes, All Might, you seem to have a particular concern about him. Eraserhead glanced at All Might from under his scruffy hair but stayed silent, observing the conversation quietly. All Might sighed deeply, his expression darkened with concern. I can't shake this feeling. There's something about Midoriya, something that doesn't add up. His combat skills, his quick thinking. It's not normal for a quirkless kid. It's like he's been trained, honed for battle. And the way he led those agents during the USJ incident, it was too smooth, too natural. He doesn't just act like a student. He acts like a professional. Nizu raised a brow, intrigued but cautious. And you're suggesting? All Might straightened, his fists clenching slightly. I think Midoriya is connected to All for One or maybe someone dangerous. I'm just not sure of who yet. Eraserhead's gaze sharpened slightly, but he remained quiet, listening carefully to All Might's suspicions. Nizu tilted his head. Who exactly do you think this individual is, All Might? All Might took a breath, then continued. Is there anyone out there? Anyone who might be quirkless, but still possesses abilities that defy explanation? Someone who could have trained Midoriya in combat, strategy, and stealth. Eraserhead and Nizu exchanged a glance, the gears turning in their minds. It was Eraserhead who spoke first. There is someone, a name that's surfaced in criminal circles over the last 5 years. But he's not a hero. In fact, he's an assassin. Nizu nodded solemnly. Yes, he goes by the name Hit, or more commonly, the legendary assassin Hit. All Might's eyes widened, the name unfamiliar but striking. Hit? Who is this Hit? Could he be involved in what's happening at UA? Nizu leaned back in his chair, his voice calm but heavy. Hit is an enigma. He's been active internationally, operating in America, Europe, Asia, even here in Japan. Despite his notoriety, no one knows his true identity or even his face. There are rumors that he is quirkless, yet his skills in combat and assassination are unmatched. His targets are often evildoers, criminals, leaders of crime syndicates, and corrupt officials. In some circles, he's considered a vigilante, a necessary evil who only kills those who deserve it. However, the truth remains elusive. Eraserhead added, Hit is known for being efficient, silent, and deadly. No one has ever been able to track him down. He moves like a ghost. All Might's expression darkened as the pieces began to click together. An assassin, quirkless, with abilities that seem almost superhuman. It all fits. Midoriya has displayed skills that far exceed that of a normal student, let alone someone who claims to be quirkless. His file doesn't line up with what we've seen. What if Midoriya is Hit's disciple? Or worse, his son? Eraserhead crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. It's a bold theory, All Might, but we don't have any real evidence to suggest Midoriya is connected to Hit. All Might ran a hand through his hair, clearly frustrated. I know it's a leap, but the way Midoriya handles himself, he's too polished, too skilled for someone with no formal training. And his combat during the USJ incident, it was too controlled. He was able to direct those agents like he'd been in charge before. Nizu nodded thoughtfully but remained cautious. It's true that Midoriya's skills are unique, especially for a first year, but we must be careful about drawing conclusions based on assumptions. If Midoriya is connected to Hit, we would need concrete proof before making any accusations. All Might, not quite satisfied, pressed on. But you've seen how he fights. His speed, his precision, it's not something a student would develop on their own. And his quirkless status, it doesn't add up. If Midoriya were trained by Hit, that would explain everything. He could have been groomed from a young age to fight, to adapt, and to think like an assassin. Eraserhead finally spoke again, his tone more practical. While it's true that Midoriya has skills beyond his years, that doesn't necessarily mean he's connected to an assassin. He could simply be a prodigy. Not every talented student is tied to a criminal. Nizu raised a paw. And let's not forget that during the USJ incident, Midoriya was instrumental in saving lives. His actions were that of a hero, not an assassin. If he were working with Hit, or anyone else in the underworld, why would he go out of his way to protect his classmates and teacher? All Might's eyes flickered with frustration. What if it's all part of a cover? What if he's hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right moment? Nizu shook his head gently. All Might, while your concerns are valid, we must remain cautious. We have no evidence that Midoriya is involved with HIT or that he's anything other than what he claims to be. A student trying to become a hero. Eraserhead leaned against the wall, his voice low but firm. Besides, accusing a student without solid proof could backfire. We're dealing with enough right now after the USJ incident. The last thing we need is to create more chaos by falsely accusing someone of being connected to a notorious assassin. All Might clenched his fists, clearly conflicted. I get what you're saying, but I can't ignore this feeling. Midoriya is hiding something. I can feel it. And if it turns out he's working with someone like HIT, it could be catastrophic. Nizu's gaze softened, but his tone remained resolute. I understand, All Might, but for now we watch and wait. Keep an eye on Midoriya, yes, but don't act on impulse. We don't want to alienate a potentially innocent student. All Might exhaled slowly, his frustration palpable. Fine, I'll keep an eye on him. But if I find anything at all, I'll bring it to you immediately. Nizu smiled gently. That's all we ask. Patience, All Might. Sometimes, the truth reveals itself in time. Eraserhead nodded in agreement. We can't jump to conclusions. We've got enough on our plates. If Midoriya is innocent, accusing him could do more harm than good. All Might's shoulders slumped slightly, but he gave a resigned nod. You're right, but I'm not letting this go. If there's even a chance that Midoriya is connected to HIT, I'll find out. With that, All Might turned and left the office, though the weight of his suspicions still hung heavy on his shoulders. Once the door closed behind him, Nizu sighed softly, glancing at Eraserhead. You think he's right? Eraserhead asked quietly. Nizu paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing in thought. It's possible. Midoriya is different. But until we know for sure, we must tread carefully. We can't risk losing a good student based on paranoia. Eraserhead nodded, his arms crossed. And this HIT? Should we be worried? Nizu's gaze became thoughtful, almost distant. If HIT is real, then yes, but for now we focus on what we can control. Midoriya's actions at UA have been that of a hero, not a criminal. We'll keep watching, and we'll see what unfolds. Eraserhead gave a short nod. And if All Might is right? Nizu smiled softly, his voice calm but firm. Then we'll deal with that when the time comes. And with that, the conversation ended, but the shadow of suspicion still hung over Midoriya in All Might's mind. At home. Later that evening, Izuku returned home from the chaos of the USJ attack. He opened the door, feeling the familiar warmth of his home envelop him. His mother, Inko, was in the kitchen as usual, preparing dinner, but he knew she'd been worried all day after hearing the news about the villain's invasion. As he stepped into the house, he took a deep breath and called out, "Mom, I'm home." Inko immediately rushed out from the kitchen, her eyes wide with relief. "Izuku, oh thank goodness, you're all right." She hurried toward him, looking him over quickly as if to check for any injuries. "I heard about what happened at UA. Villains attacked? Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Izuku gave her a soft smile, trying to reassure her. "I'm fine, Mom. Really, I handled it." Inko exhaled deeply, relief flooding her. She knew what handled it meant when it came from Izuku. Her son wasn't just any ordinary student at UA. She knew the truth, the full truth. He wasn't just training to become a hero, but was also operating in the shadows as an assassin for the Hero Public Safety Commission, the assassin known as HIT. Though the truth weighed heavily on her heart, she understood his reasoning. She knew he did it to protect people, to eliminate dangerous threats that others couldn't handle, and to safeguard the future. Still, knowing didn't make it any easier. "You took care of it, didn't you?" Inko asked, her voice quiet and steady, though her eyes betrayed her concern. She always tried to balance her love and worry for her son with her understanding of why he did what he did. Izuku nodded, looking down for a moment before meeting her eyes. "Yeah, I killed it. The Nomu. It wasn't human, just some kind of monster they created to kill All Might. I didn't have a choice, Mom. Inko nodded slowly, taking in his words. I see, she whispered, her voice wavering just a little. I trust you, Izuku. I know that whatever you did, it was because you had to, because there was no other way. She sat down on the couch, her hands trembling slightly as she processed the reality of it all. But it's still hard to hear that you had to take another life, even if it was a monster. Izuku walked over and sat beside her, placing his hand gently on hers. I know, Mom. I wish there was another way, but that thing wasn't like any villain we've faced. It was built to kill. If I hadn't stopped it, it would have killed everyone. Mr. Aizawa was nearly torn apart before I stepped in. Inko squeezed his hand, nodding as she looked at him with tears forming in her eyes. I know, Izuku. I know. And I'm glad you're here. I'm so proud of the hero you're becoming. But I can't help worrying about the path you're on, with the commission and the risks you're taking. Izuku's heart softened. He had always appreciated his mom's understanding of his double life, and despite everything, she remained his biggest supporter. I don't want you to worry, Mom. I'm always careful. You know me, I'm methodical. I've never lost a fight, and I'm not planning to start now. Inko smiled softly, though her tears were still there. You always say that, and I know you're strong, but I'm still your mother. I'll always worry about you. I'm just glad that you're all right, and that no one else got seriously hurt. What about your classmates? How are they? Izuku's expression lightened. They're okay. A few of them were shaken up, but no one was seriously injured, thanks to me and some backup. Aizawa-sensei, though, he got hurt pretty bad, but he'll recover. Inko nodded slowly, absorbing his words. I'm glad, and I'm glad you were there to protect them. You really are growing into an incredible hero, Izuku. But promise me you'll always come back. I don't care what it takes. I need you to come back to me. Izuku smiled, his heart swelling with affection for his mother. I promise, Mom. No matter what happens, I'll always come back. Inko hugged him tightly, resting her head on his shoulder. You've always been strong, even when you didn't have a quirk. I wish you didn't have to do all this alone. You have so much responsibility already, but I'm proud of you. I don't want you to lose yourself in all of this. I won't, Mom, Izuku said, his voice firm but kind. I know who I am. I'm doing this to protect everyone, to make the world a better place. Inko pulled back slightly to look at him, her hands resting on his cheeks. I know, Izuku. Just don't forget to live your life too. Don't let the world's weight crush you. Izuku nodded, appreciating her words. I won't. I have you to remind me of that. Inko smiled, wiping her eyes. Good. And please, next time you see Mr. Aizawa, tell him to get well soon from me. I will, Mom. Thanks, Izuku said, standing up as he headed toward his room. And Izuku? Inko called after him, her voice soft but loving. I love you, no matter what. I love you too, Mom, Izuku replied with a gentle smile before heading off to rest, knowing that no matter what challenges lay ahead, he always had his mother's unwavering support. After hours, it was late at night, and the moon hung lazily in the sky. Izuku had just finished tucking his mother into bed, ensuring she was comfortable and had everything she needed. After a long day of dealing with both the USJ incident and his intensive training regimen, his body ached for relaxation. Fortunately, he knew just the place, the Hero Public Safety Commission's private hot springs. Reserved only for top agents, it was the perfect place for him to unwind. And being the Commission's top assassin, the privilege was naturally his. As Izuku entered the hot spring area, the calming scent of mineral-rich water filled his senses. The warm steam enveloped him as he stripped off his clothes and sank into the hot, soothing water. A sigh escaped his lips as the tension in his muscles began to melt away. This is nice, Izuku thought to himself, closing his eyes for a brief moment. But his peace was about to be interrupted, though not unpleasantly. Suddenly, he heard the light padding of footsteps approaching. His eyes snapped open, only to see 4 familiar figures entering the hot spring area. Kana Tsutumi, Lady Nagant, Mia, Agent Swift, Walana, Agent Fong, and Mizelia, Agent Tiger. Well, what do we have here? Kana teased, her voice a sultry mix of amusement and mischief as she entered the spring with the others. Looks like someone's getting some much-needed relaxation. Izuku blinked, momentarily taken aback. Lady Nagant? Agent Swift, Fong, Tiger. What are you all doing here? His tone was more confused than accusatory. Before he could say anything more, Kana cut him off with a knowing smile. After hours, you don't have to call us by our work names, you know? It's Kana. Mia grinned, sliding into the water beside him. And you can call me Mia. Walana added with a playful wink. Walana. And I'm Mizelia, Agent Tiger said, her voice carrying a seductive edge as she joined the group in the hot spring. Izuku felt a twinge of embarrassment rise in his chest. Okay, he managed, his mind still adjusting to the sudden change of dynamic. It wasn't often that he saw them like this, off-duty, relaxed, and far more casual than their professional personas. Kana, Mia, Walana, and Mizelia had always admired Izuku's strength, both as a top-tier assassin and as a student striving to be a hero, but now they were letting their feelings show in a more personal way. You've been working so hard lately, Izuku, Kana said, her voice softer now as she moved closer to him. Between UA and your work with the commission, you hardly get a break. Mia nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So we thought you deserved a little treat. After all, it's not every day you single-handedly kill a Nomu and protect a whole class of students. Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond to the praise. I was just doing my job. Walana smirked. Well, we think you did more than that. You saved lives today, and it's time someone took care of you for a change. Mizelia moved behind him, resting her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging the tense muscles she found there. We wanted to help you relax, Izuku. After all, it's not just work. You've been juggling so much with school and everything else. Izuku tensed up, his body still unaccustomed to such direct attention, especially from 4 incredibly attractive women who clearly admired him. I appreciate it, really, but… Before he could finish his thought, Kana smiled and placed a finger over his lips, silencing him gently. Sure, you've done enough talking. You've earned this, Izuku. As they began helping him wash up, Izuku's face flushed slightly, clearly embarrassed by the situation. The 4 women moved with care and affection, their hands helping him clean off the stress of the day. Despite his embarrassment, their touch was comforting, and for the first time in a long while, Izuku allowed himself to simply relax. You know, Mia said teasingly as she moved closer, by the time you graduate from UA, you're going to be spending a lot more private time with us. And I don't just mean in the hot springs either. Izuku's eyes widened at her words, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Wait, what? He stammered, not quite sure how to respond to her flirtatious tone. Walana laughed softly, seeing his flustered reaction. Oh, come on, Izuku. You're cute when you're embarrassed. We're just saying you're going to need some company after all the stress you deal with. Exactly, Mizelia added with a playful grin. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you when that time comes. Izuku blinked, feeling utterly out of his element in this situation. He had fought monsters, taken down criminals, and infiltrated dangerous organizations. But this was a whole new battlefield for him. Izuku fumbled over his words, unsure how to respond to their teasing. He was flattered, certainly, but also incredibly self-conscious about the attention. Seeing his flustered expression, Kana chuckled softly. Relax, Izuku. We're not going to push you into anything. We just wanted you to know that you're not alone. We've got your back no matter what, and you can count on us for more than just fighting alongside you. Mia smiled softly, her tone more serious now. If you ever need to talk, or just unwind after a hard day, we're here for you. You don't have to carry everything on your own. Izuku nodded slowly, grateful for their support, even if their teasing left him a bit overwhelmed. Thank you, really. After settling into bed, the air was still warm from the hot spring and filled with a comforting sense of ease. Izuku was finally starting to relax, the tension of the day slowly fading away. Lying between Kana, Mia, Walana, and Mizelia, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered by the closeness. His heart pounded in his chest as they all nestled closer, creating a protective circle around him. "Good night, Izuku," Kana whispered softly from his left side, her voice low and affectionate. "Sleep tight, cutie," Mia added with a wink from his right. Walana giggled as she lay beside him. "We're not going anywhere. We'll always be here when you need us." Mizelia chimed in from the foot of the bed, playfully tugging on his blanket. "Just call for us, and we'll be there." Izuku smiled, though his cheeks burned red from the warmth and intimacy of their words. He was about to say something, but before he could, Kana leaned in and planted a slow, gentle kiss on his lips. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at the sudden contact. But it didn't stop there. Next, Mia brushed his cheek with her fingers before pressing her lips against his in a soft, lingering kiss that left Izuku's heart racing. Walana wasn't far behind, leaning in to place her own kiss on his lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Finally, Mizelia gave him a deep, teasing kiss that sent a shiver down his spine. They were each different, yet all equally filled with affection, each kiss an expression of their appreciation and care for him. After a moment, Izuku blinked, now thoroughly flustered, his entire face flushed red. Who was that?" he stammered, trying to figure out who had kissed him first, his mind reeling from the rapid series of soft, sweet kisses. Kana chuckled softly from his side, running her fingers through his hair. "Does it matter, Izuku? We don't mind sharing you," Mia added with a playful smirk, wrapping her arm around his waist and pulling him closer. "It doesn't have to be just one of us, you know?" Walana laughed softly. "Exactly. We all like you, Izuku. So, who says you have to pick one of us?" Mizelia's voice came in smoothly from the foot of the bed. "Besides, it's not like we're competing. We all care about you." Izuku, completely overwhelmed, didn't know how to respond. His heart was racing, and his face felt like it was on fire. He had never experienced anything like this before. For incredibly strong, beautiful women, each showing him affection in their own unique way. "Why, you're all too kind," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, unsure of what else to say. He looked at each of them, feeling both incredibly lucky and slightly embarrassed by all the attention. Kana smiled warmly, leaning her head against his shoulder. "Get some rest, Izuku. You've earned it." "We'll be right here," Mia added, nuzzling his neck gently. Izuku closed his eyes, the warmth of their bodies surrounding him, making him feel safe, protected, and loved. "Thank you, all of you." And with that, he drifted off to sleep, feeling a sense of peace he hadn't known in a long time. The gentle breaths of the women around him and their comforting presence made him realize that he didn't have to carry the weight of the world alone. They were there for him, and in that moment he truly felt cared for. Early morning with a friend. The sun had barely risen when Izuku groggily rolled out of bed. The morning light filtered in through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. After shaking off the remnants of sleep, Izuku quietly stretched and slipped out from the tangle of blankets, careful not to wake Kana, Mia, Walana, and Mizelia, who were still peacefully resting. He put on his workout gear, the familiar weight of responsibility settling back onto his shoulders. Another day, another mission, but first his workout routine. As Izuku made his way to the training grounds, he noticed something unusual. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed faintly, the telltale sign that someone was already there. Izuku quickened his pace, curiosity piqued. and upon reaching the open area, he found himself looking at a familiar figure. Hitoshi Shinso stood there, wearing his own training gear, his purple hair in a tousled mess as always, and a perpetually tired look on his face, giving off strong teen version of Aizawa vibes. His eyes, half-lidded with fatigue, were already focused on whatever inner challenge he had set for himself. He'd clearly been at it for a while, judging by the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Hitoshi," Izuku called, surprise evident in his tone. Shinso turned slowly to face him, offering a half-smile that was more tired than happy. "Morning, Izuku. I figured I'd get a head start before the usual grind." Izuku raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he approached his friend. "Didn't expect to see you here this early," he said, genuinely curious. "It's been a while since we trained together this early." Shinso shrugged, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, well, couldn't sleep." He turned back to his training, his voice slightly muffled. "Thought I'd get some extra work in before school. You know, gotta keep up if I'm gonna make it into the hero course." Izuku felt a warm sense of familiarity wash over him. Hitoshi was the one person who truly understood him, the only person who knew about his double life and accepted him for it. The two had met years ago, when Shinso had been dealing with the stigma of having a villainous quirk. Izuku had immediately seen past that. He understood what it was like to be judged for something beyond your control. Shinso's quirk, brainwashing, allowed him to take control of people's actions if they responded to his questions. But instead of seeing him as a threat, Izuku had taken the lonely boy under his wing, inviting him to live at the Hero Public Safety Commission HQ and even teaching him to use ki. Over the years, their bond had grown stronger, and Hitoshi had become Izuku's only real friend. Izuku smirked, a small but genuine smile forming on his lips. "You don't have to push yourself too hard, you know? You're already miles ahead of where you were when we started training together." Hitoshi let out a tired chuckle, dropping to the ground and starting a set of push-ups. "Thanks, but I'm not taking any chances. Not when I've got a shot at the hero course next sport festival." Izuku watched him for a moment before stepping forward, rolling his shoulders. "Mind if I join in?" Shinso glanced up from his push-ups and gave a nod. "Wouldn't be the same without you." The two trained in comfortable silence for a while. Shinso was far quieter than most people, which suited Izuku just fine. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a shared history of hardship and a deep respect for each other's strengths. They didn't need to fill the silence with words. Just being there together was enough. As they transitioned into sparring, Shinso wiped the sweat from his brow, his breathing steady despite the exertion. "You know, I heard about what happened at the USJ yesterday." Izuku froze for a brief second, his stance faltering slightly before he recovered. He should have known that Shinso would have heard. Hitoshi was sharp like that, always paying attention to the undercurrent of events. "Yeah," Izuku admitted quietly, throwing a half-hearted punch toward Shinso's midsection, which was swiftly blocked. It was intense. Shinso ducked under Izuku's next jab, countering with a leg sweep that Izuku easily dodged. "You took down a creature designed to kill All Might, didn't you?" There was no judgment in his voice, only curiosity. "And you managed to kill it in 2 hits?" Izuku sighed, lowering his guard for a moment. "I didn't have much of a choice. That thing would have torn through the others if I didn't stop it." Shinso stopped moving for a moment, giving Izuku a long, appraising look. "You really don't mess around, do you?" Izuku chuckled. "I don't have the luxury of holding back." There was another pause, then Shinso cracked a small smile. "Good. I'd expect nothing less from the guy who trained me." They continued their sparring for a while longer before eventually settling on the ground, taking a break. As they rested, Shinso glanced sideways at Izuku. "Izuku," he began, his voice more serious now. "Thanks for everything, you know. Not giving up on me back then. I wouldn't have made it this far without you." Izuku looked over at his friend, feeling a warmth in his chest. Don't thank me for that. You're strong, Hitoshi. Always have been. You just needed someone to see it. He gave him a playful nudge. Besides, we're in this together, right? Shinso grinned. Yeah, together. They sat there for a while, the morning sun rising higher in the sky as they prepared to face another day, side by side, just like they always had. Flashback 3 years ago. The day was cold and gray, the sun barely peeking through the thick blanket of clouds overhead. Izuku, then a quiet boy still honing his craft as both an assassin and a hero in training, was walking through the bustling streets of Mizudafu. He had finished another training session at the Hero Public Safety Commission and had decided to take a detour before heading home. As he walked through the less-traveled side streets, something made him stop in his tracks. A gut feeling, a sense that something wasn't right. That's when he saw him. A boy, about the same age as Izuku, slumped against a brick wall in an alleyway. His purple hair was messy and matted with dirt, and his face was bruised, fresh cuts visible on his cheeks. His clothes were torn, and his eyes, those tired, hopeless eyes, were half closed, as if he were too exhausted to care about what happened next. Izuku's heart clenched at the sight. He had seen that look before, the look of someone who had been cast aside, beaten down by a world that didn't understand them. It was the same look Izuku had worn when he was younger, abandoned by his own family. Without a second thought, Izuku walked into the alley and crouched down in front of the boy. "Hey!" Izuku called out softly, careful not to startle him. "Are you okay?" The boy didn't respond at first, just staring down at the ground as if Izuku's voice barely registered. After a moment, he finally looked up, his tired eyes narrowing in suspicion. "What do you want?" His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Izuku held his hands up in a placating gesture. "I don't want anything. I just saw you sitting here and thought maybe you needed some help." The boy snorted bitterly, wincing as the movement aggravated a cut on his lip. "Help? That's a first." Izuku sat down on the cold pavement next to him, making sure to keep his voice calm and gentle. "What happened to you?" The boy hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering toward Izuku as if trying to determine whether or not he could be trusted. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. "I got into another fight," he muttered, his voice dripping with bitterness. "Same thing every time. People think I'm a villain because of my quirk. Brainwashing." He spat the word out like it was poison. "All I have to do is ask someone a question, and if they answer, I can make them do whatever I want. Everyone hates me for it. Thinks I'm some kind of freak." Izuku felt a surge of anger. Anger not at the boy, but at the people who had hurt him, rejected him. He knew all too well what it was like to be misunderstood, to be judged for something you couldn't control. But instead of showing his anger, Izuku kept his voice calm, understanding. "I know what that's like," Izuku said quietly, "to be judged for something you can't change." The boy blinked, surprised by Izuku's words. He stared at him for a moment before finally asking, "What do you mean?" "I'm quirkless. They all looked down on me, too. Treated me like I was less than them because I didn't have a quirk, but I didn't let that stop me. I trained, I got stronger, and I proved them wrong." The boy's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of interest lighting up in his tired gaze. "You, really? You are quirkless?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, and I know it's not exactly the same as what you're going through, but I understand what it's like to be rejected because of something you can't control." For the first time since their conversation started, the boy looked at Izuku with something other than suspicion or bitterness. There was a hint of something else, hope maybe, or at least the faintest flicker of it. "What's your name?" Izuku asked, offering a small, genuine smile. "Hitoshi," the boy muttered, lowering his gaze. "Hitoshi Shinso." "Shinso," Izuku repeated, committing the name to memory. "Well, Shinso, you don't have to be alone anymore. If you want, you can come live with me." Shinso's head snapped up, shock evident on his face. What? He stammered. Live with you? Why would you? Izuku smiled warmly, standing up and offering Shinso his hand. Because I don't care about what your quirk is or how other people see you. I just see someone who's been hurt and needs a place to belong. I know what that's like, too. Shinso stared at Izuku's hand for a long moment, as if he couldn't believe that someone was offering him kindness. Slowly, tentatively, he reached out and took Izuku's hand, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. You really don't care? Shinso asked quietly, his voice almost vulnerable. About my quirk? Izuku shook his head. Not at all. To me, you're just Hitoshi. For the first time since they'd met, Shinso allowed himself a small, genuine smile. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Okay, Shinso said softly. I'll go with you. And from that day on, the two of them had been best friends. Shinso moved into the Hero Public Safety Commission HQ with Izuku, and under Izuku's guidance, he began to train not just his body but his mind. Izuku taught him everything he knew about ki, how to harness it, control it. Together, they pushed each other to become stronger, to defy the expectations placed on them by a world that didn't understand them. Present day. As Izuku and Hitoshi finished their morning workout, Izuku couldn't help but smile to himself, remembering that fateful day. He looked over at his friend, who was wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. You've come a long way since then, you know, Izuku said, a touch of pride in his voice. Shinso glanced at him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Thanks. So have you. Izuku chuckled softly. Guess we're both proving people wrong. Shinso nodded, and for a moment, the two stood in comfortable silence, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. So, how have you been doing in the general education course at UA? Izuku asked, genuinely interested. Are things getting any better? Hitoshi shrugged slightly, wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel. It's not too bad, I guess. People still tend to leave me alone, which is fine by me. I just focus on my training and studying. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. I've learned to not let it bother me as much anymore. I mean, it is what it is. Izuku nodded, his expression a mix of concern and admiration. That's good to hear. I know it can't be easy, but it's impressive that you're able to keep pushing through like that. Have you been training your quirk more? Yeah, I've been practicing, Hitoshi replied, his tone brightening a bit. I've been working on improving my control over my brainwashing ability. It's a bit tricky, but I think I'm getting there. I want to make sure I can use it effectively if I ever have to. I know you will, Izuku said, a reassuring smile spreading across his face. You've always been determined. Plus, I've seen how hard you train. Just remember, you're not alone in this. I'm here for you, no matter what. Hitoshi looked at Izuku, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thanks, Midoriya. That means a lot. Sometimes it feels like I'm in this fight by myself, but knowing I have your support makes it easier. Izuku shook his head. You're never alone, Hitoshi. We're in this together. Besides, it's not just about training. You're a strong person, both mentally and physically. Keep believing in yourself. Hitoshi smiled faintly, feeling a bit of warmth in his chest. I'll try. It's just tough sometimes. You know? But hearing you say that really helps. Izuku's expression softened, and he clapped Hitoshi on the shoulder. We'll both keep getting stronger together, just like we promised. Yeah, Hitoshi replied, his confidence returning. Together. The two friends shared a moment of understanding, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them side by side, supporting each other every step of the way. UA High School. The students of Class 1A sat in their classroom, chatting among themselves about the events of the USJ incident. Most of them were still processing what had happened, and their conversations often returned to one person, Izuku Midoriya. The door to the classroom slid open, and Izuku stepped inside, his usual calm and composed demeanor intact. The moment he entered, a wave of students rushed toward him. "Midoriya, thank you so much for what you did back there," Mina Ishido exclaimed, her pink face lighting up with gratitude. "That was seriously amazing. You saved us." "Yeah, you were incredible, Midoriya," Denki Kaminari chimed in. "Taking on that Nomu like it was nothing? That was insane." "Insane doesn't even cover it," Kirishima added, his sharp teeth showing as he grinned. "That was totally manly. You took down that monster without breaking a sweat." Several other students nodded in agreement, expressing their thanks in various ways. Tsuyu Azui tilted her head slightly and spoke in her calm tone. "You handled that situation really well, Midoriya. If it weren't for you, things could have been much worse," Ribbit. "Honestly, I'm just glad we're all okay," Izuku replied, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. "It wasn't just me. Everyone did their part. Those 3 agents helped out with distracting the Nomu and gave me time to attack it where it was weakest. And the UA teachers helped, too, even if they showed up after to heal anyone with injuries." "You're too modest, Midoriya," Momo Yaoyorozu said, stepping forward with a polite smile. "But the fact remains you saved us and Mr. Aizawa. For that, we're grateful." While most of the class eagerly thanked Izuku, 2 students remained noticeably silent. Shoto Todoroki sat at his desk, arms crossed, observing the scene with his usual stoic expression. His mismatched eyes stayed fixed on Izuku, watching him closely but saying nothing. He seemed deep in thought, analyzing the boy who had defeated the Nomu with such precision and strength. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo sat in his seat at the back of the classroom, fists clenched and teeth grinding in frustration. His scarlet eyes glared daggers at Izuku as the rest of the class fawned over him. In his mind, an angry monologue looped on repeat. "That damn Deku. Why does he always have to one-up me?" Bakugo seethed internally. "That stupid monster should have been mine to fight. I would have blown it to bits and shown everyone just how strong I am. But no, Deku had to jump in and steal the spotlight. And now everyone's treating him like he's some big-shot hero. He's probably loving every second of this, acting all humble like he doesn't care. But I know better. He's mocking me, laughing at me." Izuku, who genuinely didn't enjoy the attention, kept his composure despite the chaos around him. Inside, he felt a twinge of unease. He could sense Bakugo's anger radiating from the back of the room, and he noticed Todoroki's silent gaze. It was clear that not everyone was thrilled with him, and that only added to the awkwardness he already felt. Trying to redirect the attention, Izuku raised his hands slightly. "Seriously, guys, I appreciate it, but I was just doing what any of us would have done. Let's not forget that we all worked together to make it through that. And Mr. Aizawa, he was the real hero that day." "But you killed the Nomu," Mina exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. "That thing was terrifying, and you just, boom, took it out." "Yeah, seriously, Midoriya," Kaminari added. "You're like a pro already." "I'm really not," Izuku said, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "I just—" "All right, that's enough," Aizawa's voice interrupted as he entered the room, his usual tired tone cutting through the chatter. "You're still first-year students. Let's not start treating Midoriya like he's a pro hero just yet." The class quieted down, though a few students still glanced at Izuku with admiration. Bakugo huffed loudly, muttering under his breath as he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed tightly. Todoroki, meanwhile, shifted his gaze to Aizawa as the lesson began, but not before casting one last glance at Izuku, his thoughts hidden behind his calm exterior. As the class settled in, Izuku couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. While he appreciated the gratitude, the weight of the attention was something he wasn't entirely comfortable with. He glanced briefly at Bakugo and Todoroki, knowing there were still some walls between him and his classmates, and silently vowed to keep proving himself, not for recognition, but for his own sense of purpose. Aizawa stood at the front of the class, his perpetually tired gaze sweeping over his students. He had been uncharacteristically quiet for the first part of the day, allowing them to settle after the hectic emotions that followed the USJ incident. Now, however, it was time to address something crucial. "All right, listen up," he started, pulling everyone's attention immediately. His monotone voice carried an unusual weight today, commanding focus. "Your fight isn't over." The room fell silent. The words hit like a hammer, and for a moment, panic flared across the faces of the students. "Wait, does that mean we're going to be attacked again?" Mina Ishido blurted out, her voice tinged with alarm. "Are more villains targeting us?" Kaminari added, nervously scratching the back of his head. Aizawa's gaze didn't waver, but he raised a hand to stop the growing chorus of murmurs. "No, not like that. Calm down." The class collectively exhaled in relief, though a sense of tension still lingered in the room. "What I mean," Aizawa continued, "is that your next challenge is already on the horizon. The UA Sports Festival is coming up." The announcement was met with a mix of emotions. A few students gasped, while others exchanged surprised glances. The sports festival was one of the biggest events in the hero world, a chance for young aspiring heroes to showcase their abilities in front of top pro heroes and agencies. "The sports festival?" Kirishima said, his tone a mix of excitement and surprise. "Already? That's awesome. I've been waiting for this." "Isn't it a little soon for something like that?" Suyu asked, her brow furrowed in concern. "We were just attacked by actual villains not too long ago. Shouldn't we take more time to recover?" Ribbit? "Yeah, no offense, but I don't think most of us are in the right headspace for a festival," Jiro added, her expression thoughtful. Aizawa met their concerns with a steady, unwavering gaze. "I understand why you might feel that way, but here's the reality. If we cancel or delay the festival, it will send a message to the villains that we're afraid of them, that we're weak, and heroes don't show weakness to the enemy." The room grew quiet again as his words sank in. Aizawa's logic was blunt, but it struck a chord. For all their fears and uncertainties, they were training to become heroes, and heroes didn't back down. "This isn't just a festival," Aizawa continued. "It's a chance for you to prove yourselves, not just to the pro heroes who will be watching, but to the villains who thought they could break us. Show them that you're stronger than they think." Most of the students nodded in agreement, their initial hesitation replaced with resolve. The prospect of showcasing their strength to both heroes and villains alike began to spark excitement among the class. "So, when does it start?" Kirishima asked, grinning. "Because I'm ready to show off what I've got." "You have 2 full weeks to train and prepare," Aizawa replied. "Take that time seriously. Use it to grow stronger, refine your quirks, and strategize. This is your opportunity to be spotted by pro heroes. Don't waste it." The class buzzed with energy now, most of them already thinking about how they would train and what they needed to improve. "I'm so pumped," Mina exclaimed, nearly bouncing in her seat. "I'm gonna work on my moves and really nail my acid veil this time." "Same here," Kaminari chimed in. "I'll make sure I don't short-circuit myself in front of everyone." However, one group of students had a different plan in mind. "Hey, Midoriya," Kirishima called out, his sharp-toothed grin lighting up his face. "You're insanely strong, man. Mind helping me with some training? Maybe you can show me how you fought that Nomu, so I can level up my moves." "Yeah, me too," Mina added, her enthusiasm contagious. "You're so good at strategy. Can you help me come up with some combos?" "I'd love to see what kind of workouts you do," Jiro said, leaning forward. "It might help me build some endurance for my sound amplifier attacks." Several other classmates chimed in with similar requests, their eagerness to train with Izuku almost overwhelming. Izuku, however, raised his hands apologetically, a small, sheepish smile on his face. Sorry, everyone. I'd love to help, but I already promised a close friend of mine that I'd be training with him during this time." The class collectively groaned in disappointment, their hopes dashed. "Come on, Midoriya," Kaminari whined. "You can't fit us into your schedule? Even just a little?" Izuku chuckled nervously and shook his head. "Sorry, my schedule's already pretty packed. But if you want, we can take a rain check. I'll definitely help you guys out some other time." Though still disappointed, most of the students nodded in understanding. It wasn't like they could blame him. After all, he had just saved them from a terrifying villain attack, and he had a right to his own training time. "Fine," Mina said with an exaggerated sigh. "But you better promise to help us out after the festival." "Deal," Izuku replied with a smile. The day was winding down, and the bell had rung to dismiss Class 1A. As the students began to pack up and head for the door, they quickly realized they were unable to leave. The hallway outside their classroom was packed with students from other classes, all crowding around to see the famous Class 1A. A cacophony of voices filled the air as the other students gawked, whispered, and, in some cases, jeered. "So this is Class 1A, huh? The ones who got attacked by villains?" A student from Class 1B said with a smirk. "Doesn't look all that impressive." "Guess that means the villains were pretty weak if you guys managed to survive," another added, eliciting snickers from the crowd. The students of Class 1A, still reeling from the traumatic USJ incident, were not in the mood for insults. Tensions rose immediately, and several of them scowled at the taunts. "What the hell did you just say?" Bakugo barked, his voice booming over the chatter. His explosive temper was already at its breaking point. "You think those villains were weak? I'll blow your damn face off, extras." "Bakugo, calm down." Ida tried to intervene, waving his arms frantically. "Let's handle this diplomatically." "That's rich coming from someone who hides behind that stupid tie of yours," another student sneered. "What's it like being overshadowed by all the better students in your own class?" The insult landed harshly, and Ida's composure faltered. Even more of Class 1A started to bristle, anger flickering in their eyes. As the back and forth escalated, Izuku stood silently, observing the exchange. Finally, he stepped forward and addressed the crowd with a calm but firm tone. "Why are you bad-mouthing my class?" Izuku asked, his voice cutting through the noise like a knife. The taunting students turned to face him. One of them spoke up, his tone laced with bitterness. "Oh, don't act so innocent, Midoriya. You and your class think you're so special, don't you? You're all so lucky to have even gotten the attention of real villains, while the rest of us are just ignored." Izuku's emerald eyes narrowed. His expression darkened, and a subtle but undeniable wave of killing intent rolled off him like a suffocating fog. The surrounding students froze in place, their jeers silenced instantly. "So you're telling me," Izuku began, his voice low and cold, "that you're all jealous of my class because you weren't the ones the villains tried to kill? Are you serious? That's the most pitiful thing I've ever heard." The crowd remained silent, pinned down by the weight of his words and the suffocating intensity of his aura. "You mean to tell me," Izuku continued, his voice rising slightly, "that you actually want villains to try to kill you? Is that what I'm hearing from you right now?" The students' expressions shifted from smug to conflicted, and they averted their gazes. Izuku's words had struck a nerve, forcing them to reconsider their behavior. "Let me give you some advice," Izuku said, his tone unwavering. "If you're going to envy something, envy our strength, our determination to survive, and the fact that we fought to protect each other. But don't wish for a situation that puts your life or anyone else's life in danger. Now, move out of my way before I get seriously mad." To emphasize his point, Izuku intensified his killing intent just a fraction more. The students scattered like leaves in a storm, fleeing down the hallway without a word, all except one. "Yo, Izuku," came a calm voice from the side. It was Hitoshi Shinso, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. He had been patiently waiting for Izuku to finish up so they could begin their training session. "Oh, Hitoshi," Izuku greeted, his serious demeanor softening into a friendly smile. "Sorry about the delay." It's fine, Hitoshi replied with a shrug, pushing off the wall. I got here early anyway. Izuku turned to his classmates. Everyone, this is my best friend, Hitoshi Shinso. We've been friends for a few years now. The class began murmuring among themselves, most of them intrigued by the newcomer. He kind of looks like a younger version of Mr. Aizawa, Kaminari whispered to Mina, who nodded in agreement. Yeah, but look at that tired yet cool vibe he's got going on, Mina replied in a hushed tone. He's almost as good-looking as Midoriya. The girls' comments were kept to themselves, but their gazes lingered on Hitoshi, who remained oblivious. Several students stepped forward to introduce themselves, including Kirishima, Jiro, and Tsuyu. Hey, Shinso, Kirishima said with his usual enthusiasm. Nice to meet you, man. You must be super strong if Midoriya's been training you. Thanks, Hitoshi replied, shaking his hand. I've still got a ways to go, though. The interactions were friendly for the most part, except for Todoroki and Bakugo, who remained cold and distant. Let me guess, Bakugo growled, crossing his arms and glaring at Hitoshi. You're just another weak nobody from the General Studies Department. Nothing special. Todoroki, standing nearby, merely observed in silence, though his aloof expression made it clear he didn't care about Hitoshi either way. Izuku frowned at Bakugo's hostility. If you think Hitoshi is weak, then you're underestimating him. I've been training him for 3 years, and he's almost as strong as I am. Trust me, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Bakugo's scowl deepened, but he didn't respond. Wait, Ida asked, raising his hand. If Shinso is so strong, why didn't he apply for the hero course? Hitoshi stepped forward to answer. I wanted to learn more about the world and expand my knowledge before diving into the hero course, he explained calmly. But now that I've done that, my plan is to earn one of the top spots in the sports festival and transfer into the hero course after that. That's awesome, Kirishima said, clapping him on the shoulder. We'll be rooting for you, man. Most of the class nodded and expressed their support and encouragement, though Bakugo and Todoroki remained silent. Thanks, Hitoshi said with a small smile. I'll do my best. Izuku placed a reassuring hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. You've got this. Let's show everyone just how strong you've become. With that, the two friends left the classroom, heading to their training session. Though there was still tension among some of the students, most of Class 1A felt excited to see what Hitoshi Shinso was capable of. Training time. The massive training arena provided by the Hero Public Safety Commission was a marvel of design and engineering, capable of withstanding even the most destructive training sessions. Reinforced with advanced materials and equipped with an environmental simulator, it could shift between harsh deserts, lush jungles, icy tundras, and volcanic wastelands in mere moments. The cutting-edge training robots, designed by Izuku and Dr. Yamada, moved like real fighters, capable of adapting to every new move and tactic, making them invaluable tools for honing combat skills. Today, the arena was set to a rugged mountain landscape, a clear blue sky above and jagged peaks surrounding them. Izuku and Hitoshi stood at opposite ends of the field. Despite being friends and training partners, the intensity in the air was palpable as they prepared for another sparring session. Both boys radiated power, their violet energy swirling around them like storms barely contained. The first fight, opening strikes. Izuku's violet aura pulsed around his body in controlled waves, exuding an overwhelming yet calm strength. His muscles tensed as he slipped into a relaxed stance, his breathing even and steady. Across from him, Hitoshi's violet energy flickered more erratically, like fire being fed by gusts of wind. His aura, while not as refined as Izuku's, burned with determination and the raw hunger to prove himself. Izuku raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. You ready, Hitoshi? I'm not holding back this time. Hitoshi grinned, crouching low as his energy intensified. Good. I don't want you to. The fight began in an instant, both boys surging forward with such speed that they left cracks in the ground where they had stood. Izuku's first strike, a powerful energy-charged punch aimed at Hitoshi's torso, was dodged with a hair's breadth to spare. The force of the punch created a shockwave that shattered nearby rocks and sent debris flying. Hitoshi countered with a roundhouse kick, his leg cloaked in violet energy. Izuku raised an arm to block, their energies colliding and sending sparks flying through the air. The clash created a sonic boom that echoed across the simulated mountains. "Not bad," Izuku said, grinning as he pivoted and threw a rapid series of punches. "Your speed's getting better." Hitoshi barely managed to deflect the strikes, his arms shaking under the force of each blow. "Thanks, but I'm just getting started." Mid-fight, the struggle for control. As the fight wore on, it became clear that Izuku's control over his energy gave him a distinct advantage. His movements were fluid and calculated, every punch and kick perfectly timed. In contrast, Hitoshi's attacks were more aggressive and less controlled, his energy flaring wildly with each movement. But what Hitoshi lacked in precision, he made up for with creativity and unrelenting determination. After dodging a high kick from Izuku, Hitoshi leaped back and thrust his palms forward, releasing a concentrated blast of violet energy. The attack ripped through the ground, heading straight for Izuku like a tidal wave of destruction. Izuku reacted instantly, crossing his arms in front of him as his aura intensified. The energy wave slammed into him, sending dust and debris flying. But when the smoke cleared, Izuku stood unharmed, his aura shimmering like an unbreakable shield. "Nice try," Izuku said, his voice calm but with a playful edge. "But you'll have to do better than that." Hitoshi growled in frustration but quickly adjusted his stance. He rushed forward, his fists cloaked in energy, and launched a series of rapid punches. Izuku met him blow for blow, their strikes creating shockwaves that reverberated through the arena. Despite the intense exchange, Izuku couldn't help but feel proud. He's come so far, he thought, sidestepping a punch and delivering a swift kick to Hitoshi's side. 3 years ago, he could barely control his energy. Now he's strong enough to keep up with me. Hitoshi, meanwhile, was focused entirely on the fight. His mind raced as he analyzed Izuku's movements, searching for an opening. He's faster and stronger, but if I can outthink him, I might have a chance. Final round, Hitoshi's breakthrough. By the second week of training, Hitoshi's improvement was undeniable. His energy, once chaotic and unpredictable, now flowed more steadily around him. He had also learned to match Izuku's speed, their fights becoming increasingly even as the days went on. During one particularly intense exchange, Hitoshi finally achieved a breakthrough. As Izuku lunged forward with a powerful punch, Hitoshi feinted to the side, making it look like he was dodging. But instead of retreating, he stepped into Izuku's guard and delivered a devastating uppercut to his chin, his fist cloaked in concentrated energy. The impact sent Izuku flying backward, crashing into a boulder with enough force to split it in half. For a moment, Hitoshi stood frozen, shocked by what he had just done. Izuku coughed as he stood up, wiping dirt off his face. "Well done," he said, his tone filled with pride. "You finally got me." Hitoshi grinned, his aura steady and controlled for the first time. "Told you I'd get there eventually." The final day, calm before the storm. On the last day before the UA Sports Festival, the boys decided to forego fighting and spent the day meditating instead. The environmental simulator was set to a tranquil forest scene, with soft sunlight streaming through the trees and the sound of a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Both boys sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, their violet auras faint but present as they focused on their breathing. For Izuku, it was a moment of reflection, a chance to appreciate how far Hitoshi had come. For Hitoshi, it was a moment of calm before the storm, a chance to center himself and prepare for the challenge ahead. "I'm ready," Hitoshi said softly, his voice filled with quiet determination. Izuku opened his eyes and smiled. "Yeah, you are."